Call the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, April 19th at 9:04. Before we start, we'll have a moment of silence solely to recognize Alicia Renega, who unfortunately was tragically killed yesterday. She was a stag freshman. And so if we can remember her in our thoughts and prayers, certainly for her family, friends, and classmates. Thank you. All right, moving forward to Supervisor Villapuja, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thank you. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Supervisor Villapuja. Supervisor Rickman.
Here.
Supervisor Miller.
Here.
Supervisor Patty.
Present.
And Chairman Nguyen.
Here. Thank you. We're now going through our recognition presentations. First, Clerk of the Board, would you recognize and call down Linda Silverman?
Thank you. Our first item this morning is the recognition of Linda Silverman. I'd like to invite down to the podium to receive this certificate, which reads, "In recognition of your 7 years of service on the San Joaquin County Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commission, we thank you for your community involvement and many contributions to the County of San Joaquin. Congratulations, and presented this 19th day of April 2022.
Rich, are you the photographer today? Okay. Before you have an opportunity to express, your thoughts in regards to your tenure and your position, I'd like to ask Supervisor Patty for comments.
Thank you, Chairman. Where do you start? Linda and of course, Rich, you guys are a beacon of strength and of leadership in the community. Your engagement in a myriad of concerns, issues, and juvenile justice in our county is a reflection of your deep devotion to not only this fantastic community of Manteca and our great county, but everything that's exceptional about America. Our engagement is what makes our country as great as it is. So I really want to thank you and appreciate you. And this recognition is a little bit sad because I know that the board's going to miss you, but it's better that you've been there and you've been a voice for juveniles and for justice in our community, and we appreciate all that you've done and all that you'll continue to do. So thank you, Linda. I remain a very big fan of yours, and please keep up the good work. Thank you.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Linda, thank you for your many years of service. You have been very dedicated, and the reality is this board could not do its work without input from volunteer citizens from throughout San Joaquin County. So thank you very much for helping us and for assisting in the governing of your county. Your input has always been very valued and appreciated. Thank you.
Supervisor Villapuja.
Thank you, Chair. Linda, I just want to say thank you for your service to our community and our county, and I hope you have the most incredible retirement. Thank you.
And Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Linda, thank you very much for your 7 years of service. And kind of piggybacking on what Supervisor Patty mentioned, you've been a huge influence in South County, especially, Manteca. And, you've entered outside of Manteca and South County and helped the entire San Joaquin County with your Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commission. So again, thank you very much. Thank you for your friendship. You are going to be hard to replace. I hate to see you go, but bless you and Rich for all you do for South County and San Joaquin County in general.
And Linda, I've known you and Rich for a number of years. In fact, we started serving about the same time, and It would have been nice if you could have stayed the rest of the year, but I understand. And certainly thank you for your service and your input. Rich, a former Manteca City Council member, did a great job when he was on City Council, and you both continue to have a tremendous influence on our communities, not just Manteca, but the entire county. So having said that, I want to thank you for your service. It is, unfortunately, at times it is hard to find quality candidates to serve in these boards, committees, and commissions. And obviously, you're one of those who did an exemplary job. And you will be missed. It'll be hard to replace you. So for that particular reason, I want to congratulate you and look forward to seeing you in more events, because I know you and Rich will continue to be active. And hopefully, you'll enjoy, the rest of the time. I know this isn't exactly a retirement, but it's just a new chapter. And so for that particular reason, I want to thank you. And would you like to, you can either use the microphone here or whatever, and share us some of your thoughts or comments. Yeah. It's on. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank all the supervisors for supporting me during my tenure. You're probably not aware that I served as a volunteer counselor out at Juvenile Hall when we lived in Concord. So in Martinez, I would drive over there once a week and help with the kids and talk to them and that kind of thing. So I had a little bit of background before I volunteered to be a commissioner. I enjoyed the 7 years as a commissioner and working with the kids. The big thing that resonated most with me was how much love I was able to give the kids and concern and listen to them and try and help them with their needs that they needed to make it at the Justice Center there. Thank you very much, and I appreciate it, and God bless all of you.
Thank you, Linda. I'd like to invite, where is he? Oh, there he is. Vice Chair Rickman down. So I'd like to present this to you, and Mr. Silverman, if you could be the photographer. Okay, Clerk of the Board, next proclamation.
Thank you, Chairman. Next, we have the proclamation of April 22nd, 2022 as Earth Day in San Joaquin County. And as I read the proclamation, I would like to invite Nate Knott down to the podium to receive it. And the proclamation reads, whereas the local and global communities now face extraordinary environmental challenges, and whereas all people, regardless of age, race, gender, income, or geography, have a moral right to a healthy, sustainable environment, and whereas it is understood that all citizens of the local and global communities must step forward and take action to create a greener economy to combat the aforementioned challenges. And whereas a greener economy can be achieved on the individual level through education efforts, public policy, and consumer campaigns. And whereas it is necessary to broaden and diversify this global movement locally to achieve maximum success. And whereas every day citizens make decisions that have significant impacts on our local, regional, and global environment. Now therefore be it resolved, the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim April 22nd, 2022 as National Earth Day in San Joaquin County and stand in support of greener economy initiatives across our city and state and encourage all San Joaquin County residents to make every day Earth Day, to celebrate the earth and commit to learning more about environmental issues to ensure a sustainable planet for us and future generations. Presented this 19th day of April 2022.
Thank you. Would you like to make some comments?
Yes, we'll keep it brief because these meetings can be long. I want to mention I'm not just here representing myself for Earth Day. I'm here representing the Earth Day Coordinating Committee, which includes Bruce Giudici and Ava Simpson, Alicia Valenzuela, and many others, and the Environmental Justice Coalition for Water, Cafe Coop. And I want to mention in this time of record climate events, record drought and fire, record floods, that Earth Day is a fun day to show us how to get back to basic fundamental ways of living, to reduce our industrial pollution so that we can restore our planet to a state of good health. And this is not a revolutionary thing. This is just common sense to make the planet, to help bring the planet back to a state of good health, to benefit all living human beings and species. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Villapuga.
Thank you, Chair. Nate, I just want to thank you for everything you do for our community and especially on Earth Day. I mean, we owe it to our children to provide a cleaner earth, provide good air and so forth. And it's a struggle for all of us, but we need to do it. And thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you for all of you, the work you do. Earth Day is important. A lot of people laughed first Earth Day, and here we are decades later and seeing growing engagement, especially with our young people. So thank you to you and your colleagues for helping to lead the way. We appreciate it. Earth Day matters really to all of us.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Nate, as always, good to see you, and thank you for representing another great interest in our community, in our nation, and in the world. As we see recently, the mismanagement of our resources leads to catastrophic fires. We know that just because we have federal land or parks, we have a responsibility to manage it, as the indigenous populations did with controlled burns and a way to keep the underbrush and the overgrowth down. So, in a time when we are seeing challenges and fluctuations in our climate and variations, it is imperative that we accept and understand the responsibility we have. And if we haven't done it properly, if we're allowing overgrowth in our forests, for example, and that's causing these incredible dry forest fires to just burn and blaze through, then we understand we need to do better and more. And I appreciate that the governor's got his sights on that, as well as President Biden has allocated resources to do so, just in that bucket alone. But we also see fantastic levels of engagement from the community on Earth Day, where you do massive cleanups, or coastal cleanup days, where we've taken literally tens of tons of trash out of our waterways, and that's being responsible for what is one of our most precious gifts, nature, and the resources that we have. So thanks for being here, and in recognition of Earth Day, I'm glad that it is on the forefront of conversation and actions. So thank you, Dave.
I'll add my comments. We're all in this together. I mean, it isn't like, we have one side or the other side. We all benefit or are disadvantaged by what happens in our communities, and certainly with our climate and our environment. So I want to thank you and certainly all those who participate, because you're making a difference, and hopefully in the future we can make more achievements or goals that we've established to certainly make this a healthier place, considering that the San Joaquin Valley is probably one of the unhealthiest air quality-wise that we find in the United States. So with that, I want to thank you and congratulate you certainly for all you're doing, and pass that on to all your coworkers in regards to, and volunteers as to what they're doing. So with that, I'll just present this. Proclamation. And thank you for all that you did. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And Supervisor Reed for doing our neighbors in Victory Park.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. Next, we have the proclamation declaring April 2022 as Fair Housing Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite down DeAndrea Davey and Robert Bobby Bivens as I read the proclamation. Whereas on April 4th, 1968, the Fair Housing Act was signed by President Lyndon B. Johnson, which remains one of our nation's most vital civil rights laws. And whereas April 12th, 2022 marks the 54th anniversary of the passage of the Fair Housing Act, Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968 as amended, which enunciates a federal law with the goal of eliminating racial segregation and ending housing discrimination. And whereas the Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination in housing based on race, color, religion, sex, familial status, national origin, and disability, and commits recipients of federal funding to affirmatively further fair housing in our communities. And whereas fair housing is an integral part of building strong, vibrant communities. And whereas our social fabric, the economy, health, and environment are strengthened in diverse, inclusive communities. And whereas the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People is committed to the mission of the Fair Housing Act by continuing to address discrimination in our community, to support programs that will educate the public about the right to equal housing opportunities for all, and to plan partnership efforts with other organizations to help assure everyone of their right to fair housing. And whereas the Central Valley Realtist Board of the National Association of Real Estate Brokers promotes democracy in housing and commits realtists to provide equal professional services without discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, familial status, handicap, sexual orientation, gender identity, and national origin. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of April 2022 as Fair Housing Month in San Joaquin County, to establish San Joaquin County as an inclusive community committed to fair housing and to promoting appropriate activities by private and public entities, to provide and advocate for equal housing opportunities for all residents and prospective residents of San Joaquin County, and urges all citizens to wholeheartedly recognize the commemoration of the Fair Housing Act throughout the year, presented this 19th day of April 2022. Chairman Nguyen.
Thank you. Who would like to speak first?
I'm going to let her.
Okay.
Good morning, and thank you, Board of Supervisors. Thank you, President Nguyen, and the Clerk of the Board for helping us put this proclamation together. My name is Deidre Davey, and I am the first Vice President for the NACP Stockton branch. Here in Stockton, we serve the San Joaquin County. I'm also the President for the Central Valley Realtist Board of the National Association of Real Estate Brokers, where we advocate and promote democracy in housing. Both organizations have a long history of advocating and fighting housing discrimination. Both organizations believe that housing is a human right. When Americans were denied equal access to housing, it fuels unequal living standards, poverty, housing instability, and much more. The Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination concerning the sale, rental, and financing of housing based on race, religion, national origin, sex, and as amended, handicap and family status. The enactment of the Federal Fair Housing Act came only after a long and difficult fight from both the NACP and NARAB, which is the National Association of Real Estate Brokers. Systemic racism has left Black families behind. The typical white family holds 8 times the amount of wealth held by the typical Black family, and that's according to the 2019 survey of consumer finances. So even with the commitment to fair access to homeownership, mortgages, and wealth accumulation, most people of color have not realized or had the opportunity of long-term property ownership. There are a number of reasons why this disparity continue to exist. The bevy of laws, regulation, and policies created structural inequities and systemic bias that are still being manifested in our society. Residential and school segregation, the integral link between place and opportunity, the dual credit market, the inequitable health ecosystem, the patchwork of exclusive and restrictive zoning systems, and additional structurally unfair systems all stem from a long stream of laws that were either racist, implemented with racialized policies, or produce disparate impacts on communities of color. The effect of these policies has widened the racial homeownership, income, and wealth gaps. Currently, Black homeownership is at 43.4%, the lowest in decades, with our counterparts at 72.2%. 0.1%. So as you can see, there's a 30% difference within the home ownership rate. So we have solutions on how to address the housing inequity. We definitely want to work with you. We have had Supervisor Miller come and speak a couple of times to our organizations, both NACP and NARAB. We definitely want to have more conversations with the remaining Board of Supervisors and have a partnership in helping continue and have more inclusive communities within the county. And I also just want to introduce a couple of our members. We have Teresa Quadri, she is our education chairperson, and Ella Holman is our membership chairperson.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and Mr. Chair. I'm Bobby Bivens, President of the Stockton Branch NAACP, and we are partners with the Central Valley Realtors Board. It's important that you all recognize this month because for years and years and years, not only did African Americans be discriminated against, but veterans as well, the disabled, and many people in our community. So this is an important time in our country's history. But more importantly, we would ask that you all would not just pass a resolution, but really look into what is fair housing in our county. You know, what does it take for people to be able to get loans and not have redlining? Now, we all think redlining is gone, and I hope everybody knows what redlining is. But at any rate, if you don't, look it up. I won't take the time to go to education this morning. But we would ask that you all look at the financial institutions, work with the financial institutions, because they are the problem in most cases why people can't own homes. Either the interest rates, and there's a disparity in the interest rates. You know, if you're a Caucasian male and you live in, let's just say Brookside, for example, and you earn $150,000 a year, and if you're a black male and you live in Brookside and you make $150,000 a year, we will both go to the bank, but you will most likely get one interest rate and I'll get a different interest rate. And this is a fact. I'm not just making up stuff. So we would ask that you look into that. We would ask that you challenge the financial institutions that you put our taxpayers' money in and make sure that they provide fair housing loan opportunities for all people. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. All right, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. You're right, Mr. Bivens, and all the facts that were spoken is a great opportunity to recognize how, as a democracy, we can continue to evolve and get better and do things different and better. The major monumental steps forward since the 60s. We also see that in our local economies, and we are, I believe, between 20 and 30,000 doors short of where we need to be just in San Joaquin County alone. That could be, in many instances, home ownership. When you have an adequate supply of homes, the price drops, it's more affordable, you have an opportunity to have equity, you have ownership. But we have so many heavy-handed laws and regulations that prevent development and make it very cost prohibitive. So I think that it's also our responsibility to look at as a government some incentives we can make by reducing our startup fees and maybe deferring them so that maybe we don't get as much money up front for a permit and it's deferred later upon the sale of a home, but we can at least incentivize in more than one way some of that robust building. I also remember speaking with a recent developer, and they're looking at some clever ways of doing housing ownership with a new approach to the valuation to loan ratio, and where they offset the value of the home to a lower rate so you get an entry-level ownership, and that interest rate's deferred based on a lower entry rate. So that was an interesting approach that they're working with local institutions to do that as a gateway to that home ownership. So there are many ways to do it, and we need to look at those conversations and those institutions and see what more we can do. So I agree with all that, and thank you. I'm glad you're here for this recognition.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. It's incumbent on all of us to make sure that we have a wide variety of price point homes available for all of our children to enter into the housing market, to begin to build some equity for our seniors who are looking to downsize and be able to age in place. But it's also really important to understand that not all people of color are looking for low-income housing. Many people of color in our communities are perfectly able to pay market rate for the very best housing that the Valley has to offer, that what you have been advocating for is relief from unfair practices in both lending and zoning and all the battery of real estate laws that are out there that place an undue burden on people of color to enter into the housing market fairly. And while I'm not sure the board is in a position to oversee the financial industry, I do believe that in areas of investment, the county invests a lot of money, and so does our retirement system. Those are all things that should be looked at. And so, expanding home ownership improves all of our neighborhoods, every one. Pride of ownership and setting down roots benefits every one of us here in the Valley. And so this is not just an issue for veterans or the disabled or people of color. This really should be an issue for all of us, because it definitely improves our communities and provides for more stable neighborhoods. And as we've seen all over, when that breaks down, very negative results occur for the people who live there. So thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for continuing to educate people and for putting your hearts into this fight. It's always a pleasure speaking with you and your members, and I look forward to continuing our work together. Thank you.
Supervisor Laputa.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisors, thank you and your staff for coming forward to bringing this to our attention. I know that housing is an American dream, and we have to do everything we can to make it fair for everyone. Times are tough, especially in California. To own a home now it's very difficult for a lot of people, and we have to make it everything we can to do to make it fair. So I understand completely what this is all about, and thank you for coming forward to speak on this subject. Thank you.
Vice Chair Rigman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for being here today. We do really appreciate it. Housing and where we live impacts nearly every part of our lives. And as a board, there are things that we can do. And you mentioned CVAR, for example, and we're working with CVAR and seeing what we can do as a board and making sure we're paying attention to bills that are going up in Sacramento and advocating for or against, these bills that'll help, get people into housing, and make sure that we're dedicated to fairness, inclusion, and justice when it comes to housing. And like Supervisor Miguel mentioned, that every person should have a fair shot at the American dream. And with that being said, thank you very much for what you do, the education that you bring, the advocacy that you bring, and God bless you all.
Well, I want to thank you for all that you're doing and what you continue to do. Back in the late 60s, early 70s, nationwide, there was a ratio between median income and median housing costs. And the ratio was about 2. It was two years of your income basically covered the cost of a house that you purchased. But unfortunately, what happened after that is a lot of states got into the land use planning issue, which I know you're very familiar with. And what happened is that, and I haven't looked for a couple of years, but San Joaquin County was like 6.6 ratio. Bay Area was like 9.2, and LA County was like 10. And the reason I bring that up is because, especially with the pandemic the last 2 years, our lower income class has really had a bigger challenge by virtue of loss of job, income, all these other things. And so, unfortunately, there are a lot of things that obviously you're addressing that hopefully will make a difference. One of the things that when I was mayor of the city of Ripon, that city has an inclusionary policy in regards to low-income housing. And the one thing that I learned in that particular policy was it wasn't about houses, it was about families. And if you drive through the city of Ripon, because it's inclusionary, we don't have a project that is just lower income. Every development, even multi-million-dollar developments, have to have a 10% number of houses within that. And I will guarantee you can drive through the entire city. You can't tell which houses are really set aside for low income. And the reason I bring that up is because it's not about just the income and the money and the housing. It's about the development of families to integrate within the neighborhood, within the schools, within the community at large. That's the real issue. And I want to say that I really appreciate because what you're doing, because each group, no matter who they are, requires an advocate to really speak for them, and that's what you're doing. So that's really the key. And so ultimately, hopefully we can get through these things. And again, it isn't, realtors, I think, do a great job, and obviously you're working very hard. But my constituents, the issue is not buying a house, it's affording rent. That's become a real challenge. And I've seen the rental costs go up dramatically. What used to be like $1,200 a month is now like $25, as high as $35. And so we're really facing a housing crisis, and not just buying, but living. And so, again, all of you are certainly on the front lines in regards to changing this. So I want to thank all of you. Appreciate Mr. Bivens. I've always appreciated your comments and what you can do. So again, thank you, and thank you all. And let me provide you with this proclamation, and then congratulations for all of you.
Can we get a picture, Mr. Chair? Won't charge you for taking a picture.
Okay, it's time for public comment. Now, public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and minutes, appointments, consent calendar, and closed session items. Request that you fill out a comment form, which I have. If you wish to address the board in person, there is a time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. The device on the podium with the green, yellow, and red light The yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of the 3 minutes. With regard to the public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of the board members to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the board of supervisors, not the audience, and comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the supervisors. So, Mr. Kent Kearns.
Hello, my name is Kent Kearns. I'm a resident of Sacramento County. The grandmother of my grandchildren lives in your county, and to get custody, since I was the primary caregiver of some of my grandchildren, she did a assassination of my character. She used your CPS department as a weapon. Your CPS department did a one-sided investigation on me. I was never interviewed. I was never allowed to present any evidence, nor did they care of the findings of my county, nor did they care about the grandmother filed charges in my county that I kidnapped and fled the state with my grandson I've raised since he was born, and she hadn't seen in over 3 years. So I tried to talk to a manager in your CPS department who no one returned my phone call. My son had some concerns and he tried to file something and they did nothing about that. I was turned into the Department of Justice by your CPS agency as a known child beater for something I was never interviewed, charged, or convicted of. My next step after notifying you is I'm going to federal court to clear my name. I'm just giving you your opportunity to see what you want to do. I can prove Grandma's a liar. I can prove she's lied to my county. And I can prove that she went looking for witnesses that had an axe to grind against me, to use against me with your CPS, and she had fed those witnesses to your CPS. I could also prove that one of those people tried to turn my oldest grandson's father against me to get on their side, and he said he didn't have an issue with me. They also told him that all these things about me that were untrue, and he told them that SAC CPS said they're not true. They said, you're talking to the wrong county. You have to talk to San Joaquin County CPS. This has been used against us in family court. I can prove that Grandma has lied in family court as well as elsewhere, but your CPS department didn't care what the truth was. And that's why I feel we're going to end up in federal court. Thank you for your time. Goodbye.
Thank you. Nathan, is it Worth?
Good morning, honorable board members and Mr. Chairman. I wanted to thank you for making the time and space to hear public input on the decisions you're making today. It's appreciated, and I'm thankful that you find that important. Speaking to item number 5 on your agenda, but due to time, I'm speaking about it now. After reading this summary investigation on Supervisor Patty's unethical behavior over the past year towards one of your chiefs of staff, I have an observation that I'd like to encourage the board to consider when deliberating and how you will all respond. I don't have to say that a lot of places in our society have a long history of behavior like this. And it's taught us that while actions like this are unethical, behavior like this is a symptom. It's an outcome. And it's my hope that you'll deliberate this issue with the realization that while responding to this symptom is necessary, that alone will not change the root causes that perpetuate or even enable these actions. As someone who's viewed the behavior in this investigation over the last couple of years, It's reminded me of an old proverb, and it says that if you want to know what water is, don't ask a fish. And the idea behind this proverb, of course, is that water is the sum and substance of the world in which the fish is immersed. And the most obvious and important realities sometimes are the hardest ones for us to see. As a fellow old white guy, I have experience in being a fish. I see it. It's hard to see our privilege and the outcomes that those privileges create for others due to the behavior we might enact because of what those privileges have taught us. On our own, we've never known anything different from our own water, and it takes some effort to understand how that blinds us. But that said, while someone like me can understand where this comes from, it's important to recognize, more important to recognize, that the world around us no longer allows it, especially from those who serve the public. It's my hope that the board will examine their policies and issues like these and find a way to let your fish out of the bowl, so to speak. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any other comments?
Thank you, Chairman. We do have several written comments for this morning and also comments for COVID and discussion items later this afternoon. The first public comment was submitted by Gary Moore, who writes, "Hi, in recent days, the truck traffic has picked back up the week of 4/11 to 4/15/22. There has been 9 semi-trucks east and west on Von Sosten Road, primarily Amazon and FedEx, still seeing about 100 plus vehicles per hour in Von Sosten Road. A large portion of those vehicles are going above the speed limit, passing on a double yellow line, total disregard for traffic laws. With that being said, the children from the school walking home a mere 3 feet from this dangerous situation, and this is a 5-day-a-week occurrence, but yet it's illegal to walk on the freeway. This is the same dangerous situation that children are being subjected to. The only logical correction for this is to close the Hanson overpass to all traffic except emergency vehicles. Thank you." The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, "Board of Supervisors, I was surfing through SJC BOS website and came across a prompt for the Homeless Task Force, and this is what I went through to get to nothing. First to San Joaquin, then departments, then Board of Supervisors, then scroll down to Homeless Task Force, and the latest updates are from 2018. Then you log into some box website and nothing is there. Is there a reason why the average person can't just read the updates on this task force by clicking on it and seeing the updates? Can this get fixed, please? Thank you, Anonymous." The next comment was submitted by Juanita Chavez, who writes, "We opposed the use of the electronic ballot counting machine. It has been proven to be inefficient and inaccurate. We favor hand counting the ballots. We also favor the use of driver license to identify the voter. I attached list with 7 names." The next comment was submitted anonymously, who writes, "The county's #1 priority is safety, and with 2 ex-CHP officers on the board, roadway safety should be of high importance. A safety light at the 11th Street roundabout in Tracy was destroyed due to an accident and has not been repaired for the last 6 months. And a second light was destroyed over the weekend. If the county's public works director was performing his duties instead of attending Tom Patty's political fundraising campaign events, maybe the county's traveling public would be safer. But we know the public works director owes Tom Patty his reappointment, and Tom Patty will sweep anything that doesn't fit his agenda under the rug. San Joaquin commuters deserve better." The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, "I'm a daily commuter of the 11th Street Cason Road, Grant Line Road roundabout intersection, and there was an accident quite some time ago that damaged a light and another that took out another light over this last weekend. With the community opposition to this roundabout and others in our community and the history of accidents at this site, you would think that the 2 ex-CHP officers on our Board of Supervisors would be more concerned with the safety of the traveling public at this intersection instead of allowing the Public Works Director to be deficient in his duties as the County Road Commissioner while he attends fundraising events to support Tom Patty's dreams of a higher office. Shameful, Robert Rickman and Chuck Wynn. We need our elected officials to be the voice of the constituents instead of being sheep as it appears Miguel Villapudua and Robert Rickman are to Tom Patty. I will give credit to Supervisor Rickman for questioning the Sandhu development in South Tracy, because the voters of our city have demonstrated time and time again that we are opposed to more industrial development. Kudos to you, Supervisor Rickman, but you can do better for your constituents by keeping us residents as your priority and not buying into someone else's political agenda. I'm assuming you will want a higher office after the Board of Supervisors based on your career so far. Show us you care about us or get out. And Chairman, when that concludes the general public comments, I also have COVID comments and discussion item comments.
Okay, thank you. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak at this time? Seeing none, close the public comments.
Chair,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I would just like to make a request in regards to the one comment in terms of the link on the homelessness task force. It's not there because the task force ended and it was its duties were taken over by an expanded continuum of care. Could we ask our ISD department to double check on these links and make sure that somewhere that if there is still mention of the task force, that there is also a statement, you're now going to be rerouted to San Joaquin County Continuum of Care, something to that effect?
And through the chair, the clerk of the board's office now has the ability to do that. So we'll take a look at that website and that link and see if we can amend it so that it's clear that that's historical information and then it links to the current continuum of care.
Perfect.
And Chairman, when I have received one additional public comment.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This was submitted by Rita, who writes, confirmed, a spirited congratulations, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first Black woman to serve on the Supreme Court. Her story being made. Miller, that was your post on your social media. Miller, why did you delete comments that were made to this post? Why do you choose to censor those who do not align with you? As a woman, and yes, I am a woman, even though I am not biologist, Jackson is shameful to women. I'm embarrassed as a minority woman, and to see anyone proud of this pedophile supporter. Shame on you. Kathy, stop playing your bully games with the board. You can all see right, we can all see right through your evil. When you're just her little puppet, Miguel, stay strong, dig deep, and do what's right. And that appears to conclude the public comments at this time.
Thank you. All right, moving along, we have no minutes. Appointments to boards and commissions. Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Approve the appointment of one position to the Workforce Development Board. And so I'll make this as a motion to consider the following application for appointment to the Workforce Development Board. Category 5th, Supervisor District Representative, one position, position number 7205, term of April 19th of 2022 to April 19th of 2024. And we recommend Linda Wilcox. That is it, Chair.
Okay.
Second the motion.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. It's adopted 5-0. Thank you both. Moving forward to COVID-19 discussions.
CEO Wilver Dean, Marcia Cunningham, Director of General Services. I'm sitting in today for Greg Dietrich and am introducing Dr. Park, who will go over the updated information on COVID for you.
Okay. Did you want to introduce Tiffany?
And Tiffany Heyer is here as well, thank you, who is also available to answer any questions that may come up regarding COVID. Thank you.
Her title?
She is the OES Director of Operations.
Okay. All right. Dr. Park?
Yes, I'm here. If you could bring up my slides. Thank you. Okay, so COVID-19 updates. Next slide, please. And as usual, I will start with our EPI curve, which is basically a graph showing all of the positive cases confirmed by PCR testing to date since the start of the pandemic. And you can see that we obviously had a huge surge with the most recent wave represented by the highest peaks during January and into February from the Omicron variant. If you look to the right of the curve, you will see that our case rates have come down quite significantly and are looking very, very low. I will tell you that we now need to take this with a bit of a grain of salt because we know that more and more people are using rapid antigen tests and using at-home over-the-counter rapid antigen tests, which are not reported to public health. However, I do like to look at this curve to see trends. I would like to show you the next slide and just start by saying that if you look to the right side of this epi curve, I'm honing in now on that, on the latest few weeks. So if you look at the most recent few weeks of case rates per 100,000, you will see that, yes, we indeed declined rapidly out of the Omicron variant in the last weeks of February and beginning of March. And since then, around the middle of March, our case rates have remained stable at low rates, but not further declining. The blue line represents the state of California, which now has a case rate of 6.5, and the orange line is San Joaquin County, and we're now at a case rate of 3.9. So we have been below the state average for several weeks now as far as our case rate goes. Very hard to know the accuracy of these numbers, again, as I said, because of everyone doing different types of testing that's available. It does seem, though, that the state rate is higher than ours as it's been consistent, and I think a lot of that is driven by increasing case rates in Southern California and in the Bay Area, where the BA.2 variant seems to be driving some upticks. If you look at our case rate closely, you'll see that we're starting to tick up ever so slightly ourselves, so that we did have a case rate in the low threes a couple of weeks ago, 3.1 just a couple of weeks ago, and now at 3.9, we seem to be trending upward along with the rest of the state. So something to monitor. But as I said, globally, nationally, case rates are at a really nice low number at this time. Next slide. I want to show you with the positivity rate how this is also mirrored in our positivity rate per 100,000. Again, we're below the state's positivity rate of 2.1% at 1.6%. However, if you look closely, you'll see that we're starting to trend upward. So our positivity rate has started to drift upward. And this is probably driven by the BA.2 variant, which is what I will be discussing very shortly. It is now the predominant variant and is causing some slight upticks across the state and across the country. You may read in the news that the BA.2 variant and its sublineages are becoming a bit problematic in the northeast side of the country. Here in our state, it is obviously also the predominant variant, and it was expected to cause some little bit of an uptick, what we're calling maybe a blip, and we're hoping does not become a large surge. We're not really expecting it to become a huge surge. Perhaps it will just blip up a bit and then hopefully come back down again. Next slide. Since our numbers are probably undercount when it comes to case rate, it would seem more reasonable to follow hospitalizations to really see, even if we know that BA.2 is causing an issue with an increase in case rates, what are people looking like in the hospitals? And we have an all-time low of hospitalized patients right now, with under 10 people in the hospital across our 7 area acute hospitals in the county who are hospitalized for COVID. So a very, very nice low number. Remember, though, that hospitalizations are a lagging indicator, and as case rates start to rise, hospitalizations are expected to rise 2 to 3 weeks later after the case rates rise. So just monitoring closely, we're not expecting this to become unreasonable or dramatic as the beginning of Omicron with the original Omicron variant. So right now, really looking good. Next slide. So the BA.2 is the predominant sublineage globally and in the United States, And if you look, it is the pink bar, and the most recent week shows that, according to CDC's numbers, it accounts for 85.9% of all sequenced specimens. And the rest, the darker purple, is BA.1.1 and the original Omicron, BA.1.1.529. So it's all Omicron right now, with the BA.2 sublineage causing the most cases currently. Next slide. The CDC will break this down into regions. So again, with the light pink representing BA.2 and the darker purple representing the earlier strains of Omicron. And you will see, as I said, that the Northeast has a lot more BA.2. And now even our region, California's in Region 9, we also have 85% of our cases represented by BA.2. So predominantly the Northeast and Region 9, but across the country, really, BA.2 is the predominant variant. So next slide, we tried to look at what things are looking like in our county as far as the BA.2, and this is very preliminary data. As you know, sequences that go off to get whole genome sequenced take a week, 2, 3 weeks even to come back for us to know what variant they turned out to be. So as you see, we are now showing more and more BA.2 coming back in our county, but these are very low numbers or very small samplings. But yes, BA.2 did arrive in our county. If you look at the week of April 10th, which is just last week, 100% of cases are BA.2. However, I will tell you that that represents one case. So we have one specimen returning to us from that week, and it was a BA.2. For the week prior, about 44% were the original Omicron, 55% BA.2. But we suspect that currently we really are at least at 85% BA.2 along with the rest of Region 9. Next slide. So I wanted to explain a little bit more about this sublineage of Omicron. There are studies now ongoing and that are happening across the globe on BA.2. And what we feel about it is that it's likely more transmissible than BA.1. With each successive variant, we have seen that each variant attains growth advantage over the previous variant. So we've seen this when Omicron was more transmissible than the Delta variant by 50%. And now we're seeing that the BA.2 sublineage is more transmissible than BA.1. Some studies showing that it's 10% more transmissible, 20 or up to 30% more transmissible than BA.1. So clearly more contagious and causing some problems in other parts of the globe, but perhaps not here in our country or in our state, because the severity caused by BA.2 appears to be similar to BA.1. There are studies out of South Africa and the UK and now Sweden that are showing that it is a mild-acting disease, much like BA.1. And so that is why we're hoping that our hospitalization rates do not rise dramatically as BA.2 becomes more and more dominant. And then early data suggest that having had an infection with BA.1 provides protection against reinfection with BA.2. So in Denmark, there were a huge problem with the BA.1 Omicron variant. They then followed the BA.2, which they had another wave of. And it seemed that people who had the BA.1, so early Omicron people who got infected, had less of a chance of becoming infected with BA.2. It does happen, but it seems to be rare and, again, mild. Vaccine symptomatic infection does not appear to be reduced against BA.2 compared to BA.1. Sorry, I'm still on the prior slide. And so we feel that vaccines are likely to work as well as they did against BA.1. And the other thing we know now is that sotrovimab, the monoclonal antibody we were touting as the one that worked, against Omicron does not work against the BA.2 sublineage of Omicron. Therefore, the FDA repealed it. It is no longer authorized. It was peeled back in certain regions of the United States that had more BA.2, and now that BA.2 is definitely the predominant variant in all regions of the U.S., there are no longer any regions in the U.S. authorized to use sotrovimab, and now bebtelovimab is the monoclonal antibody of choice. And our MOAC has distributed bebtelovimab to all of our hospitals. That is my understanding. So vaccine administration, the picture of our state on the left depicts vaccination rates by county. Of course, the darker blue meaning a county that's more vaccinated. And I took this from the state's covid19.ca.gov website. I will tell you that that website is now not updated daily, but it is being updated Tuesdays and Fridays. And when I took the snapshot of this picture, this demonstrates our completion of primary series amongst all eligible people in our county. So anybody 5 years up and older who is done with their 2-dose series. And so you see that we are in a medium blue color. Interestingly, if you were to switch the screen and look for people 5 to 11 who have completed their vaccine series, the entire gets lighter, and of course our county gets lighter blue. But if you look at the screen that shows how many people 18 and over have completed their primary series, for our county, we turn that dark blue. So we're doing very well with adult vaccinations. There's another screen you can look at when you're looking at boosters, and for that we are quite light, almost the white color. So we know we have some work to do with getting folks boosted. Now, if you look at the rest of this slide, you'll see at the top I'm showing the state numbers, and then the bottom San Joaquin County. And what the state is now doing on their dashboard is they're showing us how many people are boosted, so that there's a darker blue, and then a dark blue and a medium blue and a light blue. So just looking at our county, you'll see that 26.8% of folks have received their booster. So they've done their primary series and they're boosted. Another 31.4% are eligible to be boosted but have not received their booster, but they've had 2 doses. And then the medium blue, which you don't see a number for, represents about 6% more of people who've had their primary series, but it hasn't been enough time yet to get their booster, so they're not eligible for their booster. And if you add those up, we're at a 64.3 percentile rate as far as people being fully vaccinated with their primary series. An additional 13.3% of people are incomplete with their primary series, and an entire 22.4% are not vaccinated at all. So a little bit lagging behind state numbers, as you can see, and we are still trying to work with our health equity focus groups and our CBOs to get these numbers up. And next slide, please. So in March, there was news coming out of the FDA and CDC that a second booster was allowed. This is a permissive authorization. It's not a strong recommendation. However, it's considered an allowance for someone who is seeking extra protection. And of course, there are now studies going on to study those people who have moved on to receive a 4th dose to see what protection it has offered them. A little bit difficult to study during a time when we don't have many cases surging. The second booster dose is offered to anyone who's immunocompromised or over 50, as long as it's been 4 months from their second dose, from their third dose, 4 months from their first booster. And the other thing that the CDC tacked on was that adults who received a primary vaccine and a booster dose of J&J can also receive a booster with an mRNA. Next slide. So I won't go over this table, but just to quickly include it for anyone who wants to refer back to this later to show that the vaccine timing has changed and now reflects that second booster being available to people 50 and over. And next slide. And this is the next slide shows the timing for immunocompromised folks. For immunocompromised folks, the third dose was not considered their booster, but part of their primary series, but they can move on to get a booster and a second booster as well. So people less than 50 who are immunocompromised. Pfizer for 12 to 17 and Moderna down to 18. And next slide. The FDA VRBPAC committee met on April 6th. There were no votes taken during that meeting and no recommendations made. It was simply a very long 8-hour meeting, an extensive discussion that included various speakers, and the topics included the vaccine effectiveness in children and adults, the evolution of variants, future variants, and how do we model for them, and how do we decide what types of vaccines we want to move to market, monovalent vaccines that might cover a specific sublineage of a variant, or multivalent vaccines such as the annual flu vaccine that might cover several strains. No decisions made, just a lot of talking, but some very nice presentations were made. And I would encourage anyone who wants to see that presentation to just Google it. It's searchable, and you can find the YouTube video of this 8-hour meeting. The next VRBPAC meeting has not been scheduled yet, but they know that they have many things on the table yet to discuss and to vote on. And so by early summer, we're expecting them to have another meeting. Some of the things that they have to discuss would include Pfizer's request to have approval for their vaccine for children less than 5 years old. Pfizer has also submitted a request to have an EUA for boosters to be eligible for kids 5 to 11. And they want their 12 to 15-year-old EUA authorization to move to full licensure. Also on the table is Moderna's request for their vaccine for less than 18 and Novavax's new vaccine for people 18 and over. The CDC's ACIP committee does have a meeting scheduled for April 20. We don't know what they will be discussing as the agenda has not been released. We assume they're going to be talking about boosters and most likely a robust conversation about boosters in adults, perhaps in children as well. So next slide. As I said, that VRBPAC committee meeting was a very lengthy meeting. Lots of science was presented by Dr. Ruth Link-Gellis of the CDC. All of the studies she presented were really from the United States, so within the United States, studies called PROTECT, IV, VISION, and I don't have the time to go through all of the studies right now, but she did have this very nice summary slide which summarized the findings from all of the studies she presented. And it's a bit of a busy slide, but as you can see, they were comparing 2-dose vaccine effectiveness against having an infection, needing to go to the emergency department or urgent care, or hospitalizations. And again, they did the same with people who had received 3 doses. And so you can see across the board for anyone receiving 2 doses, admittedly, there were many vaccine breakthroughs, and so protection against infection was limited. However, higher against emergency room and urgent care visits, and even higher against hospitalizations, though we did see some waning of protection. And notably, in the bottom right-hand corner, you will see that with 3-dose vaccinations, effectiveness was substantial and added significant protection against all outcomes, becoming infected, needing to go to the urgent care, or hospitalization. Next slide. Switching topics now to the local quarantine order, which I rescinded on April 11th in response to CDPH's updated isolation and quarantine guidance. I have had an isolation order and a quarantine order and no other local orders for quite some time. They always mirrored CDPH, but we kept them in order to use them with our contact tracing team whenever we had to send an order to someone who was either positive and needed isolation or exposed and needed to be quarantined. CDPH now, if you look at that table, you will see is not requiring a quarantine of the general public. And again, let me remind you that quarantine is for people who are exposed to COVID-19. They don't have COVID-19, but they are close contacts. Those folks used to have to stay home for 10 days, could be released from quarantine at 5 days if they would test negative. But now there is no quarantine recommendation for the general public, and that is because we know that the predominant circulating virus is Omicron, and Omicron has a very quick incubation period and infectivity period. And by the time many people realize and find out that they've been a close contact, the incubation period has already passed and they've either started demonstrating symptoms or not. Of course, if you're symptomatic, this does not apply to you. But if you remain asymptomatic, there is no requirement for a quarantine. So my order, which used to say you would have to test out of quarantine on day 5, has now been rescinded as there is no requirement from the state. I will let you know that if you look at the CDPH's isolation and quarantine guidance, you see that there's a separate table for certain circumstances that are considered high risk. So congregate settings such as jails and homeless shelters, cooling shelters, emergency centers, those places are still highly recommended to do some quarantining. But again, it was a recommendation and not a mandate. Therefore, there was no longer a need for my quarantine order. Thus, the only order that remains locally that I have is an isolation order, which mirrors exactly CDPH's isolation instructions and is no different and is utilized by our contact tracing team to send out to people so that they can understand what the instructions are. Next slide. And I'm sure you've seen this in the news, but basically the school vaccine requirement has been given a new timeline. This is because the FDA has not fully approved vaccines for 12 to 15. As I said, Pfizer was seeking full licensure for 12 to 17-year-olds, for their vaccine. And the FDA had that meeting but did not make any votes. And we don't know when they're going to be meeting again. Nothing has been scheduled, and they're talking about summer. So recall that the state's precondition for requiring vaccination was that the FDA would authorize them fully. And without the FDA having this on their timeline and us not knowing when this will happen, the state has said that knowing that this will be difficult to implement at the last minute, we are going to put this on pause. So it will not take effect until after full FDA approval and no sooner than July 1, 2023. Next slide. I will say that Senator Richard Pan also pulled back on his bill that was related to that vaccine requirement in schools. I just want to go over testing locations in the county to make it clear that none of our test sites have actually closed. They are all open, and we're trying to keep them open. We did close a couple of months ago, before HRSA took away the reimbursement for uninsured. We did close Chavez, Franklin, and Edison schools in Stockton Unified. Their numbers were so very low. They were doing maybe 7 to 10 tests a day with our case rates being so low that the HR support vendor operating those sites was not able to make ends meet. And so those sites did close. But OptumServe has 2 sites operational in the county, still in Lodi and Stockton. This is a state-sponsored team, so we are not paying OptumServe to be here. This is all funded through the state, and we were given these 2 sites. They used to do PCRs, but now they have transitioned to doing rapid antigen testing, with PCRs available upon request. So rapid is the default test if you were to sign up for a test at one of these locations, but both tests are available. And the fact that at the federal level, reimbursing tests done on uninsured folks, because that seems to be stuck in Congress, does not affect this site. This site, being sponsored by the state, is reimbursed through DHCS and is therefore free to all. Anyone who is uninsured can go and get a rapid antigen test or a PCR test at either of these two locations. HR support sites, there are 9 of them. We still have in Stockton Delta College and Stagg High School. We still have Manteca Transit Union, and in Tracy, the West Valley Mall. In Lodi, there are 5 sites, and although Stockton, Manteca, and Tracy are open Monday through Friday, the sites in Lodi are rotated, so that one's open on Monday, one on Tuesday, one on Wednesday, one on Thursday, and one on Friday. But they're still operational. These sites have always done PCR testing, but recall that we secured them with rapid antigen tests. What we have now worked out with HR support is an agreement that they will offer rapid antigen tests to anyone complimentary of the county. So an uninsured person can go to an HR support site and receive a rapid antigen test at no cost to them. We also had to work out with HR support the maintenance of these sites because they were in such low demand that HR support really was looking at closing all 9 locations, to be honest with you. So we have been working with them to keep them open as much as possible in case there is a need. But I will tell you that if we are doing very well from a COVID standpoint and we don't see any big upticks in the coming months, you might see that we do have to pull back on some of these sites. The state is saying that in the future, what we're expecting is that 80% of testing will be rapids, and a lot of people will be transitioning to doing at-home testing, and PCRs will only account for 20% of testing. So what we are looking at is also making some more bulk purchases of the at-home over-the-counter rapid tests to be distributed to our cities and through our CBOs, as we know that that's something that people feel very comfortable doing at home now. Next slide, and this is my last slide, is just to show you that in addition to the OptumServe offering PCRs and rapids to anyone, and our HR support sites offering rapids to anyone, recall that we have 2 mobile testing and vaccinating opportunities. One is the SNAP Nurse Van. So this is shown on SJ Ready calendar-wise, vertically. And you can see, for example, today, the SNAP Nurse Van is at Public Health Services. And we're saying that it's an SJC PHS mobile event. When you see San Joaquin County PHS mobile event, that is the SNAP Nurse Van. That van is another state-sponsored van that does vaccinations as well as testing. They've got PCRs and rapids. And again, no cost to anyone to go to a SNAP Nurse Van. When you see that it's an SJCC, San Joaquin County Clinics event, that would be one of Joan Sing Song's team. And they are also doing testing and vaccinating at no cost, and her testing is rapid antigen testing only. So just wanted to share all the opportunities out there that are free to everyone. And that would be the end of my slides. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Okay, Vice Chair Rickman. I got your picture right in front of me.
Well, that's great that you have my picture. I love
apparently,
it.
We're not
Supervisor
fixed.
Rickman
Okay.
and I are going
All right. When
exchange.
Vice Chair Rickman shows up, I know it's Supervisor Miller.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Dr. Park, for this presentation today. It answers a lot of questions that my office has been receiving in terms of testing and vaccination availability going forward. Looking at your slide in terms of the calendar of where those mobile sites are going to be, it looks very clear to me and easy to read and understand. So thank you to you and your team. I would encourage us to keep this up and keep communication. I strongly support the purchase of additional home test kits to be distributed to our cities and to our CBOs, and encourage us to continue working with the CBO, the community organizations, who really, they really have their finger on the pulse of what the community needs are. And so thank you. This was very enlightening, very positive. It's great to see that our numbers are dropping, and it appears that we have the necessary resources in place and are going to continue to keep them there. So thank you, Dr. Park.
Any other questions?
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we have some public comments. Chris Cannon.
Was regarding before the presentation, but I don't know if I'm allowed to ask a question for clarification. Is now HR testing free, or do we not have that figured out just yet? That's my main question and my comment for today. So if they're able to answer the question, I'd like that, please.
I'll leave that to Dr. Park, but my understanding, based upon the presentation, is free. Dr. Park?
Yes, thank you. I'm still trying to work with HR support on getting coverage for the PCR types of tests. And they're doing their own research as far as how they would handle this with the lab. They send all their specimens to Avellino Lab, and Avellino Lab is currently increasing their price on their end of the deal. But what we've worked out with HR support is that they would do rapid antigen tests. So uninsured folks can go to OptumServe for either rapid or PCR. If they go to HR support, they can get a rapid on the county's dime, but the PCR test is still not available unless they were to pay that $100 fee at this time. But trust me when I tell you that we are working fervently on coming to a solution for that. I've asked them to name a price which I might be able to pay to cover the PCR test. And they have not been able to come back at me, but this has been back and forth for a couple of weeks now, and I'll tell you, just in the middle of me giving this presentation, I received a call from them, which I was not able to answer. So I will be speaking with them again later today.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So as I continue with my comments, then, and just take this brief time just to say that thank you for working on this problem for us. We see that this is a big deal in Stockton, and I thank you for trying to make it happen. We just ask that you still request that you use these ARPA funds that we're about to get to hopefully make that PCR test free, so that our residents don't get confused on where to go, and if they do go somewhere where it's not, they're not charged for it, that we can use the ARPA funds for that. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Tony McNeil.
Getting old when it's just hard to get up after sitting down for a long time. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I appreciate you guys allowing us to actually get the clarity from the presentation. Dr. Parks, really appreciate that. And so my name is Tony McNeil, community organizer with Faith in the Valley. We have been one of the community organizations that's been out there just educating and informing the community where to go in order to access the rapid test. We've given out actually over 5,300 rapid tests through our congregations and just, in the community at large. One of the things that I just wanted to lift up was not necessarily, I'm more so concerned with the accessing of the PCR if it does go to that $100 fee. Just making sure, once again, in support, that we take that into consideration, specifically for the families that are in this uncomfortable threshold of, I'm not really low income enough to qualify for HSA. So I can't really get, the insurance that I need, but I'm not making enough because I'm doing multiple streams of income in order to just pay the rent because the rent's so doggone high. And so they don't have, insurance. And so I just wanted us to really make sure that we were considering the ones that aren't all the way over there that won't qualify for HSA, any services, but the ones that still don't qualify for insurance through their work. I just wanted to lift up that community because that makes up the majority, I think, of
a lot of our low-income families that would have to pay that $100 if they so choose to go and get the vaccine, right? So I just wanted to lift that up and bring that to our attention. And thank you guys for all of the work, for real, that you guys have done surrounding COVID. You guys have done a phenomenal job in order to get the information out, get the vaccines out, get the rapid tests out, get the resources out, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Felix Oba, is that correct?
Hi, good morning. My name is Felix Oba, and I am the COVID Equity Outreach Coordinator for the Emilia and Adams Whole Life Center here in Stockton, and also a concerned citizen of Stockton. I work with the members of the community who are affected by the COVID-19 test site closures and the $100 surcharge for uninsured. First, I want to thank the board for putting this discussion on today's agenda because this is a true equity issue. A large number of the residents, the Emilia Adams Whole Life Center service, that are low income and uninsured members of the community. I do have some evidence here. I have seen firsthand how the lack of access to free vaccines and testing are barriers to these life-saving services for the uninsured members of the community. For example, the Emilia Adams Whole Life Center held COVID vaccine and testing event in one of these affected areas, and 1/4 of the people we serviced were uninsured. Many of them made the decision to get tested and vaccinated at our event after being told it was free and that the government paid for everything. Unfortunately, now, due to this policy, the uninsured who have symptoms would have to choose between getting tested or going hungry. Especially now with the emergence of the new variant, the need to be vaccinated is as important as ever. We need to be thinking about ways to make vaccines and testing more accessible, not putting up barriers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Diana Diaz.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, staff, and audience members. My name is Deanna Diaz, and I am a community workforce organizer with the North Valley Labor Federation. I have been working with the community members here in our county to build trust with the community-based organizations and to trust us that getting vaccinated is the right thing to do. Also, I have been working to provide accurate COVID information, testing information, and vaccination information, together with some of the community-based organizations that are here today in your audience. We have vaccinated over 500 San Joaquin residents, and we also put together 3 events between January 27th and March 17th in a historically under-resourced neighborhood in South Stockton. And out of those, 17% were uninsured. Now that we've gotten the news that uninsured residents in some HR support sites will be getting charged $100 per vaccine and also per test, I am very concerned, and many community organizations like ours and residents are also very upset to hear these updates. These are some of the only sites that where the county can serve these uninsured individuals. And even though there's still sites offering them for free, it creates another unequitable barrier to the uninsured population where they have to find a site where they won't be charged. This undermines the trust that we have built and all the encouragement that we've made to these individuals where we've championed the free services. As of now, there has been no solution shared with the public, but we did hear Dr. Maggie's Park report where we know that there's still many residents that have yet to receive their second shot, third and fourth booster, as well as many children that do not have even their first vaccine. So I encourage you all to think of those uninsured that may very well fall through the cracks This is an issue that can be corrected with funding and leadership from our county. These services can, like I said, they can be provided by the county. The county has been given millions of dollars in COVID relief funds and is set to receive even more in May. So my ask is that you please allocate funding to address the issue on the next meeting agenda. And I ask that you direct county staff to make sure that nobody has to pay for vaccines or testing and that they're free to all residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Portello-Nelson.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Amy Portello-Nelson, and I am the Health Equity Programs Director at Little Manila Rising here in Stockton. I'm here today to ask the county to allocate funding to ensure that all county-coordinated COVID vaccine and testing sites are free for all residents. Also, please direct and support county staff to continue developing and implementing a plan to make this happen at HR support sites, including identifying and reimbursing individuals who may have had to pay during March 24th till whenever this is resolved. I was really heartened right now just to hear Dr. Maggie Park's updates, and thank you so much to all of you and to Public Health Services and Health Services for the county in general for stepping up to bat for us and for really trying to fight to address this. And I appreciate all of the progress that's been made in the last few weeks, but we're not done yet. We still need to make sure that PCR tests are free at all HR support sites. We still need to make sure that vaccines are free at all sites. As my colleagues and others have said before, this can be very confusing for residents, and it's an equity issue. And we know that this isn't going to be easy. Negotiating contracts, dealing with medical claims is arduous work, but this is something that we can fix. The current practice of some sites charging and others not erodes community trust in teams like Little Manila's and the many other organizations that have worked so hard to connect people with testing and engage these doubting, scared residents during the pandemic. We saw earlier a slide that said 22% of people are still not insured in our county. We have over 700,000 residents here. That means 154,000 people are still not vaccinated. We cannot create one more barrier for them. Our uninsured are some of the most vulnerable residents in the county, including people like college students, young professionals who have aged out of their parents' insurance, to migrant workers just caring for their families. They can't afford these extra fees or one more barrier to access health care, and we can't afford to lose the trust that we have earned with them to support them not only with vaccination and pandemic issues, but other services for issues stemming from long before this pandemic has begun. Another wave of COVID might hit us soon, and our county needs to make it as easy as possible for residents to get vaccinated and boosted. Testing sites are closing now because of low turnout, but community organizations like ours are willing to continue working with public health and the county to do outreach and strategize on how to make this as accessible as possible. We can't wait to address this. Do right by our community and ensure that all residents have access to free vaccines and testing regardless of their insurance status. We've asked them to trust that the government and healthcare systems cares about their health. Now be trustworthy and fix this. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren Arnest.
Hello, good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lauren Arnest. I'm a community organizer with North Valley Labor Federation. And just want to thank Dr. Maggie Park for her presentation and clarifying many of the concerns that I and many other community organizations here present today have had over the past few weeks regarding access to free COVID-19 tests and vaccines for uninsured populations and insured. Everybody, just making sure that our most vulnerable community members have equal access to those tests and vaccines. I just want to say, throughout our vaccination work, free tests and vaccines have been essential to building trust in communities that have otherwise lost faith in our government and healthcare systems. even a logistical level, not asking for insurance at our vaccination clinics have helped us serve more people, as it has just sped up the process and just made people feel more welcome and safe at our events. And that just making them want to come back. And, that, gets them another dose in a few weeks. It makes them want to come back, and that contributes to the safety of our communities in general. And I just want to say, I am very grateful for the progress that has been made over the last few weeks, and grateful for the concerns being addressed here today in Dr. Park's presentation. But again, I think Amy Portello-Nelson said it just now, but we don't want to have to do this again. We just want to really ensure and make sure that this doesn't happen again. And because that information was going around and people were worried, oh, am I not going to be able to get my vaccine in the next few weeks? It would just save us a lot of time and energy. Just all of you, it would save a lot of time and energy, and all of us who deal with, who work to serve our communities on a daily basis. We are both in the same boat, and just want to, also just for if anybody who had to pay in the last few weeks, we want to make sure that is covered. And so just because it is a large fee, especially in over the past few years, it has been free with no questions asked. And it's, we just want to make sure it doesn't happen again. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Supervisor Miller.
I have a request, Chairman.
I've got...
No, maybe somebody else has a request to speak in there. We seem to be all jumbled.
I'm trying to find out. Okay.
I have a request.
Is that you?
I have a request, sir.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Park, are you still with us during this discussion?
Yes, I'm here.
So I know that you've taken extreme actions, and through the Bayesian program, we've been very cognizant to make sure that we're reaching out to our most vulnerable in population. Yet we also have people from the public that are speaking with very valid concerns that there's cost, there's insurance, there's some sort of barrier or difficulty in accessing either vaccination or testing. Could you address their concerns? And if these concerns aren't being fully addressed, are you available to meet with some of these representatives and discuss how to satisfy their concerns and basically mitigate whatever might be in the way?
Sure, and I'll try to address it again. So let me be very frank with this audience. When we closed Chavez, Franklin, and Edison, they were doing 10, maybe 20 tests a day. HR support has to pay the staff that's out there doing those tests. They only get about 30, 40%, and the lab keeps the rest, the lab that these samples go to. They could not make ends meet and suggested that they could only make ends meet if they could do 50 tests a day at each site. If you were to do only 20 tests in a day, they wanted us to consider paying them for the 30 that weren't done at a rate of $100, which would have amounted to $3,000 per each of those sites per day. So that is why those sites at the time did close, as we did not have the means to amend our contract to that degree. But as I said, I've been in talks with them, and they did then come back and say that they actually wanted to close all of the sites, the 9 sites, because now not only the 3 of them had low demand, but across the board, every site. And, first on the chopping block was going to be Manteca Transit, which was only doing 7 tests to 11 tests a day. And I understand that this is a business for them. However, they're not coming forward as being super greedy. They're just trying to make ends meet as well. So on the one hand, we were talking with them about how to keep the sites open. And coincidentally, at the same time, the United States HRSA announced that they would no longer reimburse for testing for any of these agencies or vendors that are doing it on uninsured folks. So HR support in general does a PCR on someone, charges that insurance, but if they were uninsured, they would charge HRSA. Well, HRSA announced that that was no longer available until Congress came to an agreement on one of Biden's plans, which seems to be stuck with political back and forth. We really thought it would only be stuck for a week and that HRSA would revive the program and start paying again, and that HR support would be able to collect that reimbursement. But it has been stuck now for a couple of weeks. And I believe that the vendor is looking at when this might become unstuck at the federal level and they can start getting that reimbursement. They were charging $100 for PCR tests, but now the lab that they're affiliated with, Avellino, might charge more than $100 just to run the test. So that is not at all going to work for them. And I have suggested that they perhaps sign on to become a Medi-Cal provider through the DHCS uninsured program. I have asked them to give me a hard price. What would they charge me to do a PCR on an uninsured person? And I've met with their upper management about this. I'm waiting on answers to see how they would like to move forward. They are looking to see what type of deal they're going to make with the lab, because any result that is done in that lab, you have to also pay for the result to be shared electronically with the person getting the test. And there's a doctor who is hired to deal with any person who receives a positive result and wants to talk with an Avellino doctor. So there's many, many facets to this. And I can try to move forward and say, look, if you're not going to give me a price, let me name some prices and tell me if you'll take them. I have tried that angle and not received a definitive response as they work through their own leadership to see what they want to do.
Dr. Park, question for you. What alternatives do we have? I've heard numbers that a rapid test costs as low as $15 per test. Is that accurate?
It can be if you're getting an over-the-counter. You might get a rapid over-the-counter 2-pack.
Okay. So then, question for you: what type of solution? We've got pharmacies spread throughout our county in many different regions of cities. Could this county access a bulk number of rapid tests at $15 a test? We're not worried about the $100 a test, and a PCR might be obviously much more expensive, and we can maybe run that out of a set clinic, perhaps at the county hospital, but at least a person can find out and identify with a fairly high accuracy rate, certainly well above 50-50, more in the 80% range of accuracy. So what can we do that's a solution to address the concerns from the public? Utilize some county dollars, utilize some county resources. We have tens of millions of dollars we receive from ARPA that our CAO might be able to identify that through you we can use for testing to get the test out into the community and available.
Right. So you mentioned getting rapid tests and buying them in bulk, and that is exactly what we are supplying to HR support are the rapid tests.
Okay. So then there's no cost to $100 each test. That would be unusual to pay $15 and charge $100 for that test. If it's a rapid test and it gives you a positive or a negative, anybody can read it. I've done them regularly. So how can we get these to pharmacies so that they are available if and when somebody in the public would want one?
Well, we are going to be making another large purchase in the thousands of rapids. We have the commercial professional boxes through the MOOC that we have given to HR support, plenty of them. And as I was going to say, the Lodi sites previously were not doing rapid tests for HR support, and now every HR support site has a rapid test because we have supplied them. when you're speaking of supplying the pharmacies, we don't have agreements with any pharmacies that are doing PCRs, and that is the thing that everyone is seeking here. I've heard all the public comments, and I understand they want access to PCRs. I do want to reassure people that when it comes to the BA2 variant and anything that's Omicron, because of the really rapid infectivity period, incubation period, rapids are very much preferred because you want to know quickly what you have, and a PCR could take now 24 to 48 hour turnaround time in a lab. So we're happy to be able to offer rapids at every site now. It was previously only a few of the HR support sites that had them, and that's why they had the asterisk on them on SJ Ready. You will see that none of them have asterisks now because they all have rapids. PCR tests, there are such things as at-home PCR tests, which we had previously purchased from Fulgent and were giving out in little boxed kits that needed to be sent back to a lab, but they counted as a PCR test because they were run in a lab. So we can look into a different company and see if we want to purchase bulk PCR tests. But as I said, that would require that somebody self-tests, mails it into a lab, and waits a couple of days for a result.
So question, Dr. Park, as you pointed out, so to our community representatives that have spoken out, are you interested primarily in a PCR test, or are you just interested in access to testing and not having to pay $100 for the test if you were to get a rapid test? Does anybody have a collective voice on this? Speak now. I mean, we're asking.
This is Greg. I'm not sure if you can hear me. Yeah, I think one of the things we need to emphasize, we did amend our contract with HR support to allow those 9 testing sites to remain open. So there is community access at those 9 sites, and at all those 9 sites, the rapid antigen test is without charge for anybody. So I just wanted to emphasize that we did work with HR support to maintain those 9 sites rather than them closing, and rapid antigen test is free for anybody that goes to all of those sites. And as Dr. Park mentioned, we're working to acquire additional at-home test kits. There's a distinction between the commercial kit and the at-home kit. So we're working to acquire more at-home kits that can be distributed at home. But I'd also like to emphasize that anybody, regardless of immigration or insurance status, can go to covidtest.gov and acquire 5 for free, and they be mailed to you. So I just want to make sure that everyone else also aware of that access as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Dietrich. That's all I have, Chairman.
Thank you. I have supposedly 2. Okay. Well, I saw Vice Chair Rickman again.
When you see Vice Chair Rickman's face, you'll know that it's me.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
A question for Dr. Park. We're hearing a lot about the various tests, but what about vaccines? Are the vaccines also available at all of these sites free of charge?
So currently, I do not know of anyone who is being charged for vaccines as of yet, although HRSA did say that the reimbursement for vaccinations was also included. I personally don't know of anyone who's been charged, and it's very difficult to get that sort of information, but I'm not aware. We did have HR support doing vaccination events last year, but as of late, we honestly don't have businesses, schools, or large entities reaching out to us and asking for vaccine events. So we're not sending HR support out into the community to do vaccine events. They've solely been doing testing. We do have one business in the county that did have a vaccine event with HR support last year, and they want to do a booster event. So we are in talks with HR support, and they are inclined to doing the event without charging anyone, because based on our preliminary research, most of the people at that business are insured. It shouldn't be an issue, and they're going to cover the cost of the event and not charge anyone. But in general, people now are going to myturn.ca.gov to get a vaccine, or they're coming to one of our hosted events, for example, through the SNAP Nurse Ban, which again is state-sponsored, so there's no charge that's covered through DHCS at the state level.
Okay. I just seem to recall the slide that you put up there. It looked like most of the events or most of the locations were offering both testing and vaccines. It would be really nice if we could work out a permanent rotating schedule for the SNAP vans. I mean, we have a host of county community centers. All the cities have various community centers. It seems like there ought to be locations throughout the county that we could set up a regular rotation where at least, folks could see that testing and vaccines are available in one place for free, everything for free on this day. I'd like to see that, and I'd also like to verify with every single one of these vendors who are talking about offering testing, if they are going to offer vaccines as well. I think we should verify that those will be no cost, so that all the information on our website is accurate and up to date. I think that would be really helpful to the public. Thank you.
And Supervisor Miller, this is Greg again. I just confirmed it still appears that the pharmacies, specifically Walgreens and CVS, there are no costs for vaccines for the COVID vaccine at those pharmacies still to this date, as far as what I can see on their website. So as Dr. Park mentioned, I don't think we know of anybody specifically charging for vaccines at this time.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Dietrich, in regards to, this is the chair, with the CVS and Walgreens, the question is, and I haven't looked recently, but I've checked in the past, but they're not only offering COVID vaccinations, they're also administering a variety of other potential vaccines, obviously, that may be affecting a certain segment of our population. Do you know if that's still the case? And if it is, are all those vaccinations free of charge?
In general, no. For the COVID vaccine, given the declared federal emergency, they are still free. But for like Zostervax or even seasonal influenza, I think for those non-COVID ones, there is still an insurance component to it. But in general, just going to a pharmacy, vaccines are not free except for the COVID vaccine.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Any other comments or questions?
Chairman Nguyen, we do have public comments for this item that were written.
Okay, I was going to ask Director Cunningham, any comments on anything else before we go to public comment?
So I did want to address, I know there were questions about our after action report from the last board meeting. We are working with public health. We have an RFP ready to go. The concern is that it's going to be over the purchasing threshold. And given that, we would have to come back to the board, ask for approval to hit that or to go above that threshold, then put the RFP out for a contractor to come back and extend that time period. What we're looking at is around $350,000 for that for the after action report contract to go out to bid. Public health is going to cover some of that through their existing funds. The rest would be covered through either ARPA funds or contingency funds with the county. So that is something that we wanted to ask the board about. If that is something you are interested in with us moving forward, it would speed up that process a little bit. We will bring the contract back once we get that approved, or once we get that contract written, and then have board approval with the contract to start the process.
Any questions or comments? I think that would be probably just fine moving ahead. I think all of us are looking forward to an after-action report because we've covered so much ground over the last 2 years. I think that the faster we can get information as to what went wrong, but also what went right, would be beneficial, especially in the event if we experience another outbreak with COVID. So I would say yes. Let's move forward with that expansion. All right. So, clerk of the board. Public comments.
Thank you, Chairman. The first comment was submitted by Adam, who writes, "The psychological war on humanity that you all stand behind, that you have the power to end in our county, but won't because you worship the money. This is a choreographed takeover and systemic destruction of our country. It is in our face. Our government at the highest levels is compromised. COVID testing resulted in more learning loss than COVID itself in children due to the quarantine protocols and faulty COVID testing results. Our children were not lab rats. Are you all prepared prepare for major issues going forward. You have all backed and allowed this abuse. Shame on you for having a hand in the abuse of the children. Grow a pair and maybe you would have the people's respect. You have all proved that your positions are worthless. You have helped with the destruction and abuse of our community. The next comment was submitted by both Allie and Maria, and it states, thank you for your public pats on the back of your failed leadership. Thank you for not listening to the parents and your community concerns. Thank you for watching the education system fail and your lack of action. Thank you for watching your community crumble. Thank you for not putting the children first. Thank you for not putting your community first. Thank you for putting a price on the people. Thank you for allowing the government to demoralize and dehumanize the children. Thank you for being weak and looking after your own positions and pockets. Thank you for showing your community who you really are. Next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, hello, I hope the board is doing well. I'm submitted this public comment because I had heard that COVID-19 testing, and vaccines could potentially be charged from $100 to $150 per test and vaccine in San Joaquin County. Currently, it costs little to nothing to provide these essential procedures, and it should stay that way. If this is in any way the direction the county is going, I humbly ask the Board of Supervisors to continue funding testing and vaccine distribution. Those who are uninsured would be disproportionately affected by the decision, and those who would be hit hardest by the changes would be the people of color community. The next comment was submitted by Latoya McNeil, who writes, please vote to allocate ARPA funds towards HR support. The next comment was submitted by Atlas Riviera, who writes, please continue the funding of COVID-19 testing and vaccines, especially for those who are uninsured. Mostly of the community in Stockton is uninsured, and they will be greatly affected by these changes. Stockton's population is 779,233 as of 2020. The number of confirmed COVID-19 cases as of April 18, 2022 is 175,961, which is 22.58% of our community. Just about a quarter of our county has been confirmed to have had COVID-19, and if you take away the funding for COVID testing, then these numbers are going to rise and we won't even know it. The next comment was submitted by William, who writes, Dr. CCP Park, us purebloods aren't taking the poison. Stop with your pandemic games. You, along with everyone else who promoted the genocide, will be held accountable. God win. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, hello, I am a resident that resides in District 1. I would like to ask the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors to address the recent changes from HR support asking uninsured residents to pay $100 for vaccines and tests at their sites. I believe that no one should have to pay for a COVID-19 vaccine or test, especially when there is a statewide effort in California to make sure vulnerable and marginalized populations have access to this resource. I work in South Stockton to help provide COVID-19 resources to communities of color. Often, community members will tell me that if they don't have access to free COVID-19 tests, then they aren't able to safely come into work every day. My community is able to feel safe and supported when there are other free testing sites in South Stockton. Because the population I work with don't often speak English, don't have access to cell phones, and often hear about information through word of mouth, taking away South Stockton HR support sites and charging at others is only detrimental to community health. Please allocate funding to address this issue on the next meeting agenda and ask county staff to develop and implement a plan for using existing and incoming COVID-19 funds to ensure that all county coordinated testing and vaccine sites are free for all residents, including uninsured residents. Thank you for your time. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, hello, my name is Casey Ann Carbonell, and I live in District 2. I would like to ask the Board of Supervisors to address the recent changes from HR support asking uninsured residents to pay $100 for vaccinations and testings at their sites. These sites are some of the only places that these populations can easily access to receive these services because they are stable and known. Not everyone can access the website on sjready.org because of language and technology barriers, making unnecessary barriers to them being able to find a site where they won't be charged. With many testing and vaccine sites closing and some now charging uninsured residents, these changes can confuse and deter residents who may already be hesitant to seek these services. The county has been given millions of dollars in COVID relief funds and is set to receive even more in May. Please allocate funding to address this issue on the next meeting agenda and ask county staff to develop and implement a plan for using existing and incoming COVID-19 funds to ensure all county coordinated testing and vaccine sites are free for all residents, including uninsured residents. There is potential for another COVID wave from the Omicron BA.2 variant soon. We cannot create barriers for some residents to access these services. We are still living in a pandemic, and many community members still struggle to access resources. I hope that this board will do the right thing by the people. Thank you. The next comment was submitted by Salvador Valencia, who writes, "Hello, my name is Salvador Valencia, and I live in District 6. I am here today to ask the Board of Supervisors to address the recent changes from HR support asking uninsured residents to pay $100 for vaccinations and testing at their sites. These sites are some of the only places that populations can easily access and receive these services because they are stable and known." And Chairman Nguyen, this appears to be word for word the same comment that I just read, so I'm just going to add that this comment was also submitted by Salvador Valencia and move on to the next comment. It was submitted by Kaylee, and she writes, "Good morning. Today there are many things going on in our state today as well as our local community. People are at the Capitol fighting to protect the lives of those in the womb, while there are also people in our Stockton community mourning the terrible loss of a student from Stagg High School after yesterday's stabbing. While many detrimental things are happening, we have Kathy Miller and Chuck Wynn mobilizing their political puppets to come against other supervisors over an incident that happened 2 years ago. Yes, these are things that are important to those two right now. We are at the breaking point of crime, mental health issues, and businesses floundering in our community. But we have two board members that have made it their mission to point fingers instead of doing their jobs for bettering our county. To the people in the room who are here to read off scripts that have been provided to them by Miller and Wynn's team, you are all being played. You are simply puppets to those two that have nothing better to do because they're termed out and have made a career of politics. Rather than being effective in the community that we'll all reside in, my message to those who are being used, please think for yourself about whether what you are doing is better for a community that needs repair. Ask yourselves, you would really be here without telling someone you too. Spread kindness, not hate." Kimberly Wormsley writes, "Dear Honorable Chair Wynn and Board Supervisors, on behalf of the 6th District of Stockton and County District 1, I urge you all to reconsider the vaccination testing fees that are being proposed at this time. County District 1 has endured the highest rates of positive COVID deaths and exposures within the county. The grief, trauma, and despair continue to perpetuate this community. Furthermore, this community has some of the most compelling and complex health insecurities with minimum resources. This very same district also has struggled with historic poverty and food insecurities. It would be disingenuous to not continue to provide much-needed testing sites, kits, and vaccination resources in order to continue to help combat and mitigate the spread of COVID-19. The CDC expects another surge in the next coming weeks. This county must continue to do our share in providing resources for community members. Providing resources, vaccination, testing sites, etc. are important in turning the curb and moving forward to preserve our community and businesses. I hope you feel the same way. Please stand with this community and provide them with the tools they need to equally thrive and be well. I appreciate your time and dedication in ensuring that this area is protected. Time is of the essence in making the right decisions and reopen these sites and continue to provide mobilized vaccinations. Respectfully submitted, Councilwoman Wormsley." The next comment was submitted by Aubrey Borba, who writes, "Are you ready to stand up for your freedoms? Are you ready to stand up for the people of your county? Following along and not doing more and not doing less is not enough anymore. Week after week after week, the constituents, the people this board represents, plead with this board to hear us, to help us. Our freedoms are being stripped by the tyrannical leaders of this state. We, the people, are standing up for our freedoms and voicing our opposition to such tyrannical leaders. But when will our board join us and stand up as well? Do you not believe in medical freedoms over your own body? Do you believe you should be forced to put something into your body that you do not want to? Even worse, do you think children should be forced to put something in their body that is not studied extensively and no long-term studies? It's amazing how bordering counties can stand up for their people in local emergencies, stand up to Newsom, and send an open letter opposing mandates for children, but our county cannot. How does that work? It's been weeks since the last time the local emergency was discussed, and still no answers to the questions that were brought up that day. If this board cannot stand up for the people when I ask you what are your intentions for being a board member? The next comment was submitted by Tivoli Walker, who writes, hello, my name is Tivoli Walker, and I'm submitting this comment on behalf of Public Health Advocates. Our REACH COVID program manager and staff have worked diligently to increase the COVID-19 vaccine rate among African American Stockton residents. I asked the Board of Supervisors to address the recent changes from HR support asking uninsured residents to pay $100 for vaccinations and testings at their sites. These sites are some of the only places this population can easily access to receive these services because they are stable and known. This is a health equity issue. Many residents have shared with CBOs that some of the existing barriers to getting vaccines and tested include a lack of access to technology, therefore being unable to access sjready.org. With many testing sites, vaccine sites closing, and some now charging uninsured residents, these changes can confuse and deter residents who may already be hesitant to seek these services. Our county still has millions of COVID dollars that we've received from the state feds and is set to receive another $74 million in May. This funding would be used to ensure all residents have access to testing and vaccines. It is the very least the county can do. Please allocate funding to address this issue on the next meeting agenda and ask county staff to develop and implement a plan for using existing and incoming COVID-19 funds to ensure that all county coordinated testing and vaccine sites are free for all residents, including uninsured residents. And Chairman Nguyen, that concludes the public comments for this item.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I just have one quick final question, and it goes to the accessibility of this information. As several of our speakers have mentioned, they don't have the technology to access SJ Ready. My question to Dr. Park is, are we communicating really closely with 211 so that they've got the most up-to-date information at all times and everyone can be pointed toward making a phone call to 211 to get this information, even if they don't have access via a smartphone or a computer?
Yes, I believe so, Supervisor Miller. 211 is always present on our resilient community
You're cutting in and out, Dr. Park.
Chairman Nguyen, I can see that she's speaking and that her microphone is unmuted, so it just may be a connection issue at this time.
Yeah, I'd just like to, Ms. Cunningham and Ms. Heyer, if we can just make sure that we are really linked in solidly with 211 and we're pushing out that information, not just visit SJ Ready, but through our CBOs, call 211 if you need to know how to access testing or vaccines. And let's make sure that the folks there know exactly where they can go for free services. Thank you.
I would add that one of the advantages is it is multilingual, which means that individuals of all languages can access that information, which I think is also very important. Okay, so we may have lost Dr. Park, but I think she basically answered the question. I think we can move forward on that. Okay, Dr. Cunningham, any other comments, questions? Mr. Dietrich? Hearing none. Okay, I want to thank you very much. Appreciate it. Moving on to consent items. Any supervisor wishing to pull any items for discussion? Supervisor Patty?
No, Chairman, thank you.
Supervisor Miller?
No, thank you.
Supervisor Villaputa?
None, thank you.
Vice Chair Rickman?
None, Chair.
And I have none, so I need a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion to accept.
Second.
Okay. And consent items adopted 5-0. Thank you very much. Moving on to the next. In-Home Support Services Public Authority. Have a public hearing to adopt in-home support services public authority fiscal year 2022-23 budget and approve the home supportive services public authority interagency agreement.
Chairman Nguyen?
Yes.
You'll need to recess the Board of Supervisors meeting to start this meeting, and this is a consent item, not a public hearing at this time.
Okay, well, we're going to vote on that, so I'm just announcing it. Okay, so any questions from the board on this particular item? None. Open the public hearing. Any comments from the public? Seeing none. Okay. And a motion for a consent.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
And Supervisor Rickman is away. The vote won't go through at this time, so I'll do a roll call vote. Supervisor Villapudua?
Yes.
Supervisor Miller?
Yes.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Chairman Nguyen?
Yes.
And for the record, Supervisor Rickman is absent for this vote.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, moving to scheduled public hearings. I think Mr. Balaji, Director Balaji for Public Works. Morning.
Good morning, Chairman Nguyen. Good morning, Supervisors. Chris Balaji, Director of Public Works. And today we are here with the Earth Day approaching to talk about the kind of good things that Public Works does in San Joaquin County for its constituents. And it's also a good time to mention the free recycling options that are available to all San Joaquin County residents that they can take their material and dispose it off properly without damaging the Mother Earth. The Department of Public Works has multiple recycling programs to protect the Earth by reducing the amount of waste that goes into the landfill to help lower the pollution and also reduce the amount of the greenhouse gas emissions and improving the air quality and water quality, while at the same time conserving the natural resources for the future generations of our country to enjoy. With me today is Ms. Julie D'Ambraso. She's our management analyst at the Solid Waste Division, and we fondly call her the mattress czar. And she's very passionate about the work that she does, and she's done a lot of great things. She's here to highlight one of the many things that we do in Public Works to conserve resources, recycle, and protect the Mother Earth. She's going to be talking about the mattress recycling program by presenting a quick overview how this program works and mention how our constituents can take advantage of this program so that things don't end up on the side of the road costing us a lot more money like as it does right now. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. D'Ambraso.
Good morning, Board. Yes, can I see the clicker? Every day, more than 50,000 mattresses are discarded in the U.S. Mattresses consume a large volume of landfill space. They are hard to manage, fail to compress, and each mattress can take 50 to 100 years to decompose. To keep mattresses out of the landfill, in 2013, the state passed Senate Bill 254 to increase recycling and decrease improper disposal. This bill established the Used Mattress Recovery and Recycling Act and authorized the state to certify an organization to administer a mattress recycling program. The Mattress Recycling Council, MRC, which is made up of mattress manufacturers, was chosen to implement this cost-effective program to recycle used mattresses. A charge of $10.50 is added to the purchase price of every mattress and box spring and remitted to MRC to fund the mattress recycling program. In 2016, MRC gave birth to the Bye Bye Mattress media campaign. Bye Bye Mattress is used to educate the public on the benefits of recycling, spread awareness, and to make recycling a used mattress easy, with a catchy name and a simple-to-use website. Bye Bye Mattress uses various social media networks for advertising. Most recognizable, the Sandman commercials that air on TV. Bye Bye Mattress works to inform the consumer of the many options for recycling a used mattress free of charge. This includes removing the used mattress at the time the new mattress is delivered, checking with residential garbage collectors to see if a curbside pickup is available or if a cleanup event has been scheduled in their vicinity. Another option is to visit buybuymattress.com to find a free and convenient drop-off location. Most mattresses can be diverted from the landfill and their materials recycled into other products. Components that can typically be recovered from a used mattress or box spring include steel, foam, cotton, and wood. In 2018, Public Works became a program participant and now helps to spread awareness about the mattress recycling program using various media platforms. Billboards, magazines, bus tail, and DMV ads are just a few ways that residents and businesses may learn about Bye Bye Mattress and their used mattress recycling options across San Joaquin County. MRC has awarded grant funding to Public Works to improve facilities and maximize mattress collection. Improvements include asphalt pads and awnings to protect mattresses from the elements, as well as the purchase of specialized forks for forklifts to move stacks of mattresses safely and efficiently. Improvements help to ensure mattresses dropped off under this program are recycled. In 2021, the county recycled over 21,000 mattresses. To put that into perspective, 21,000 mattresses would cross the Golden Gate Bridge 15 times. Public Works currently has 3 registered facilities that collect used mattresses for recycling. The North County Recycling Center and Sanitary Landfill in Lodi, Lovelace Materials Recovery Facility and Transfer Station in Manteca, and the Foothill Sanitary Landfill in Linden. County residents may drop off their used mattresses free of charge at any one of these participating facilities. In addition to mattresses, residents may also do the earth a favor and be a money saver by taking advantage of the other county recycling programs. Drop off any of these household items for free and help to reduce waste and reuse valuable resources. For more information on all of the recycling programs that the Department of Public Works has to offer, visit sjcrecycle.org. Make Earth Day every day by utilizing one of the county's many recycling programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. This concludes our presentation. Chairman Nguyen and supervisors, staff and I will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Seeing none. Any comments from the public? Seeing no one. Okay. Motion and a second on this report.
So moved.
Please vote.
Chairman, I think we should also note that that was the quickest presentation by Director Balaji we've ever seen.
Well, Director Balaji wanted his staff to get back to work, so I accommodated him. And now we'll have our awards ceremony. So thank you. All right. So moving forward, we have the Service Retiree Awards.
Work, CAO Wilverding and County Council Miles. I'm Jennifer Goodman, Assistant Director of Human Resources, along with Oriana Mahoney, our Staff Development Coordinator, to present on behalf of Director Hopkins the county's Service and Retiree Awards. San Joaquin County Human Resources is proud to be part of the county's Service Award Program. This award program strives to recognize employees at milestone periods of service at 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, and up to 40 years of service to our community. Employees with 10 and 15 years of service receive a service pin and certificate in acknowledgement of their milestone, which is presented. Employees with over 20 years of service are honored by the Board of Supervisors in an awards ceremony. Typically, the honorees are invited to attend the service awards ceremony at a designated Board of Supervisor meeting and are given the opportunity to come up to the dais and take a picture with the members of the board. Due to COVID-19, alternative measures to ensure compliance with public health guidelines prompted us to find another way to recognize these dedicated staff. At today's meeting, we will present a PowerPoint which includes pictures of the employees who requested to be honored publicly. I will note that this will be our last virtual awards ceremony. We are looking forward to inviting honorees to attend the Board Supervisors Recognition Ceremony in person when we conduct our next program, likely in August. As part of the program, the honorees are provided 2 long-lasting gifts, a service pin identifying the years of service, and a framed matted print, hopefully something our employees are proud to have and display. The framed prints are high-quality reproductions of 19th and 20th century original art from the archives of the San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum. The employee has a choice of 45 prints of historical figures, architecture, agricultural nature scenes. The prints include a brass plate identifying the employee and their years of service. The employees will receive their prints within about 30 days in their home departments. So included in your board package in support of this presentation is a listing of the 123 employees from 21 departments who are eligible to participate in today's ceremony. 26 employees requested to be honored publicly today. These service awards cover staff who became eligible from the months of September 2021 to December 2021. And employees wishing to be publicly recognized provided a photograph which will be displayed while honoring each employee. Human Resources is proud to recognize employees for their years of service and dedication to our community. We thank the Board of Supervisors for providing this opportunity to express meaningful recognition to our employees who have made public service their career choice.
All right, we'll now honor our employees with their service awards. Is the clicky not working? There we go. So this is the plaque or visuals of the plaques that they are offered the opportunity, just a couple of representations from the photos that they can choose from. We're going to start with our members who have provided 35 years of dedicated service. We're going to start with Jolene Finch of Human Services Agency, Paula Soto of Human Services Agency, Christopher Zarate of Public Works, and that concludes our 35-year. For 30 years of service, we have 2 members, Ben Guzman from Public Works and Per Shaw of Behavioral Health Services. We have 4 members completing 25 years of service. We start with Jeniel Arong from Department of Child Support Services, Diana Marcos, Office of Revenue and Recovery, Deborah Mendoza from the Sheriff's Office, and Jose Ordaz from Human Services Agency. Those with 20 years of service, we have about 17 members in this category. Shanta Adesina of Behavioral Health Services, Michelle Agualo, Department of Child Support Services, Kelly Alaniz, Behavioral Health Department, Janie Alvarez, San Joaquin General Hospital, Shakira Wan from Information Services Division, Berlene Bilones, Correctional Healthcare Services, John Burkett from Information Systems Division, Ava Blackwell from Human Services Agency, Michael Collegri, Human Services Agency, Debbie Daniels, Probation Department, Praxidis Espiritu from Probation Department, Andrea Gignani, County Administrator's Office, Beth Hines, Human Services Agency, Victoria Hibbard, Human Services Agency, sorry, I'm a little stuck here. Can you advance it from your end? Working on this. Amy Newby, District Attorney's Office. Sharice Reed, Human Services Agency. Suzanne Schultz, District Attorney's Office. And that concludes our service awards for the day.
Thank you. Okay. Any comments, questions? All right. Public comment, Madam Clerk?
We do. Thank you, Chairman Nguyen. A public comment was submitted by Frank Rodriguez, who writes, congratulations to Ms. Paula Soto on 35 years of service in the county and the Department of Aging and Community Services. Thank you for the dedication to us and to the community we serve. Sincerely, Frank Rodriguez, Director, Boggs Track Community Center. And that concludes the public comments.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to all of our employees. It's always really fun to see them recognized, and it's pretty amazing to see the number of employees that we have had here within the county for decades. And so thank you again to all of our employees. Well-deserved recognition, and it's a pleasure working with you. Thank you.
Supervisor Petty, any comments?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. As we often have that pleasure of meeting them when they come in for their awards, but really, truly, you look at hundreds of years of service. If you added their years here in the county collectively, we have to appreciate it because they are the spine, they are the backbone, they are the ones that answer the calls, and they are out addressing the day-to-day concerns. So while we sit in here and have public come in and engage with us, oftentimes they are the ones doing the hard work. And we're a better county because of them. So thank you for the years of service that they've given.
Supervisor Villapruta.
Thank you, Chair. Well, again, this is always a good time to say congratulations and thank you for all the hard work for all the employees of San Joaquin County. And for those who are retired, may you enjoy your retirement.
And Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Just to put it in perspective, it's total years of service, 2,765 years, which is absolutely amazing. I want to say thank you to all of our employees for the great work that you do. We live in a great county. We have a county of almost 800,000 people. And the great thing is, we're a very tight-knit county community. There's people that I recognize on this, on the photos here today. And those of you that are going to be retiring, God bless, enjoy your retirement. And again, thank you everybody for your service, your dedication, and your commitment to San Joaquin County. Without you, the boots on the ground, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. So again, thank you very much.
I would agree with my fellow supervisors. I think one of the things that I always appreciate is they all, and you all, are the face of the county. It's not us up here. It's certainly you on a daily basis. I want to recognize Paula Soto, who is the director for the Thornton Community Center. She was a leader in the community. I have to thank her because on a number of occasions she was able to facilitate town hall meetings that I had in Thornton in regards to her connection with the community. And so, again, I wish her the best in her retirement. So moving on to the next presentation, which is our assessor's office in regards to oral presentation on GIS looking to the future of assessor, recorder, county clerk's office. Like an army of individuals coming down.
It's still good morning, so while my co-workers set up the laptop, I'll do the introductions, if everybody's okay.
That'd be great.
Thank you. Honorable Chairman Nguyen and the Board of Supervisors, my name is Wakar Rizvi, and I am the Information Systems Manager at the Assessor Recorder County Clerk Office. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here in front of you today to showcase our technology updates and upgrades. In the last two presentations to this board, Assessor Bestolorides and Karen Johnson, the Assistant Assessor, had talked about past and present projects. Today, we are going to indulge in the future of the Assessor's Office. The future of the Assessor Office, as we foresee, is going to be in GIS technologies. And what is GIS? GIS stands for Geographic Information System that creates, manages, analyzes, and maps all types of data. This provides a foundation for mapping and analysis that is used in science and almost every industry. The benefits include improved communication and efficiency, as well as better management and decision-making for our staff. It is absolutely essential to have GIS in our assessor's office. Without this, it will be impossible to do our job effectively. Within the assessor office, GIS is used and can be used to improve property value assessments, using location analytics to enrich data and visualizing the results to uncover trends and patterns. GIS has the capability to quickly detect errors and outliers and refine valuation models and deliver more accurate data to the stakeholders and, most importantly, to our taxpayers. At this time, I would like to introduce Rebecca Venegas, who is the GIS Principal Analyst at the Assessor Recorder County Clerk Office. And also, I would like to introduce Paul Bedenset, who is going to be co-presenting with myself. Paul is sitting on my left side. Paul Bedenset is an international property tax consultant and founder of the Center for Appraisal Research and Technology, a nonprofit dedicated to promoting appraisal equity through research, workflows, and technology. He has most recently worked with the governments of Moldova, Estonia, Ukraine, and many other jurisdictions within the United States. As you can see, Paul is a co-author of this book called GIS for Property Tax and Assessment Professionals. And he is an adjunct professor of economics at Regent University in Virginia. Paul?
Thank you, Vakar. Honorable members of the board, it is a pleasure to speak with you today. I thank you for giving me this opportunity, and it's been a great experience working with your county and your assessor's office in particular. As assessors and civil servants of local government, why is it important that we value fair and equitable valuations? Why should we care? They are our ethical duty as assessors and civil servants. Overall, it helps us ensure that each taxpayer is paying his or her own fair share, so to speak, of the tax base. It's often required by law in many states and local governments that certain levels of accuracy and equity with respect to valuations are achieved. Fair and equitable valuations help us as local governments reduce costs. Appeals can be extremely expensive. On the lower side, it can just be additional staff, time, and resources. In extreme instances, appeals can result in very expensive court cases and even loss of trust within the public. It also helps us navigate mandatory revaluations that can prove costly in the short and long run. By redistributing the tax base and ensuring that everybody is paying their fair share, it helps remove an undue cost to citizens who were previously overtaxed. Fair and equitable valuations help promote the careers of elected and appointed officials and their responsibilities to the public. Lots of jurisdictions have been in the news lately over the past few years for inequitable valuations that fall disproportionately on different businesses and households. And in mild cases, this has resulted in PR headaches and lots of appeals. And in some extreme instances, for example, in Philadelphia, government officials have even been removed from office. Overall, it helps us promote public trust and acceptance with those that we serve. And overall, it helps us promote that the property tax regime and make sure that it actually functions to do as it's supposed to and raise municipal finances to benefit the community. Some quick examples of how GIS can help assessors do their jobs more effectively and efficiently, as well as inform the taxpayers and the public at large. First, in our industry, data collection is the most important element of a property valuation and therefore a property tax assessment. We know that valuations are only as good as the data that's used in our analyses. We have an adage in our industry that garbage in is equal to garbage out. If your ingredients are not fresh, so to speak, you're going to have a sour dinner. Overall, it helps us ensure that fairness and equity is achieved regardless of the property owner, regardless of the location, regardless of the property type. It helps us more efficiently allocate our resources and know where we need to send our boots on the ground. If we can strategically plan, we can significantly save time and money by focusing only on the areas that are only on the areas that are broken. I typically say this is similar to if your spark plugs go out in your vehicle, you don't replace the whole engine. You can only fix what you need to and save your time and money. It also helps in data collection for communicating a narrative to the stakeholders. Maps are a great tool for us as employees to understand what's going on in our jurisdictions and make decisions accordingly. From an analyst's or appraiser standpoint, as well as explaining to a taxpayer, data that is in a friendly visualization helps explain a narrative of what we did and why we made the certain decisions, and it allows us to get more accurate and more uniform valuations. Rebecca will show a detailed example of a dashboard here in just a few minutes, but this is a snapshot of how such GIS data can not only inform the appraisers of what's going on at a locational level with regard to the composition of the markets, but also drill down and get the insight that's required to appropriately value properties and also explain to taxpayers why certain decisions were made to perhaps increase or decrease the value of a property. At this point, I would like to hand over the presentation to Rebecca, who will demonstrate a functioning GIS dashboard.
So Rebecca is going to show a proof of concept dashboard that we have created using our property tax data of San Joaquin County. And it kind of shows the power and the depth that GIS can provide for our appraisers.
Great. Members of the board. This is a GIS dashboard, and it represents the union of assessor data, of assessor GIS spatial data with a union of megabyte property tax system data. This proof of concept dashboard presents a snapshot of county megabyte sales covering residential sales data for the years 2020 and 2021. This data is static and should be considered for presentation purposes only. Map data is linked to data widgets on the side, which present comparative values between the 2 years. This allows for dynamically viewing data for any size region within the county, whether it be the county as a whole, the city view as we see here, or closer regions. As I zoom in on the map, you'll notice the data widgets update. This allows a user to view localized trends in an easy to understand and visually engaging format. The user can navigate as I am doing with a mouse, or can also search with a specific site address or a PN number to view a specific area of interest. I also have embedded bookmarks so that a user can navigate to a specific city or school district area in order to view sales information there. High sales activity are easily seen on the map view via color symbology. Sales are marked by different colors, and each color corresponds to a specific year of sale. The darker colors indicate property sold in 2021, while the lighter colors indicate property sold in 2020. Properties marked with a red flag are properties that have been sold more than once in the time period indicated. Clicking on any parcel on the map will bring up an informational pop-up which offers a quick summary of sales data on top of the pop-up, as well as additional information that's available in the megabyte system. This particular example was sold more than once in the 2-year period, so we can look at the earlier sales information and quickly navigate to the following pop-up, which will also display the more recent sales information so that we can see the difference in sales price between the 2 transactions. Other sales summary for properties on the screen is displayed in table format on the left-hand side of the screen. This dashboard represents just a small sample of what can be done with the union of assessor data and GIS technologies. This technology offers great flexibility in creating applications which can be tailored to the specific business needs of the assessor's office and their staff. Now I will return the presentation back to Paul. Thank you.
Thank you. You will each be receiving a copy of the GIS Strategic Report for the Assessor, Recorder, and County Clerk that was prepared by the International Association of Assessing Officers. The International Association of Assessing Officers is a nonprofit membership association for government and property tax professionals that maintain best practices and standards that we all ought to strive for. There's over 9,000 members in governments across the entire world. The IAAO also offers a Certificate of Excellence in Assessment Administration, the CEAA. This is a distinct badge of honor that is bestowed to specific jurisdictions who are following best practices with regard to their administration and their technological processes. It recognizes governmental units and individuals involved with assessment that integrate the best practices in the workplace, according to the IAAO. This covers all core assessment functions within an assessor's office, ranging from resources and management through digitization and computerization of records, on through mapping, data collection, all the way through property valuation of residential, commercial, and industrial properties, as well as the needed quality control and administration of the property tax conducted by the office. It also covers valuation and assessment defense. And it's important to note that geographic information systems, GIS, this is used, it has a significant role in each of these areas that jurisdictions are judged by. And in some areas, it's absolutely imperative. For example, you cannot make maps for the community unless you have GIS software and know-how. It is the intention of the San Joaquin County Assessor's Office to pursue a CEAA in assessment administration, which would be a feather in the cap for the county. I worked for a number of years for the IAAO, and I still work with them in many capacities in research. And I've had the distinct pleasure of working with some of the best jurisdictions that this world has to offer. And I've seen their practices, and I've seen their software, and I've seen their demeanor and how they handle things technically and politically with their communities that they serve. On the West Coast, there's only a few jurisdictions. I believe there are 4 counties right now. In California, there's only one that has this. It's LA County. Another noteworthy county that comes to mind on the East Coast is King County, which encapsulates Seattle and Tacoma, Washington. I believe that the work that's being done currently in this county with respect to property tax assessment administration is just as good, if not better, than any other jurisdiction I have seen that has this award. And it's my professional opinion that San Joaquin County should be recognized and pursue this designation to be recognized for the hard work that you all are actually doing in serving the public in the property tax administration arena.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you, Rebecca, for the demo and presentation. Our vision here at the Assessor Office is to further develop and enhance GIS applications and be the 5th county on the West Coast and the 2nd county in California to get this designation. For the last 3 years, the Assessor's Office IT team has been involved in multiple technology projects, and the last 2 years of COVID, we delivered many projects for our staff and for the taxpayers. We continue to improve and innovate and are always seeking solutions that can benefit the operations of this office. I will be passing out this book. It's a great read. I have read it. Paul signed it, so it's autographed for all the board members and the CAO. And we'll be passing the copy of our strategic GIS plan, and it's a great read as well. Thank you again for this opportunity to share our successes and future roadmap with you. And at this time, I would like to invite Honorable Assessor Steve Bastelrides to give his closing remarks.
Thank you, Waqar. I'll be less than 3 minutes. We're actually ahead of our presentation deadline. It would be remiss of me to not remember how this all started on the 15th of August, excuse me, the 25th of August, when I was appointed. And Chairman Nguyen and Supervisor Miller, as well as Supervisor Villapu at the time, were the ones that helped for the initial seeding of this happening. It's not an accident. Change was mandated. Change is painful. It's painful throughout, and including, not limited to you all and our staff and administration. We are grateful for the support that we've enjoyed. And kind of a last-minute presentation, we're also going to give you, this is the first, we're going to post it on the website, an annual report that we did just hot off the press yesterday. I'm going to hand it out to the board and the CAO. We are already working on next year's. We have it modeled now, and it'll be easy to implement. We're really proud of the work that San Joaquin County's done and the support that we've had from all the county, and we look forward to continuing producing and looking forward where our future will be rather than what is behind us. So grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Seeing none. Thank you, Assessor Bastelrides, for your visionary or vision in regards to the assessor's office. And I think back at the time, I think we all understood, based upon your previous experiences in a variety of positions, that you were an individual who wouldn't let the world stand still and continue to move on. So thank you, and certainly your staff for their accomplishments. And we look forward to seeing the results in the future. So thank you very much. Okay. I assume there's no comments, Madam Clerk?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, moving on to presentation from Jill Antononi. I apologize for that. City Stockton Animal Shelter Canine Spay Neuter Program. Good morning.
Chairman, I'd like to maybe introduce this. Ms. Antonini had contacted my office, and we were speaking about the animal shelter and policy and protocol at the city and the county at the same shelter. And it seems as though the city has a different protocol than what we require at the county. And so Ms. Antonini, who's been a staunch advocate for rescuing probably, hundreds and hundreds of dogs and cats by now, truly, and housing at this time probably about 70 or 80, which fluctuates any given week. But I think there's a very valuable discussion here for us to consider as a county and possibly direct county council afterwards for some action. So if Ms. Antonini is ready.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Nguyen, Vice Chair, board members, CAO Wolverding, County Council Miles, and Madam Clerk DeBoers. Thank you for this opportunity to present before the board and shed some light on the Stockton's Animal Shelter Canine Spay Neuter Program. My name is Jill Antonini. I am the Director of Fund Development and Community Outreach for the Animal Protection League, and this is Jolene Medeiros. She is the Executive Director of the Animal Protection League. To clarify our position up front, the Animal Protection League has managed the veterinary care and outtake of the Stockton Animal Shelter since 2018. We would like to thank you for your time and consideration again on this important matter to all of us who work tirelessly for the betterment of animals in our community. We need additional policies at the Stockton and San Joaquin County Animal Shelter, ones that will increase the welfare for our community's pets. Non-altered animals have a negative impact on our society. San Joaquin County does not have an existing policy that requires animals to be spayed or neutered. We ask that you enact a policy that, at minimum, mirrors the City of Stockton's policy, which requires all animals be spayed or neutered for the health and welfare of our community and its pets. This policy will create consistency throughout the shelter and our animals' release. This policy will hold on, sorry, I just wanted to make sure it switched. This policy will prove to have a quick, if not immediate, positive results in our shelter. In addition, creating enormous savings for our county for the years to come. The county dogs at the shelter, as you can see these numbers here, the animal control officers, the Sheriff's Animal Services, brought in 610 dogs from July 1st, 2021 to February 28th, 2022. 89 of those animals were returned to the owners who live in unincorporated county addresses. But March 2021 to March 2022, the Stockton Animal Shelter impounded 1,789 dogs from the county's jurisdiction. Again, the San Joaquin County Code does not have a sterilization requirement. So why is it important, these numbers? Here's a simple example. One unaltered female dog, if impregnated during every heat 2 times a year and giving birth to 10 puppies per litter, when she is 5 years old, she will have given birth to 100 puppies. If all these unwanted puppies are brought to the shelter, that is at the cost of $37,623, which is a minimum, because that's just the intake fee to San Joaquin County. And again, this is one dog. The benefits of sterilization will reduce the number of unwanted litters, the inhumane dumping of animals, and the overcrowding of the animal shelter, which is causing healthy, adoptable animals to be euthanized merely for the kennel space. Unsterilized dogs and cats cause overbreeding, which is allowing backyard breeding. The City of Stockton also has a municipal code to prevent this, 604210. It's a litter permit, which is required before breeding your dog or your cat. It causes hoarding, which is leading to abuse, neglect, and other additional cruelty cases. Unsterilized animals roam. They roam, which is causing injuries from vehicles. They are often run over. They are seriously injured, and it causes death. It creates dog and cat fights, and it spreads, and they can contact disease. Unsterilized male pets are at a greater risk of testicular cancer and prostate problems. Female pets are subject to urinary infections and breast tumors. Both animals experience behavioral issues. Accountability to the pet owners and lessen the financial burden of the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Department can all be taken place when just simple policies. With this, I'd like to give you Jolene.
So these are some of, thank you for the time again. These are some pictures that we come across on a daily basis that do come from county jurisdictions, just to give you a visual of the type of situations that we are dealing with. This was a home in San Joaquin County jurisdiction. They moved out. Hundreds of cats left there, sick, injured, from overpopulation and not being altered. This is a typical hoarding situation from unaltered pets in the county jurisdiction. What can happen very quickly and lead to neglect, abuse, and horrible living conditions. Not only that is when the county comes and when they get the call to clean this up, it's costing the county thousands of dollars in situations just like this on daily and weekly basis.
Our recommendation is to please review and enact a county code similar to the existing ones at the Stockton Municipal Code. Thank you.
Chairman, I'd like to request Sheriff Withrow comes down, and I have a question for him. Good morning, Sheriff. Could you give us a little update and briefing of how the relationship is working with the city shelter? And as Ms. Antonini is pointing out, this seems to be a recurring issue with a lot of puppy mills, and as well as just some out of control breeding that may not be intentional at all.
Yeah, absolutely. This is obviously a big problem in our county. We work closely with the CAO regarding the funding that it's required for us now that we've taken over animal services, and we're paying on average about 1.1, 1.2 million a year to the city of Stockton for us to be able to bring animals there. As you've seen over the past few budget cycles, we've dramatically reduced the number of animals that we've had to bring there in an attempt to save money just by trying to find the owners and reunite people. And my animal service has been doing an amazing job on that, but there's just so many that we continually have to bring them there. It's averaging about $325 to up to $525 an animal that we're bringing there, depending on how many we bring each year. And so it's just a huge expense to us. Anything we can do to reduce the number of animals that are out there that are being abandoned or neglected, we're in favor of 100% to try and reduce that cost. And I'll just throw out there again, sometime I think we should actually have our own shelter. I would not be opposed to that being out by our office and maybe incorporating the inmates into helping us take care of that. That's another discussion, but didn't want to miss that opportunity. But I would certainly be in favor of anything we could do to eliminate the number of animals that are ending up in our shelter.
Thank you, Sheriff. Ms. Antonini, would you share some of you're literally boots on the ground going through homeless encampments and rescuing dogs, and what's your day-to-day or weekly experience with this type of incident?
I believe that the biggest issue that we are facing is that the cost of a spay or neuter for the an average animal, it ranges anywhere from $500 to $800, and that is absolutely out of a possibility for most homes. That's the difference between paying a PG&E or buying groceries for the month, and the dog is going to lose. Before they know it, that dog is pregnant, and they are now staring at 12 puppies that they're going to have to feed after the mom is done nursing. They will dump the dogs. They put them in horrible boxes and leave them in dumpsters, and then someone comes across and finds, I mean, it just goes on and on and on. Or they give them to people who, with great intentions, of course, who are unable to pay the $500 to $800 going forward. And then again, that puppy is now having additional litters. It is a cycle that we are truly hoping to start offering free spay and neuter on a regular basis. We are trying to acquire the funding to do so. And hopefully by 2024, this can be something that we are able to offer to our community. But currently, that is not the case, and we are struggling to keep animals alive, for a live intake for all the animals that deserve a second chance.
So the cost as currently incurred at the shelter is what to spay or neuter a dog or cat?
It's $121.50
Per animal.
Per animal. That is what the city charges a client when they come in to get their dog, if they would like to have it fixed.
But let's say you bring in a stray dog and they spay or neuter it. What's the cost to the county? What's the prospective cost?
Did we evaluate that?
The exact particulars in the cost of the spay and neuter, so typically spay and neuter services at the shelter or specifically for impounded animals. So it's not a public access if the animal isn't caught as a stray. I am not sure, I do not believe that the county has any cost when a animal owner decides that, yes, we want to get my animal spay or neutered. It's $121 fee for them, and the city covers the cost, additionally, whatever the vetting cost.
Understood. But if we change the policy, if we adopt what the city's policy is, currently, is there a cost when you're catching stray dogs and bringing them in? Is there a cost?
So currently, they still have the opportunity to do that. It doesn't cost them anymore. What we're trying to ask for is that it's mandated that the animal owner on second impound have to have their animal spay or neutered, and it would cost them $121.50. I do not believe, I do have to check into it, but I do not believe it costs the county anything additional. This is just the benefit of the animal owner and animal.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to establish this.
Yes.
What we're asking, there is no net county cost if we adopt the same policy that the city has, but the same shelter, there's one protocol for animals brought in by the city, there's a different protocol for animals brought in by the county. If we adopt the same protocol, it wouldn't cost the county anymore.
Yes.
It would save them money, and it would, such a small change would save many, many thousands of lives. So it would be beneficial all the way around for everybody.
Understood. Thank you, Chairman. That's all I have at this time.
Anything more, Sheriff? Have you had the opportunity to cost this out, or what it would cost the county to adopt a similar policy that the city of Stockton has?
You know, for what has been explained to me, as they just mentioned, there would be no additional cost to us, and hopefully it would be a cost savings to the county by us bringing in less animals in the long run, is what it's been explained to me. It sounds like the spade and neutering costs will be passed on to the owner of the vet or the owner of the animal when they come to pick up their dog.
Well, and reading the board letter, it says City of Stockton's animal shelter has a policy that states to remove a dog out of the shelter, it must be spayed or neutered, and then or pay a fee to return unaltered. So the question is, if the owner is not paying a fee based upon the animal being spayed or neutered, who is paying that cost? Because obviously it's not free, because there is a cost, whether it be $125 or I know I mentioned $700 or $800, I don't know, but there is a cost. So who's paying that? The City of Stockton?
That's all incorporated with our contract, APL, the Animal Protection League, and the City of Stockton. We do provide all the veterinary care.
Okay, so go ahead.
I think I can answer that. So what you're asking is who's going to incur the cost, because in order for the animal to leave, they must be spare neutered, correct? Okay, so if it is an owned animal and it is the second impound and they do not want to pay for the services, they would be, and saying we're not going to do that, either they would be inquired with fines and penalties, their animal would not be returned. So it is mandated in order to get the animal back is how the policy works.
Okay, well, that's not what I'm reading. I'm reading about just a stray dog or cat being impounded or in the pound, and you're talking about a second incident, correct? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. See, it's a little bit of clarification because the way the City of Stockton policy is, on the first impound, it is not mandated that they are spare neutered. It's only the second. I think we had a little glitch in the writing.
Okay, all right, so if I understand correctly, what you're saying is that, okay, so the first time the animal is impounded, there is no cost to the owner to retrieve that animal, is that correct? And there's no mandate to spay it or neuter it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. On the second incident, then this particular policy, which is in our board letter, is imposed that, one, they either have to, well, they make the choice that the animal is spayed or neutered, or if they decide to take the animal without that procedure, they have to pay, it says a fee. What you're saying is it's a fine or some type of cost that the owner incurs. Is that correct?
Kind of, but not really. The first time they have the opportunity to deny the spay or neuter. Second time, it's mandatory if they do want to get their animal back.
Okay.
So if they decide not to do it on the second time, they don't get the animal and they still get fines. They have penalties that are incorporated with not complying.
Okay, so trying to follow you.
Yes.
So essentially on the first incident, this particular policy in regards to spay or neutering, which is voluntary on the part of the dog owner or cat owner, and if they take that animal home without the procedure, they pay nothing. Is that correct?
They will inquire fines.
For the first time?
Yes.
Okay.
And they have the opportunity the first time at their own discretion, if they choose to spay or neuter the animal at a reduced fee and have no additional fees of $121.50.
Okay, so they do pay, the property or the dog owner pays a fee for the spaying or neutering the first time.
Yes.
So it's not waived. There is a cost.
No.
But they don't pay the full cost. They pay a reduced cost, yes, which is then subsidized by
the City of Stockton, the animal shelter,
okay,
under our own funding.
Okay, so the City of Stockton then pays the remaining costs.
Correct.
Okay, so in the second incident, if the dog or cat is located there, then if the owner says, well, I guess they don't get a chance to debate whether or not the cat or dog is neutered or spayed. Is that correct?
Correct. Second.
But they get the cat or dog back at the second incident. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, but the animal has the procedure before they can be returned.
Yes.
Okay, so in that particular case, do they pay an increased price for that procedure as opposed to the first time where it's a reduced amount?
So they will not have the additional fees from an altered animal if they do it the second time. So everything is significantly reduced. The only thing additional you would get would be the second impound fee. First impound is X amount of dollars. Second goes a tad bit higher. So it would be like a $30, $40 extra fee on top of the $121. So very insignificant cost.
Okay, the $121 for the spaying, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then the other cost. Okay. The reason I bring it up, we had a whole discussion this morning in regards to a $100 fee for a a PCR test, or cetera. So anyway, Supervisor Miller?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand this. So the animals aren't automatically altered when they come into the shelter. Is that correct?
Upon redemption?
No, when they first come in, they aren't automatically neutered, and the procedure only occurs if they're going to be either picked up and returned to a family, or if somebody determines that they are adoptable.
So after the period of a stray hold or legal for looking for possible owners, each animal right now, due to lack of resources, they're not immediately spay or neutered. They will go through a behavioral assessment. They will either, they can exit the shelter a number of different ways: rescue, adoption, or a transfer to another shelter. Typically, they are not spay or neutered if they go to a rescue. Those responsibilities are put onto them if they're transferred out. But yes, if they're spay or neutered for adoption, they're going out on what they call foster to adopt, and it's a 1 to 2 week period. They schedule, they come in, and the adoption is finalized. So any animal to the public is altered. It just depends on what time and what the availability is, if it's done, but it's not done immediately right after stray hold, because there's some other steps in between.
Right. So this is why there's no added cost to the county, because the procedure is only done if the animal's being returned, in which case there's going to be a responsible party at the other end that's going to take the animal, that's going to have to pay for that procedure.
Yes.
Okay, I got it. From my standpoint, this makes all the sense in the world. We ought to have policies that are in alignment with the city, especially if we're going to contract with the city's shelter and we're using that facility. As long as there isn't an increased net county cost to us, I agree. This is a positive thing for all of our communities, and it makes sense. So thank you for the presentation.
Anyone else? President Villaputa?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, Joe, I want to thank you for everything you do for dogs and cats in this county, and all your staff. Amazing. I've been to your home, and Supervisor Patty's right. What you do for these little guys is truly a blessing. And this makes total sense. If we can convert to what the city's doing, it'd help a lot. I hate to see, I'm a big dog lover, and I hate to see dogs running around the streets with no homes. This would be great.
Vice Chair Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question, or 2 quick questions. So, say that I have an animal and then it escapes, and you guys pick it up. I know I have to pay a fine to get it out. So at that point, I don't have to spay or neuter it, correct?
Correct.
But the second time it gets out, then I have to.
Correct. It would be a mandatory. It would be considered habitual, and yes.
So just after 2 times. So what if I don't want to? Then I don't get my animal back?
Yes, there are ways to contest those types of things and going through the court system, but yes, you would have to go through those avenues in order to, if it was a mandatory, in order to return the animal, yes.
So even if you have animals for years, and say at the 4th of July, and I know a lot of animals run away because of the fireworks, and folks are fined, and then it happens 6 months down the road for some reason, say your fence gets blown down for the weather or something like that, and then in order for me to get my animal back, I have to get it, even though I may not want to, I would have to get my dog or cat fixed.
Correct. You would have the opportunity at a lower cost to alter your animal, yes.
All right, thank you. And that's my question. I'm fine with the policy. I don't agree with that. I think that's pretty much, I think that's government overreach, to be quite honest, to dictate. I could see, more than twice. I wouldn't know what the number would be, but in order to get my animal back, I would have to get it spayed or neutered, even if I don't want to, even if that might be my only animal I have. And for the government to dictate to me what I can and can't do with my animal, I do have an issue with that policy. So with that, Chair, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. Just to Supervisor Rickman's point, I think we're missing or making a couple of assumptions. So somebody loses an animal. We all love our animals, and we may or may not want it fixed. So you can go to the shelter and retrieve your animal no cost. Even though the county or the city has incurred a cost to take care of this animal, to put it at the shelter and to house it, feed it, pick it up, transport it, emergency service call, to go get the animal, no fee, picked up by the owner and returned. Second time, which can oftentimes be third, fourth, or fifth time, but let's say second time, that owner goes there, is like, my animal got away again, terrible accident, and they can get it fixed if they want, or they can pay a fee for perhaps the recovery, the housing, the care that it took for that animal. Am I understanding that correctly? Because you're saying that they can get a discount fee, or they don't have to pay, they don't have to fix it if they pay the fee of perhaps the recovery, the boarding, and the taking care of that animal until the owner comes and gets it.
Right, there would be additional fees, and just depends on each circumstance, but yes.
Okay, so you don't have to get your animal fixed. But if there's a second time that your animal's at the shelter, you're going to have to pay for the recovery, the boarding, the return, the something. There's some sort of fee for the animal, and this seems to be a system that's working pretty effectively with the city. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes. So, but the second, no, they will still pay more fees. And the quite details, there may be a loophole per se if there was a medical reason or some reason the animal could not have a surgery of that stature to be altered. There would be exceptions, but no, it is on the second impound, it is mandatory that spay or neuter is done in order to get the animal back.
It's mandatory, or you pay a fee. You're saying it's mandatory to spay an animal?
It's mandatory, yes, on the second to get the animal back. Yes.
No matter what, you must spay your animal the second time it's been picked up. That's correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And this, again, this is the city policy protocol. So what I would suggest, Chair, is that we direct staff to look at the city's policy, bring it back to the board for discussion, and adopt and or modify whatever we may want to do. But right now we have no policy, and there's a lot of dogs that are strays that are picked up that are not altered in any way, and they're back out and they get in heat and they have puppies, and there's no accountability for anybody, owner or not. There's no policy for the stray animals in the county, I believe is what we're talking about more than anything.
Yes, there's no policy at all, and there's no, there's only a $20 difference between altered and unaltered licensing fees. So there's no incentive to encourage people to have that altered animal, and if they are getting out, and it stops roaming and it just keeps pets at home and helps them to be pets.
Understood. Okay. So that's my suggestion, Chair, is that we direct staff to maybe engage with the city's language and their policy, and then bring it back to the board for discussion and possible adoption.
Well, that's fine. I have no problem. I guess for the sheriff and the CEO, do you have enough information to really bring something back, or do you need more information, or is the board, based upon our comments, enough for you to develop something for review at the board at a later time?
Chairman, I would probably ask for some clarification on what I think was a couple of the supervisors balking at, was whether or not we want a pattern, as in the board letter, a ordinance exactly off of what is in the city of Stockton. It sounds like, from what I've heard from Supervisor Rickman, that a mandatory second offense, if you want to call it that, is not something that your board might have an appetite for. So I guess I'd want to get some clarity on how the board might feel about that.
Through the chair, I think I just mentioned that maybe you gather the information, bring back to the board some of the options to look at, and I don't know that we need to discuss or flush it all out right now, but maybe look at what the good or the bad might be with the city ordinance, and discuss with the sheriff, discuss with our animal advocates, and see what the pros or cons are, and bring back to the board some of those talking points that we can finalize.
Vice Chair Rickman?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, if you want to bring it back at a later time, but no, I do. And like I say, I was saying, I do have an issue with somebody keeping somebody's animal because they don't want to get it spayed or neutered. Me personally, I think that's government overreach. And on an issue, maybe this is your second time, maybe with the 4th of July, weather issue, whatever it may be. So that's my sticking point. But as to Supervisor Patty's, what I believe he's mentioning is, gather information, bring it back for, I guess, a policy, and we can hash it out then.
Supervisor Miller, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm fine with the mandatory after the second time because the animal's becoming a public nuisance, as long as there's some kind of an appeal process. Or those instances where the animal's sick, or it's been the 4th of July, or there was some explosion that happened nearby, or something. As long as there's a reasonable appeal process, and so I'd be interested in getting back from our staff what the city's doing and how many people are applying for that, but. As long as there's an appeal process, I don't have a problem with it. And I would say as close as we can mirror what the city's doing, since we're using the same shelter, the closer the better. So that's my input.
I'd like to ask Ms. Santonini, is there an appeal process currently that the City of Stockton ordinance has?
Yes, there have been some exceptions made.
Okay, so you do already do that. Yes. Well, then maybe we could pattern it exactly after Stockton.
Since we don't have that language, through the chair, I would suggest that's what we do, is the CAO and our county council reviews that language and then brings it back to the board, and we have that discussion.
I think that's fine. I would ask just for a couple of clarifications, maybe from the sheriff. Obviously, it's your territory, so to speak. One is, is there any cost to the county? Supervisor Miller has mentioned there wouldn't be any county, but just what it would entail in regards to maybe staffing or costs, or maybe an organization that would pick up the extra amount for the spay or neutering. And the other question, just simply ask your staff, what is the current empirical evidence statistically as far as the problem has been presented, and see what, again, I'm not asking for a detailed staff report, I'm just for some general ideas from your deputies or animal control officers who are out there on a daily basis and they face the problem, so they should have a pretty good idea of how widespread the problem is and how we can address that, certainly through some type of ordinance clarification. Okay. Anyone else? County Council, do we need a motion on this, or is it enough to provide direction to staff?
I think we've got enough direction for staff.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you all. Any public comment?
Good job.
Thank you very much.
No one?
There's no public comment for this item.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to item number 3, the discuss, consider, approve resolution. I believe this is, who's presenting this? Is this yours? Yeah, I thought it was. Okay. President Miller?
Thank you. I'm bringing this to the board. This was brought to my office. It is seeking a resolution to oppose initiative 2-0042. A1, when this came to my office, I ran it by Ms. Jolina Voorhees, who typically provides input to the board on our legislative platform, CC the county administrator, to see if this would fall under our approved legislative platform. Her feeling is that while it did fall under the parameters of our support for local control on issues, the fact that it was seeking an actual resolution as opposed to simply a letter of opposition, she thought it would be wise to bring this to the board for consideration. CSAC did oppose this. It was brought at their legislative meeting. The county has, on occasion, taken positions on ballot measures in the past, typically when they have a direct impact on the county. And Ms. Voorhees felt that our platform states that we will advocate for adequate levels of ongoing funding to meet existing state mandates as well as new responsibilities that should this initiative pass, that could impact our ability to do that. And so there's no fiscal impact for this resolution. And it's, I see Ms. Voorhees has been here or has stepped in. There is a template for the resolution, and so I'm simply bringing this to the board for either approval of this resolution, or if the board wished to make any changes to it after asking any questions anyone might have of Ms. Voorhees. But that's what this is all about. It is for a resolution to oppose.
Thank you. Ms. Voorhees.
I'm just here to answer questions, but I will note that the CSAC Policy Committee was unanimous to oppose. The Executive Committee was unanimous to oppose. And at the board directors level, they had only 2 no votes. It takes 30 counties in either direction to take a position on initiative at CSAC. So I do have that information, but I'm happy to answer any questions if people have questions about the specifics of the initiative and how it impacts counties.
Basically, this initiative would impact our ability to raise any local taxes, and it would set a very, very high threshold for any of those. There's already numerous protections in place. As we all know, passage of any kind of additional new taxes is something that's not ever undertaken lightly. But this would essentially tie our hands in large part. It would require voter approval of all state taxes. It would further restrict local fee authority by limiting them to the minimum amount necessary to provide government services, and it would require voter approval for local measures such as franchise fees. The provisions also would make it easier to challenge local revenue measures by increasing the burden of proof on local agencies while disallowing an agency's characterization of a measure from being considered in court.
Any questions? One of the things, and I guess looking at the ballot measure itself initiative, it is wide-ranging, I'll put it that way. It isn't just the county. It's cities, it's special districts, it's anybody who funds through anything to improve the services they provide to their constituents.
Also impacts the state, too.
Well, to be honest with you,
I'm sure you don't care about that. But
I'll be honest, there are certain portions of this initiative which I would support in regards to the state, for example. However, I also am more cognizant of the impact it would have on the counties and our residents. So that's one of the reasons that I would obviously support and oppose on this particular issue. So having said that,
I would agree with you, Chair, that there are portions of this that I think to resonate with many people in this state. I think one of the key things that was brought up at CSAC and that I think why this initiative is probably an overreach is it's important for local jurisdictions to be able to retain local revenue generating authority to respond to our own unique circumstances to provide needed infrastructure. And we're talking about things like libraries, parks, transportation, and as we know in this county, water infrastructure. We get state mandates that come down and require that, but this measure would make it virtually impossible to fund the required infrastructure. And so I think this this type of ballot initiative needs to be more carefully written, more narrowly construed, and not try to capture everything and make it impossible for folks at the local. I mean, our community should have the ability to provide for their needs, especially in infrastructure, as they determine, not as how others determine.
I would agree. I would also offer that, my experience both on the County Board of Supervisors and certainly on the city councils, I've never seen a local agency that has run wild in regards to imposing fees or taxes, although I'm sure there's a lot who would disagree with that. But I think we've always been very prudent. And there are laws that prevent that overreach, that we only can charge what it actually costs to do business. And so I think that's already there. And I think the other thing that struck me in reading the information from CSAC is it does create a cottage industry, for lack of a better term, in regards to litigation. And if we've seen what's happened probably since the 60s and 70s as far as certain provisions that are constantly being litigated in regards to operation of government, it costs an arm and a leg. And it's not just us as government agencies, it's also the private sector in regards to development, et cetera, which there's a lot of things that unfortunately are challenged, and I'll put it that way. And also, slipped in there's a little caveat in regards to the restriction to government as far as how we respond to some of those challenges. So these are all things that, again, there's things that when I was reading, I thought, I like that. But on the other side of it, the consequences, maybe unintended consequences, are major, certainly for our residents. So I would agree. Any other comments before we ask for a vote? Okay, we've lost Supervisor Relapudra, but I'll take a motion in a second and we can move on.
I would move to approve.
Okay.
I'm going second.
A motion and a second. Please vote.
Do a roll call vote.
I'm sorry.
Supervisor Rickman?
Yes.
Supervisor Miller?
Yes.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Chairman Nguyen?
Yes.
And for the record, Supervisor Villapudua is absent.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Moving on to item number 4, which is the staff's report on AB 571 and provide direction to staff. Mr. Miles.
Thank you. Through the chair. In 2019, the legislature adopted AB 571, which became effective January 1st, 2021. AB 571 is a comprehensive piece of legislation applying campaign contribution limits to candidates for elective city and county offices. Prior to the adoption of AB 571 in 2019, the Political Reform Act of 1974 established campaign contribution limits for state elective office, Assembly and Senate, statewide elective office, Attorney General, Secretary of State, etc., and the governor, respectively. In adopting AB 571, the legislature found that California was among a minority of states that did not impose campaign contribution limits on campaigns for city and county offices. It also found that in cities and counties that had not adopted their own limits, candidates often received contributions that exceeded the limitations for state Senate campaigns, even though cities and counties contained fewer people than the average Senate district. The legislature concluded that a system that allowed unlimited contributions to elective city and county office creates the risk and the perception that elected officials in those jurisdictions are beholden to their contributors and will act in the best interest of those contributors at the expense of the people. The statute is complex, addressing all portions of the campaign finance, including establishing a cap on the amount an individual may contribute to a campaign. That amount is adjusted every 2 years. Establishing limits on contributions to other candidates. Establishing processes for candidates to transfer funds between committees controlled by the same candidate. Establishing limits on personal loans from candidates to their campaigns. Establishing processes related to funding opposition to recall measures and the recall election themselves. It also establishes limits on the amounts that can be received after the dates of the election. The Act provides that candidates may carry over contributions raised in one election to a subsequent election for the same office. It also establishes enforcement of the campaign contribution limits through the FPPC. If the county or city develops its own ordinance setting campaign contribution limits, the FPPC will not enforce it, and the city or county will be responsible for developing its own enforcement program. A city or county ordinance may, like the FPPC, include administrative, criminal, and civil penalties. AB 571 established a default cap for campaign contribution limits for city and county elected offices at the same limit established for state elective offices. For the years 2021-2022, that limit is $4,900. A review of campaign finance disclosure forms shows that 95% of contributions received were less than $2,000, less than half of the state limit. AB 571 allows cities and counties to adopt limits that are different from the default limit contained in the statute. Some counties and cities have adopted limits as low as $500, and others have adopted higher limits. The options before the board are: the board may accept the report and take no further action, in which case the statutory cap will continue to apply in San Joaquin County, or the board may direct staff to develop an ordinance establishing a limit different from the statute, or alternatively establishing that there is no limit to the campaign contributions that may be received from an entity or person. That concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions?
Chair, I have a question.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Through the Chair, County Council, what was the year that this bill was enacted?
It was enacted in 2019 and became effective January 1st of 2021.
Okay. And have any counties taken the initiative to establish their own parameters yet, or would we be the first?
No, we would not be the first. There are other counties, as I said, other counties have adopted ordinances. Some have set limits as low as $500 per campaign. Others have set higher limits.
Okay. And I believe I'm the one that asked you to do a review and presentation, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So kind of curious how the board feels about this item, if we should follow state guidelines or if we want to be our own county and let our citizens decide what they want to do as it relates to elections.
That isn't, through the chair, that is an alternative. It could be an initiative that goes on the ballot.
You know, I go to Vice Chair Rickman's picture, but I have no idea. We need to fix this before the next meeting. Go ahead. Well, I like your picture too, but it's a little misleading. Supervisor Billswood. I can hear you, but I'm not sure the audience.
Thank you very much.
If I could just, before you start, Supervisor Villaputua, to the clerk, I've also lost my my screen, so thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, no problem. So right now, basically, the most we can receive is $4,900, correct?
$4,900, that's correct.
I believe that if you live in the county, you should be, if you want to endorse anyone, you should be able to give as much as you want. But I think $4,900 is pretty low. I think maybe, I don't know, 10 to 20,000 would be sufficient if you're in the county. But if you're outside the county, I don't think it makes sense. You should be constrained to maybe 500 or 1,000. But if you're inside the county and if you want if you want somebody to win, you want to support them, I think you should have the power, the authority to write them a check up to $20,000. I'm assuming. I'm just guessing. I'm just thinking out loud.
Miller, did you have a comment?
Well, I think the amounts are reasonable. I think it's not so much a matter of prohibiting individuals from giving larger amounts, but it definitely applies to special interest groups who do write larger checks to campaigns, and oftentimes it's not individuals so much that expect specific positions as it is special interest groups expect specific positions. And so I think we all, I mean, fundraising is tough for campaigns. It's for all of us. I think it's the hardest thing we have to do. But I do think that having some logical limits in place makes sense. And from my standpoint, I don't find the $4,900 owners. That's a pretty hefty contribution, especially for an individual to make. And as County Council said, 95% of, is that correct? 95% of the contributions are under or have been under this limit in the last?
95% of the contributions were under $2,000.
There you go. So I think it impacts a really small percentage of contributions. And I do think it goes to transparency, because oftentimes the response to those very large contributions don't necessarily occur in open session. They're sort of happen in just the normal course of business or during closed sessions or anything like that. And so I don't think this is, from my standpoint, I think it's okay to just leave it the way it is.
Well, I would offer this. I believe that the constituency that probably has maybe the least amount of influence is the average resident. I've seen situations where special interest groups have contributed thousands of dollars to candidates or elected officials and received a, like a better term, quid pro quo. I think if you increase it, I don't have a problem with 4,900. I think that's certainly within the realm of most contributions that supervisors receive. Obviously, city council members also. But the fact is that I think, at least for now, unless there's some kind of tidal wave of requests from the public, I think we can probably live with what the currently is. Obviously, it's easy for me to say because I'm not running for anything. But on the other side of it, I do think as a resident, I would hope that those who are running for office certainly have the support of the general public more than they have maybe the financial support of special interests, because the reality is it does affect one's perspective at times. And so I would agree from the standpoint that I think the current limitation is probably sufficient. And at some point in time, obviously, this board or another board can revisit it and make their determination. But I think we're okay for now, and we'll see what happens in the future. And I do appreciate County Council Miles saying the number of contributions, 95%, is less than 2,000. So that's probably in the realm of reality, certainly for this. So I will just ask for a raised hand because I got two board members to speak, and every time I hit the button, I get Vice Chair Rickman's picture. So, Supervisor Patty.
Sorry, I'm not as handsome as Supervisor Rickman, so you got me. There's a double-edged, it's the two sides of a coin here. I know that when I ran the first time, it was against an incumbent, and the majority of my support came from people that were in the private sector, and they helped me compete to somebody that was entrenched as an elected representative, and it evened up the playing field. So if we were to put a cap, and one person has more access to the political levels of support that are ongoing, and we all know that there are people that are regularly engaged with political funding and helping candidates that they work with. Not that there's necessarily a quid pro quo. I think it's more relationship building. But I know that I personally receive from private individuals in the private sector more than $5,000. It helped me compete. It helped me win. And they've never once picked up the phone and said, we need you to do this, or on the agenda is that, and therefore, would you be in favor of X, Y, Z because they now have a little bit of influence with me. Never once happened. So, it's a double-edged sword, or two sides of the coin that you can go on. But I like Supervisor Villalpudwa's maybe a $10,000 cap, and that's something that we had used in the past that didn't seem to cause any great alarm. I'd be in favor of raising it more than the $4,900, and it doesn't pertain to my current election. It doesn't pertain to anybody here. 4 of us aren't running for a county office. I think it would be beneficial to raise it a little bit. It gives an individual that's not entrenched in the political scene an opportunity to raise money from the private sector and be competitive, and that kind of levels out the playing field. So I'm in favor of raising it up to at least to the $10,000 mark.
Is that a motion? You have a comment?
I guess I'm the only one that hasn't spoke yet. I understand both sides of it. For consistency-wise, it just seems if you follow state guidelines, the $4,900, it just makes it easier. Even with the enforcement side, because that's another issue you have to run in. So if FPPC doesn't enforce it, then we would have to govern ourselves, or cities would have to govern themselves, and I would see there would be a issue with that. Again, like the board said, we can review it at another time, but in a matter of consistency, being the same across the board, that's what I would think. I would prefer at this time anyways.
Okay. Any other comments? So the question is, any members of the public like to weigh in on this particular item? Sheriff Withrow, my favorite sheriff.
A kind of a hot button issue, but I would weigh in being as somebody who runs for office countywide as opposed to individual districts. I just think I kind of have a feeling like the state's coming in and telling us what to do, and I would like to kind of see an ordinance that says, hey, the people of San Joaquin County can, whatever limits you want to put on them, have their limits for their candidates within their county, and then have maybe a limit on people from outside trying to come in and influence, because we all know that with our water issues here and our agricultural type issues that we have here, sometimes people from outside try and come in and influence what happens here in our own neck of the woods. So I think it would be neat to have some type of ordinance where it is leaned more towards people that live in San Joaquin County or work in San Joaquin County, get to control their own fate more than outside entities being able to pump money into local elections here to try and control what happens. So I don't know what that wording would be, but I'm just throwing that out there because we've seen across the state, and we talk about it at the State Sheriff's Association and things like that, where big money comes in and from other agents from other areas, whether it's L.A. or San Fran or whatever big other meccas are around, and their needs and wants are different from our local economy here and the people that are trying to survive here in San Joaquin County. So I would just want to make sure that we have a way that the people of San Joaquin County are the ones that are choosing their own path here, as opposed to outside influence money coming in for that. So I don't know if there's a different scale for people who donate locally, that live here locally and their businesses are here, as opposed to outside big money. But that would be my opinion on it. So got a little skin in the game, I guess.
Thank you. You do raise an interesting question, Mr. Miles, in regards to a different level or limitation in regards to individuals who are residents or business within the county as opposed to entities that are outside the county. Can we differentiate between the two?
I don't have an answer to that question. Excuse me. I have some concerns about the constitutionality of that kind of arrangement where you're placing limits, differentiating between classes of people based on where they live. And so I'd have to do some additional research in that.
Okay, well, that's okay. I'm just curious whether you knew or not. And Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. For me, the sheriff's argument actually argues for limitations because it prevents outside entities from having the ability to contribute any more than any other local business or local individual. And the problem with when we talk about things like huge amounts of outside interest money flowing in, that doesn't flow in the form of $50,000 contributions to individual campaigns. That flows in from PACs who do independent expenditures on behalf of selected issues or candidates. And that's protected by, that has been decided by the U.S. Supreme Court. And so we can't restrict that. And so from my standpoint, having some kind of limits to the contributions, it levels the playing field. And I appreciate Supervisor Patty's comments that, well, when you're running against an incumbent, it's more difficult because the entrenched interest typically will flow to the incumbents. Again, all the more reason why you want limits, because most of those are going to go to the incumbents. And so the higher you make the limit, the more those incumbents are going to bring in directly to their campaigns, and the higher the hurdle it's going to be for somebody from the outside. Special interest groups are far more likely to write a $10,000 check than individuals or local businesses. I would say there is only a handful of local people who have ever written direct campaign contributions for $10,000 or more. There aren't very many folks around here that do that. And so from my standpoint, I agree that we should probably just leave this for now, and it can be revisited later, but I think that it's not the right time to be increasing campaign contribution.
Mr. Bivens.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Does that also relate to unions, associations, organizations? Because certainly they have the capacity to bring to the table more money than what we're talking about. And they also have the capacity to squeeze out, I'll say, good candidates from running. And so I think that that's important, that when we talk about wanting to have a broader quality of candidates and more diversity in candidates, that we look into those kind of things. Because if let's just say that I chose to run for the chairman's job, and the union decided that they want to vote to give me a campaign contribution. Well, there's not a whole lot of people in the union that look like me. So my opportunities are going to be minimalized just based on the fact that we have low participation rates of people of color or African Americans specifically in the local unions. So for me, that would be a political disadvantage. So I would urge you all to think about those kind of things, because we have changed and things have changed over the years, but yet some unions have impacted races tremendously, and some of those races have caused our county grief, or at least some of us in the county grief, period.
Thank you. Yes, please state your name.
Manuel Zapata. I'm in District 5. How are you doing, Rickman? All right, so basically I was sitting back there and I heard the $10,000, $20,000 ideas being floated around. I think that's completely ridiculous. I think that everybody in the county gets one vote, and the more money you put into it is really just taking away from the democratic process. But if you know somebody that would cut a $10,000 check, you can let them know I'm running for dog catcher and to get that to me as soon as possible. As far as what the sheriff said in respect to that question, I think setting an ordinance would actually not really do much. There's rules, like let's just say for Disneyland, that you get a cheaper rate if you're from Southern California, and I don't know a single person that hasn't hit up a friend in Southern California to get them a discounted ticket rate. So it's not like there's ways to not get around things like that. There's definitely ways. But yeah, so $4,900 is a lot of money, and if you can't win with that, I don't know what to tell you, because that is a lot of money. Thank you.
Thank you. You can state your name, please.
Hi, Tim Robertson. I am the Executive Director of the North Valley Labor Federation. I appreciate the points of Mr. Bivens, and while I question a couple of his assumptions, I would say that organized labor absolutely wants this to stay at $4,900. We're not interested in having that raise go up any more than that. Frankly, that's really generous. And the kind of entities or individuals who would be able to contribute more than that would have just by definition would just have an outsized influence over the many individuals in our communities that we represent that couldn't even collectively, with several blocks coming together and fundraising together, come up with a sum like that. So frankly, $4,900 in accordance with state recommendations is more than enough to properly fund these campaigns. So I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, any comments from the board? I don't have Vice Chair Rickman's picture up here any longer, so I assume there's nobody waiting to speak. All right, so moving on. Done, we have acceptance. Acceptance of investigative report into complaint lodged by Camila Zapata, District 2 Chief of Staff, against Supervisor Patty, District 3 Board of Supervisor, and consider the findings. So, Ms. Hopkins.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board, CAO Wilverding, County Council Miles. Today I'm here to provide the Board of Supervisors with an overview of the investigative report into a complaint.
Okay.
Is that better?
Can you hear her now? Okay.
Thank you. Into a complaint lodged by Camille Zapata, District 2 Chief of Staff, against Supervisor Tom Patty, District 3, and request the board consider the findings and take appropriate corrective action. Typically, the county's process with claims of discrimination, harassment, or retaliation is to provide a summary of the report to the complainant, the respondent, and the appointing authority for the individual accused of the conduct. Supervisor Patty is an elected official. The Board of Supervisors is charged with supervising the official conduct of all county officers, which includes elected county department heads, per California Government Code Section 25303. Accordingly, the report is being provided to the board in consideration of its supervisory role. This presentation before you today is in open session, as the Brown Act prohibits the board from meeting in closed session to discuss employee complaints against elected officials. Supervisor Patty was provided notice of the charges against him and the basis of those charges. Today, it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors accept the investigative report into the complaint lodged by Ms. Zapata, District 2 Chief of Staff, against Supervisor Tom Patty, District 3, and to consider the findings and take corrective action. And I'll be providing the reason for the recommendation, the background, and the 3 allegations that we'll be discussing today. On April 20th, 2021, Ms. Zapata filed a complaint with Human Resources alleging that Supervisor Patty engaged in conduct that may be in violation of the county's harassment-free policy and may be creating a hostile work environment. On August 24th, 2021, Zapata amended her complaint to include retaliation. As mentioned, Ms. Zapata is the Chief of Staff for District 2, Catherine Miller. She started her position on February 15th of 2021. Supervisor Patty is an elected member of the Board of Supervisors. He has served in this role since 2017 and was the board chair for calendar year 2021. Zapata's appointment was initially placed on the Board of Supervisors calendar as a consent item on January 26th of 2021. The item was pulled for public discussion. Several board members expressed concern regarding Miller's proposal to start Zapata at step 5 of the pay scale. The item was continued to another board meeting for further review. During this time, Zapata authored an article on Medium, which is a social media website, titled "My Testimony While Fighting for Equal Pay for Equal Work." Zapata's appointment was approved by the board on February 9th of 2021. Catherine R. Boyd of Catherine R. Boyd, Inc., a professional law corporation, was retained as an independent investigator to investigate and provide a report of any findings. The investigation included interviews with 7 individuals. Zapata was interviewed 3 times, and Supervisor Patty was interviewed twice. The investigator reviewed 18 documents and 5 Board of Supervisors meetings. The investigator analyzed 20 allegations using the preponderance of the evidence burden of proof. Of the 20 allegations, there were 7 allegations that were not sustained, meaning there were no findings. There were 13 allegations with sustained findings. However, 10 of those allegations fall within the parameters of the Code of Ethics applicable to members of the Board of Supervisors. Consistent with the board's Code of Ethics, those 10 allegations will be referred to the Ethics Ad Hoc Committee for further review, consideration, and action. The remaining 3 allegations sustained fall within the county's equal employment opportunity, harassment-free work environment policies. This report focuses on the equal rights, harassment-free policies only. These allegations and findings are located in the supplement to the Executive Summary of Investigative Findings attached to the board letter. The board will be provided with an overview and background into each of the 3 allegations that will be covered today. The first is related to allegation A1 in the executive summary, and it's related to conduct that occurred on May 18th, 2021 during the board meeting. These are some of the factors that the investigator considered. During the May 18th, 2021 board meeting, Patty stated, We've seen in the recent past, upon the consideration of a position, we saw someone lie and slander several more than one member of this board. Outright telling lies, outright accusing, very despicable behavior such as racism, sexism against that type of person. That person, I do believe we should have a level of accountability, especially when there's no public apology. While there is a public slandering and public attack, completely baseless and without foundation or truth or any reality. It is not even followed by an apology. It just shows that there should be some levels of accountability when it relates to staff and their actions as they publicly slander, attack, and impugn individuals who are serving on this board as we conduct ourselves with all levels of decency in public and in private. So I'm of the mindset that that's why it should be put on the agenda, that staff should be held accountable and should be part of our code of ethics. The investigator made sustained findings for allegation A1 that have been sent to the Code of Ethics Ad Hoc Committee. And allegation A2 reads, if Supervisor Patty did make derogatory comments about Ms. Zapata at the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors meeting on May 18th, 2021, were these comments in retaliation for Zapata's complaint about him to Human Resources? The investigator found that the derogatory comments by Supervisor Patty during the May 18th, 2021 board meeting were made in part in retaliation for Ms. Zapata's complaint about him to Human Resources. The investigator determined that in accordance with county policy, Patty was notified on May 10th, 2021, that Zapata had submitted a complaint which contained allegations that he may have violated the county's harassment-free workplace policy. Patty's comments about Zapata during the May 18th, 2021 board meeting were made 8 days after Patty was informed that Zapata had filed the complaint against him. The investigator reviewed information provided by Supervisor Patty, and Supervisor Patty told the investigator that he could not specifically recall his comments at the May 18th board meeting. He opined that some of his comments may have been about the District 4 Chief of Staff, who he mistakenly believed participated in a fundraiser of one of his opponents. And he also told the investigator that the comments may have been about District 1's Chief of Staff. The investigator found that Patty's comments were not about either Chief of Staff, and by his own admission, Patty admitted he was wrong about District 4's Chief of Staff's participation in the fundraising activity. As such, the investigator found it would not make sense for him to say such things about District 4 Chief of Staff. Patty also stated that his comments about lies and slanders were about County Council Mark Miles involving an incident of the ethics code that occurred during his first term. However, the investigator found that Patty's comments at the board meeting were not a reference to Miles because the incident involving Miles was remote, and whereas Patty's comments referred to the recent past upon the consideration of a position. Additionally, County Council Miles was not present at the board meeting where these comments were made. The second allegation, allegation B2, reads, if Chair Patty did make a public records request on August 18th, 2021 that was aimed at Ms. Zapata, was this request made in retaliation for Ms. Zapata's complaint about him to HR? In background, on August 18th of 2021, Patty submitted a public records request under the California Public Records Act, known as CPRA, to the clerk of the board's office, requesting electronic mail communication that was either sent or received by Supervisor Miller and or Zapata from San Joaquin County's Program Administrator of Homeless Initiatives, the Executive Director of Restore the Delta, or Susan Edmond, California State Senate. The public records request contained approximately 40 keywords for the time period of January 5th through August 18th of 2021. The investigator noted the following keywords: Susan Edmond, ethic, hiring practices, chairman, Tom Patty, Brandy Hopkins, chief of staff, Facebook post, ethnic bias, gender, Latinx, racial bias, prejudice, accused Tom Patty, hurt Tom Patty, public comment, anonymous public comment, or public comment for Tom Patty. Finding. The investigator determined that Patty's August 18th, 2021 public records request was made in part in retaliation for Zapata's complaint to HR about him. Patty told the investigator the Public Records Act was not aimed at Zapata. He stated that the county's Human Resources Director was a tremendous concern to him, and he wanted to lay those concerns to rest. He requested the records from a multitude of people, and he denied to the investigator that his request was aimed at Zapata. The investigator determined that some of the keywords appear to be directly aimed at Zapata. Zapata was formerly employed and recommended by Edmond for the Chief of Staff position. Zapata's article on Medium included the words Latinx, gender, ethnic, and public comment. However, the investigator found that the inclusion of the words ethnic and ethnic bias in Patty's CPRA to be significant because they were the exact same words that he used to describe Zapata's complaint to HR about him. The investigator found that the time frame for the Public Records Act request encompasses the time period when Zapata submitted her concerns to Human Resources. The final allegation, allegation D2, reads, if Chair Patty did make derogatory comments about Ms. Zapata at the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors meeting on September 14th of 2021, were these comments in retaliation for Zapata's complaint about him to Human Resources. These are related to the September 14th, 2021 board meeting, and the background that the investigator reviewed was at the September 14th, 2021 Board of Supervisors meeting, Patty referred to lies or slander by a staff member or a county employee at least 5 times, which were words he used during his interview about Zapata's article. Patty also referred to somebody who applied for a job, went to social media, and made up again and fabricated a vote that never happened about that appointment. Again, this appears to be a direct reference to Zapata's Medium article. Patty's comments about a person working for the county who makes anonymous comments that lie and slander also appear to be about Zapata. On May 21st of 2021, Patty told the clerk of the board that he was contacted by a citizen who was concerned about comments slandering him by a chief of staff, and he wanted to let the citizen know how to make a public records request. Patty's public records request seeking, in part, Zapata's electronic communications have the keywords anonymous public comment. The investigator made a sustained finding that Patty made derogatory comments about Zapata at the board meeting on September 14th of 2021, and that those were made in part in retaliation for Zapata's complaint about him to Human Resources. The investigator noted that at this board meeting, Patty referred to lies or slander by a staff member or a county employee as at least 5 times. He stated in the board meeting, if anybody in District 2 and the representatives we note that their staff is an open, bold-faced liar. In his interview with the investigator, Patty said he was speaking in generalities, not about a single person. The investigator stated when asked about Zapata, Patty commented about his perception of her irresponsible behavior, lies, slanders, and accusations. He added references to additional lies or slander, in quotes, which the investigator found to support the finding that Patty's comments were related to Zapata's complaint with Human Resources and not only related to the Medium article. The in-part finding, the investigator acknowledges that Patty made additional references during the board meeting, one directly to the county's public health officer that do not appear to directly tie to Zapata. The policy violations, Supervisor Patty's actions as outlined in this board letter have violated county policies, including the Equal Employment Opportunity Policy, the county's harassment-free work environment policy. Actions for the board to consider regarding Supervisor Patty include accept the report with no further action recommended, a resolution that censors the elected official, a resolution that does not censor the elected official but still expresses the board's disapproval of the elected official's conduct or acknowledgement that the elected official violated county policy, or referral to the grand jury for possible removal by accusation. I am here along with County Counsel to answer any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. So, in regards to the report and also the supplemental, that covered all of the information in regards to the relationship, or I guess comments between Supervisor Patty and Ms. Zapata. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairman.
In regards to the investigation itself, it seems that it covers most of those issues. Is there anything else that has surfaced since that particular completion in regards to this particular incident?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. Just a kind of a curious question. So in the request for information in regards to communications between those various individuals, so how many of those particular, or how many results were there? Because we've all been through this Freedom of Information Act request. And so how many actual entries were located, or at least I shouldn't say, well, that were found in that realm or that time frame to be reviewed?
County Council can answer that question for you.
To my knowledge, there were in excess of 4,000 emails.
Okay. And in those 4,000 emails, how many of them actually covered any of the concerns that Supervisor Patty expressed?
I didn't review those emails, Supervisor Wynn, so I can't speak to that. My Chief Deputy, Kristen Hagee, is the one who reviews the emails, and she is out sick today.
Okay. All right. So we don't know. I assume Supervisor Patty would know. So anyway, all right. Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay. Supervisor Miller?
Just a quick question. I want to confirm what we're here talking about today are only the 3 EEOC retaliation findings. Is that correct?
That is correct, Supervisor Miller. The others have been referred to the Ethics Ad Hoc Committee.
So they will be coming back to us at a later date. So we're only talking about those 3 issues today.
Yeah, A2, B2, and D2.
So I would ask if Ms. Zapata would like to make a statement. And we'll have Supervisor Patty if he wishes to. No, you're first. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Chair Wynn and Board of Supervisors. First, before I begin, I respectfully ask Chair Wynn to vigilantly enforce respect for my time to speak uninterrupted from all members of the board and the public as I provide my public testimony. Thank you, sir. Tomorrow marks the 1-year anniversary of me bringing forward several harassment and discrimination claims against Supervisor Tom Patty. Initially, I was very stressed when I learned the investigation would come before the board during open session. To be honest, I've struggled to find the words to share my experience with you today and the limited platform afforded to me. It's been a really long road to get here, and this process has caused a lot of pain and discomfort I cannot begin to fully express to you today. This continuous stress is the product of many factors. For the past year, Supervisor Tom Patty has had a dais, a microphone, and the power to unethically attempt to shift policy against me, while county policy mandated my silence. At the same time, I've been reporting to HR in a panic, looking for protection, seeking assurance from the HR director that there would be policies in place that would make him stop. He never did. And the more harassment I endured and reported, the more hostility escalated and I became isolated. While Supervisor Tom Patty did engage in egregious actions against me, the more painful part of my experience has been that county policies and processes have denied timely and impactful accountability. This, paired with the unfair power dynamics in our system, has silenced my voice and denied me access to the full investigative report. You have it, and I don't. An additional source of this stress is the understanding that the supervisor is sitting on the dais today, again with a microphone, physically above me. But I recognize that I'm not speaking before you today just for myself. I am here to speak because history and my own personal observations have conveyed that I am not alone in my experience. As a young Latina woman, the experience of being minimized, gaslighted, intimidated, and isolated are not new and not rare. Like many others before me, I'm here because of my perseverance through extremely difficult, inequitable circumstances and my dedication to serve the community that I love. As the first Latina Chief of Staff in San Joaquin County, I'm here to do my part to ensure the story is heard. The actions that the board takes today impact all current and future county employees and chiefs of staff. And the decisions made today set a precedent for how the county as an institution will act on experiences like mine in the future. Let's be clear. This is about more than Supervisor Patty and the actions that he has taken against me. It is about the systems, bad actors, and policies that have allowed those behaviors to escalate throughout the investigation. This has included, but is not limited to, an attack on my employment with proposed policy changes to allow the board to fire chiefs of staff with a majority vote. In February, 2 months before I brought any claims against him, Supervisor Patty filed an investigation into me, claiming I was slandering him and therefore creating a hostile work environment. He raised this false claim in numerous public board meetings and thereafter with derogatory comments targeting me directly. Comments levied against me from the dais, including calling me, quote, a bold-faced liar. All the claims Patty brought against me were found to be unsubstantiated by a county contracted investigator. Yet the damage of those repeated statements to the decorum and credibility of this board cannot be changed. I've passed a copy of that report out to all of you and would like to submit it into the public record. By contrast, 13 of my allegations against Supervisor Tom Patty were found to be substantiated by a different third-party investigator, and we're only discussing the 3 retaliatory allegations today. Additionally, the board letter provided by HR Director Brandy Hopkins describes that the investigator found that my testimony I provided during my interviews to be credible. In contrast, the investigator stated that, quote, some of Patty's statements contradicted information contained in board letters he submitted. You all have an opportunity today to show that the county stands up for all its employees who are experiencing discrimination and harassment. The complaints I raised in this report speak to a larger problem that the mothers, sisters, and daughters working here face. By strengthening accountability measures for county supervisors, you can help protect the mental and economic well-being of county staff who deal with this disrespect and mistreatment in the future. My hope is the board looks ahead with a steadfast commitment to implementing and enforcing HR policies that protect county employees, ensuring that in the future, no one experiences what I've gone through. I urge you to take the following disciplinary actions, some of which are laid out in the board letter prepared by HR Director Brandy Hopkins. First, pass a resolution censoring Supervisor Patty and refer the investigation to the San Joaquin County Grand Jury for possible removal of office by accusation, as listed in the board letter. Additionally, I urge you to waive your attorney-client privileges and release the full investigation to the public. Transparency is a value that I encourage the county to adopt on these issues. It should be standard procedure that any investigation into a publicly elected local official with substantiated claims is released to San Joaquin County constituents. As the board moves forward with robust discussion and considers taking corrective actions, I want to end by restating this. As the board moves, what is in front of the board today is a report from an independent investigator which substantiates my retaliation claims against Supervisor Tom Patty and found that he has clearly violated the county's harassment-free work environmental policies on 3 separate occasions. Today is about accountability and assuring me, county employees, and victims of harm who have exercised the courage to step forward, that corrective action will be taken. Thank you for your time and attention and consideration of my statement. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Patty. Any comments?
Not at this time. Thank you, Chairman.
All right. Any comments from the public? And I have just a moment. I'll go call your name. Okay, we discuss that when we're through with the public comment. Taylor Williams.
Resident of Stockton, deeply concerned about what appeared on this agenda item today. Concerned because a proven community leader and public servant came into this building to do good by her community and was met with immediate and inexcusable harassment, which was confirmed in an independent investigative report. I'm concerned because after filing her complaint, Supervisor Patty met her with clear retaliation, also confirmed in the third-party report. And then for the past year after filing 2 complaints, which the investigator parsed into 20 discrete allegations, Ms. Zapata came into this office in a clear environment of open hostility to continue doing her job, in the face of a proven harasser who was actively trying to make it harder for her to do her job. I'm concerned that the man that is chairing the County Board of Supervisors is creating an environment in which it's harder for the county to do its job. But on top of all that feels like plenty. I think what I'm most concerned about is that the man who is confirmed on 13 allegations of harassment is sitting there, report in hand, while Ms. Zapata and all of the rest of us have to wonder what's in it. In May of last year, Supervisor Patty, you said there should be some levels of accountability when it relates to staff and their actions as they publicly slander, attack, and impugn individuals that are serving on this board. And within that retaliatory remark, there is actually one nugget of truth, and that is accountability is important. That a proven harasser is holding that report right now of which he's literally the subject, and none of the rest of us are, should be a very loud indication to this board that the technicality by which it's not been made available to the public is just a technicality. Right now, it is only protecting the guilty party. So I ask of this board, please do the right thing. Waive the confidentiality of that report. None of the rest of you need to be held accountable for the actions of your chair, but you are accountable for your votes.
James Osborne.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, county council. I'm an attorney in San Joaquin County. and I know Mr. Patty, so that there's no question about why I'm here. I have some concerns about this report. I have seen some snippets, things that were reported in the Stockton Record this past week, and I don't know the counsel who conducted the investigation, but as a 20-year veteran of law enforcement, I can say that this investigation is full of some holes. I understand that the burden of proof of a preponderance of evidence is certainly different than in a criminal case. However, I don't see that we rise here in this report based on what was given on the 3 allegations that we're discussing, that they rise to the level of retaliation or that they meet the burden of preponderance of evidence. On May 18th, it was someone lied and slandered regarding racism and sexism. Ms. Zapata's name was never mentioned. So the investigator presumed that that's who Mr. Patty was talking about. And yet there's been lots of different allegations that could have been from anyone. He also said that staff should be held accountable and part of the code of ethics. How is that a problem? How is that retaliation? Why, I'm surprised to find out that the chiefs of staff are not held to the same code of ethics that the Board of Supervisors is held to. That makes no sense to me. And so how is it when Mr. Patty says, yes, everybody should be held accountable, that's retaliation? Please. Harassment. Nothing in any of the parts of the report that I was able to get my hands on had any direct negative comments to Ms. Zapata, any direct harassment other than an allegation that he was discourteous or rude or uncivil. And yet in the 2 instances that they were there, that doesn't apply. And I noticed the clock. I would ask for the board's consideration that I be allowed to speak a little longer than normal as I represent Mr. Patty.
All right. Well, normally that comes on with 30 seconds, but I'll give you a little leeway on that.
Thank you. On August 18th, according to the report, Mr. Patty made a public records request under the CPRA. County Council, I believe, said there were about 4,000 emails. I suspect that not all of those had anything to do with Ms. Miller or Ms. Zapata. I believe that it is Mr. Patty's responsibility as a member of this board to investigate things that might cause a problem not only for the county but for the Board of Supervisors, and that he has a right, the same as I do or any of us do under the CPRA, to request any kind of materials that might be relevant to running the county and doing the things that the County Board of Supervisors is held to do. And then on September 14th, he said that there were lies and slander by staff members, not by a particular member, but by members, and that it appears to be about Ms. Zapata. Appears to be doesn't rise to the level of preponderance of evidence. In all these statements that he made, Mr. Patty never talked directly about Ms. Zapata. We talk about retaliation. She doesn't work for him. He doesn't control anything about her, the employment, her pay. The fact that he asked why she started at a top level of pay before she started.
Point of order, Chair. This is not on the agenda, the reasons for the actions. And I just want to ask the question, are we going to allow all the speakers to basically go on as long as they wish?
Supervisor Miller, I'm allowing this gentleman because he does provide representation for Supervisor Patty, but to answer your question, no other speakers will not be allowed this discretion.
Okay, that doesn't...
Right. Ms. Zapata claims that she's gone through this stress and pain and discomfort because of Supervisor Patty's egregious actions. I don't see not saying good morning as egregious. I don't see asking her to leave an office when he was having a...
Point of order. That portion of charges is not under discussion here today. The only thing that's been agendized are the 3 retaliatory actions. None of the other things. There's 10 other findings that are going to the Ethics Committee that will come back to this board.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Point taken.
Let me
if
just...
you could wrap it up, please, I'd appreciate it.
I will finish with this, Mr. Chairman. These 3 allegations, like I have said, do not rise to the level of preponderance of evidence. They do not rise to the level of retaliation. I think that the investigation left and missed a lot of information that could have been more favorable to my client, and I would ask that the board reject the findings, the 3 findings that were sustained against Mr. Patty. Thank you for your time. That's all for now.
So just for information in the future, that the lights in front of you when you're speaking, the yellow light comes on with 30 seconds left, and then the red light, you must stop. And I give Mr. Osborne a opportunity because he does apparently represent Supervisor Patty. Nancy Cochran.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Board of Supervisors. I'm glad to have this opportunity to speak to you today. I have known most of the people that I'm looking at here for several years and have watched the Board of Supervisors in action, and I have a lot of respect for the things that you have accomplished. I'm Nancy Cochran. I live in District 1. My representative is Miguel Villepudua. I'm here today to address how board staff view their positions as team members of the Board of Supervisors. Each board member and each staff member is part of a nonpartisan group who do best in serving the people by respecting the procedures and protocols in an orderly and nonpartisan way. I appreciate that this Board of Supervisors, as a group, wanted to review salaries of staff for the purpose of being even-handed in salary decisions. The issue today involves accusations of retribution. I'm seeing more vindictiveness. This board does have protocols, and protocols allow the discussion and weighing of facts, not presumptions, not allegations, but facts. It is deeply disturbing to me that an individual who wants to work with this board as a staffer is publicly malevolent and bitter when the salary is not rubber stamped. It smacks of political division and malice. Had this matter just gone through the procedures available, the matter would have been resolved. Personnel matters are resolved behind closed doors for a reason. It is a civilized way to focus on the real issues. I believe that social media should not be the forum. We should not reward this public media complaint and the inaccurate claims it makes. We must avoid setting a precedent of using the media in this way. Thank you.
Gia McElroy. Please, no clapping.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, my name is, thank you. Hello, my name is Gia McElroy, and I live in District 5. Discrimination in the workplace is a serious charge, and I am extremely disappointed that it has been used in the context of a political attack on one of our supervisors. As a woman who has personally faced instances of workplace and pay equity discrimination, I find it insulting that a county employee would use that charge as a cover for launching a political attack based on misinformation. I am proud of the fact that a majority of the Board of Supervisors used their discretion and due diligence to ensure that all procedures were properly followed when the new employees were being hired. It is refreshing to have local elected officials who care enough about our tax dollars to ask pertinent questions to make sure that new employees receive a salary that is commensurate with their experience upon entering a new position. In these turbulent times, we cannot take lightly the spread of misinformation online and its ability to negatively affect public discourse and the job of delivering results for our community. It is distressing that the county employee in question chose to take the route of spreading misinformation about our elected officials online, which contributed to the deteriorating nature of our public discourse. We have serious problems in our community which deserve our elected officials and their staff members' full attention. Let's start focusing on the real issues again. Thank you.
Della Minor?
We do have the question of the two citizens that were sitting behind Nancy and I.
Well, we'll consider that at the end.
They left, someone told them that other people could read their...
Ma'am, if you could please speak into the microphone.
Sorry. Trying not to be so bold. So we had two citizens sitting behind Nancy and I that wanted to make public comment today on this agenda item, and it ran so long that they had to leave, and they were told that Nancy and I could read their comments.
All right.
In their name.
Turn those comments over to the clerk of the board, and she'll read them at the end. Okay, Bella Minor? Okay. Alyssa Mendoza? Okay.
And Bella.
All right, thank you. Sonia Spatola?
Good afternoon, Chairman Nguyen and board members, county council, county administrator, and clerk of the board. My name is Sonia Spatola, and I live in District 1. Miguel is my representative. I'm also a retired county employee. I work for the county, and I get a small little pension. I do understand the 5-step process, and I'm here today as a concerned citizen, speaking out against the tactics used by a county employee to sway away public opinion against several members of the Board of Supervisors who were simply doing their jobs and were being wise stewards of our county tax dollars. We expect our elected representatives to make sure that our hard-earned tax dollars are spent wisely, which includes the matter of hiring new government staffers. I appreciate employees working for our county that represent the diversity of our region. I'm also a Hispanic. That being said, it is also important that the same employees are paid in accordance with the relevant experience that their job title requires. When I wanted more money and I was at fifth step, I looked for other positions. So our supervisors did the right thing in taking time to make sure that the pay scale for new hires match their qualifications upon being hired for their positions. Sadly, the county employee impacted by that particular vote last year felt it was necessary to publish inaccurate and misleading information online with no intent other than to disparage several members of this board. Now, before you is a report that is politically motivated and has used a significant portion of our tax dollars that could have been used to help solve the many problems in our community. It is my hope that the actions taken by the government employee spreading misinformation online is brought to the public's attention, and that we do not reward this type of behavior by spending additional time and tax dollars on political investigation. Thank you very much.
Steve Spatola.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Spatola. Well, how do you raise this? I'm a member of Miguel Padua's district, and good afternoon to all of you. I've known Tom Patty for about 10 years. I've found him to be an upstanding man and citizen. Doing what is right and proper is a hallmark of his being. To see him being charged for something that in reality may be only a matter of perception by the alleged offended party is likely the situation. Tom Patty, in his tenure as board chair, was being prudent in his inquiry of why Ms. Zapata was being hired for Supervisor Kathy Miller's lead clerk and in keeping with the personnel and financial qualification standards of San Joaquin County hiring practices. I would do no less than consider the correct selection standards of any applicant, as anyone made a case for the applicant's unique qualifications over the treatment given her peers. Tom Patty, a couple of years ago, displayed his fairness to women when he risked himself when he intervened in a pimp beating his working girl. Would Mrs. Zapata, if in this situation, be grateful that someone like Tom would jeopardize his life because he just thought he had a chance to be a hero? No. He did it because good people do not allow bad people to assault others at will. San Joaquin County should be proud of such a deed. It cost him a black eye, certainly one that he is not ashamed of. Ms. Zapata, it seems, has written an online screed about her mistreatment rather than handle it in a professionally accepted fashion of approaching the board in a business-like approach. It is a fact that other staffers were hired at lesser scales by another administration. Does that give her special treatment over others when we operate employment in a fair and equal level for all? Accusations of racial phobia, lies, slanders are the attacks of those who have no solid base or truth to their situations that they have inadvertently placed themselves. It seems more than coincidental that while Tom was in a congressional race, that his oppositional side would invoke yet a timely placed cheap trick to defeat his chances of a free and fair election. We have seen it too many times in California. We almost expect it, and here it is. I say with a 3-2 vote by the board, the issue was settled on 26 January. The 80-some hostile letters that were based on skewed facts and uninformed emotions. Ms. Zapata was counseled by Supervisor Miller, but seems to have rejected her pleas to negotiate and settle the matter. Ms. Zapata otherwise legally established her better than other qualifications should either do her work while she was hired to do or to quit. Tom Patty did nothing wrong, is being targeted for personal and political reasons. Thank you very much.
Emma Brisbane.
I'm never not terrified when you give ministers and attorneys a microphone and a time limit. Good afternoon, Chairman Nguyen, members of the board. I promised I had a whole other commentary prepared for item 5. And then earlier this morning, the board recognized Fair Housing Month with a proclamation. You welcomed the president and members of the Stockton's NAACP. Many appropriately supportive and laudatory statements were made about the NAACP's historic role in the process of the Fair Housing Act, and thus Fair Housing Month becoming a reality. How did that happen? Because a long-standing pattern of injustice and improper actions was courageously called out and subsequently investigated. The findings were duly considered. Corrective action was taken, worthy voices were heard. How do and how should the board's future actions relate to Camille Zapata? By respecting and engaging in the HR process, she has courageously called out a pattern of improper utterances and actions by Supervisor Patty. And I would submit to the board that an independent investigator deciding to sustain 30 out of 20 allegations is, by definition, affirming a pattern. But these findings cannot be duly considered, nor can corrective actions be taken, and Camille Zapata's worthy, courageous voice cannot be properly heard until and unless you as board members agree to accept the investigative report and complaint lodged by Camille Zapata against Supervisor Patty, waive the privilege, and release the report to the public. Listen, we all live in an imperfect experiment called a democracy. It moves forward in fits and starts, and not at all willingly when it comes to women and people of color. But without due process, without the will of the board to engage in the entire arc of due process, what is the board saying about its values and its intentions? And what on earth are you saying to two of the most important demographics in our county? Consider that. Listen to Camille Zapata's courageous voice. We will certainly be listening for the courage in yours.
Tony McNeil.
So I'm standing before you now as me, Tony, 53-year-old black woman that is intimidated. I am not gonna lie. And I'm always intimidated when I stand in the presence of strong men, white men, that can barely look at me, look me in the face, give me undivided attention. When their people come, they look up, they sit back, they take off their glasses, they pay them attention. But when people they don't respect and they have no intention of showing respect or regard to, stand up, their body language, which speaks 95% more than your words, your body language reflects your principles. I'm not even standing here with full hope and expectation that you might have the courage to do the right thing, because the courage to do the right thing would mean that you would need to accept this, the third-party investigation is truth. However, if you accept the third-party investigation as truth, that means then that you would need to take ownership of your responsibility and the role that you have played in allowing something like this to take place, and to actually take place over a year in your watch, under your watch, as our leaders. You're our leaders. We voted for you. We expect you to stand up and to do what is right for this staff, for the residents in our communities, for the city, for the people. And the moment that you sit in these seats and you, as leaders, become focused on your self-interest alone and not the interest of the people that you are sworn in, all of us, not just those that serve your self-interest. There's power in these seats. You hold power. In your posturing, you have influence. More power than Camille Zapata, a staffer, could ever presume to have. More power than a lot of the women that work in this place. More power than community members that come in and speak. You have power. You have influence. And I dare to say that you know it. You know the system and you know how it works. My heart and my prayer is that you would use your leadership and your moral ethics to make a change and do what's right. Hold each other accountable. I ask that you put forth the strongest disciplinary action. And I know my time is up.
Ann Baird.
Great. I'm as tall as Tony, so that works well. My name is Ann Baird, and I've been doing administrative and political work in this county for close to 50 years. And I must say, after all that time, we're still giving old white guys extra consideration. That hasn't changed. I know Camille Zapata. Camille ran former Assemblymember Susan Eggman's campaign for the state Senate. Susan Eggman is now Senator Eggman, so she must have done a pretty good job. Then she went to work for our wonderful supervisor, Kathy Miller, and she's doing a pretty good job there, too. Again, I know Camille. Camille is very intelligent. She's well-educated. She's organized. She's well-liked, well, except for a few people, and we know who they are. She's energetic, she's hardworking, and she gets things done. And one last thing. Camille Zapata tells the truth, and so do I. Thank you.
Amy Portello Nelson.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm here again, this time as myself, a Stockton resident and mother of two, and a former supervisor of Camille Zapata myself. I've known her for about 4 years now, and it's been a privilege to see her grow from someone who, as Ms. Baird said, has always been intelligent and hardworking, passionate about community and strong, but as someone who has really grown into a community leader that centers community residents and their voices in every space that she's in. She's tackled every challenge that she's ever come across and has become a woman who is not afraid to speak truth to power. I want to say before I get into my comments that we've heard some things here this morning that make it seem like what we're investigating here today is Camille's medium statement from over a year ago. And that's not what we're here to talk about today. Tom Petty did have an investigation, and his claims were not substantiated. But what we're here today is to talk about this claim that was substantiated and these 3 individual pieces that have been read to the board today that were, and this investigation that was started over a year ago before anyone had been identifying that they were going to be running for public office. So this is not a political attack. And this, I'm sure that Camille would have preferred that this be done a long time ago. I've seen and witnessed Camille's growth over quite a long time, and I've discussed and witnessed the incidents mentioned in this report with her as she's experienced them over the last 14 months. I've seen the impacts it has had on her personally, and I've also seen how powerless the county's HR department was in supporting and protecting her through this. She's given her best every day, fighting the urge to walk away from this position because of the toxicity created by a hostile work environment. She stayed in service to community, but it's not okay. No one should have to feel unsafe
and work in spaces where they're surrounded by those who are working against them. HR systems should be able to protect us and every county employee. Instead, Camille had to suffer in silence, not allowed to make so much as a social media post while a supervisor could slander her on the dais with no repercussions. We need to protect women from these inequities of power and look into creating stronger ordinances to review county policies and issues of inequities for women. More urgently, I ask that the county release the full investigation so that the community can see the depth of the problem. As a woman of color, I strongly, strongly advise you to accept this and to continue. Thank you very much.
Bobby Bivens.
Afternoon. Not good afternoon, because it's never a good afternoon when we have to talk about discrimination and harassment. So this is not a good afternoon. It's unfortunate that we're even here having this discussion. And I want you all to think about the amount of courage and stress and pain that this young lady took to come up here and speak against a power. Literally think about that, because the last thing that she probably wanted to do is come up and make a charge against Supervisor Patty, because in reality, we all know that because of the nature of the job, he does have power. He does have power over her as an employee. And when a power person in a workplace takes the advantage of an individual, then that's called harassment. And harassment is discrimination. But we don't need to have a long discussion because you're talking about an investigation and statements of fact. You said this gentleman gets a long time because he's Tom Patty's attorney and represents him. I hope he's not representing him on discrimination. And if he is, then I should get to talk as long as he does, because I do way more of that than I'd be willing to bet that he does. But the most important thing is that you guys have a simple decision to make. One, to accept this report, which is statements of fact. We're not talking about fiction. We're not talking about Disneyland. We're not talking about a popcorn machine. We're talking about an investigator that you took taxpayers' money and paid to investigate the charges and to determine whether the investigation is accurate. I assume it is. To determine whether the statements are facts. I would assume that they are. That's why you hired them. And so now you have a decision to make to accept that report and take action. And it says on your document what actions you can take, should take. I hope you do take. This is not personal about Mr. Patty from my perspective. It's about discrimination, and that makes it universal, not personal. So as you debate and think about what you're going to do, keep in mind that you hired an investigator to find out who was lying, and they came back with a report. So now you need to follow the recommendations of your investigator. Thank you.
Hey, Allison Aranda. Thank you.
Hello, Chairman Nguyen, supervisors, staff. I'm here to speak in support of and stand with Camille Zapata. She is a person of the deepest integrity, and she has indisputably suffered horribly at the hands of a county supervisor. As much as people here would like to muddy the waters, Ms. Zapata's pay scale is not the issue at hand. Today's issue is the 3 sustained allegations of retaliation by Supervisor Patty that were found by an independent investigator, an attorney that doesn't directly receive his paycheck from Supervisor Patty. I watched the video from some of the board meetings that were referenced in the HR letter. The attacks on Ms. Zapata were thinly veiled and even worse than described in the letter when viewed in full context. It is beyond disturbing that an elected official could use his position at the dais to harass a county employee. Watching these videos, I can say I was shocked but not surprised, having watched this supervisor yell over Supervisor Miller during meetings, or watching him berate Dr. Maggie Park over golf courses at the beginning of a pandemic that would go on to take the lives of over 2,200 San Joaquin County residents. This is a pattern of behavior towards women, and I'm grateful for Ms. Zapata's courage in coming forward. She is paving the road for all women who come after her. I am calling on the board to accept the findings of the investigation, waive attorney-client privilege, and release the full report. The public has a right to know exactly what was found during the investigation. Regarding the 3 sustained complaints being considered today, I am calling on the board to censure Supervisor Patty for his retaliatory and hostile behavior towards Camille Zapata. If you don't hold Supervisor Patty accountable for his actions, what are you saying to the women of this county, your wives, your sisters, your daughters, about how they can expect to be treated in the workplace? Thank you.
Jasmine Leake.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chair Wynn and supervisors. My name is Jasmine Leake. I'm a resident of Stockton. Supervisor Miller is my representative. Oh, thank you. I just want to make a few comments in regards to this report and also speak a little bit to my own experience when reading and reviewing this report. I think the first thing I want to say is thank you to Camille Zapata for having the courage to, as someone said earlier, illuminate our public discourse with her experience. I think, unfortunately, in our community, she's not alone. Women are constantly facing this type of harassment, discrimination, and intimidation. And I think it's really sad because we all are here together in this county, and we have to rely on each other. We have to be able to work together and to solve our problems, which we have many, as many people have said today. And the actions by Supervisor Patty that were contained in the report just only make us get further and further away from that. I just want to say also, I've had my own experiences with intimidation by Supervisor Patty and his staff. Back in October of last year, I came before you to speak about the Beacon Economics economic development strategy, and was followed up with a phone call from his chief of staff the next day, thanking me for having the gumption to come before you and speak and make public comment. That was not lost on me, that call was made. I thanked him for his time calling me and hung up. And then at a recent meeting, I was interrupted while making my public comment by Supervisor Patty, another attempt to silence me. And so I think, as Ms. McNeil mentioned, it's a pattern. I think this board and the community should see the full report that was drafted by Ms. Boyd's firm. And I think then we can make a real determination about his conduct. And until then, I think it's appropriate to censure Supervisor Patty, excuse me, because it's very clear that he's violated your own policies. Thanks.
Jerry Gruen.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Sherry Greven, and as a former resident of Tracy, Mountain House, and Stockton, I'm here today on behalf of Camille and out of concern for county staff, government transparency, and accountability. Should staff or residents, for that matter, experience harassment or retaliation by an elected member of this board, there should be an expectation of independent review, which thankfully was completed. However, should be followed up, as many have requested today, full transparency of its findings and policies developed to protect staff now and in the future, including corrective action if the supervisor was found to have violated the law. Such policies should also be made available for public comment. Supervisor Patty's conduct is a clear abuse of power, and he should be held accountable. Thank you.
Lauren Babb.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Lauren Babb, and I am so grateful to Camille Zapata for having the courage to be here and to speak on behalf of many women and girls who experience this in the workplace. It is incredibly intimidating to be a person of color and a younger person of color, coming up against powerful people. So to that end, everyone should have the right to a safe workplace free of harassment and retaliation. Power is about who makes the rules, and the reality is most of us lack the power over these decisions. However, you all have a good deal of power in this situation, and you have the ability to change and do something different. When I, as a public servant myself, think about government, I think about transparency, accountability, and integrity. If someone on my board or any of the places that I work does not follow the rules, I expect that government will uphold those rules. This is an opportunity to show that San Joaquin County cares about its residents and the importance of giving information to those people that live and work here. So I will ask that you all pass a resolution censoring Supervisor Patty and also refer the investigation to the grand jury of San Joaquin County. Additionally, I would ask that you waive your attorney-client privilege and release the full report to the public. That's where the facts are. It's only fair that we know what y'all know. That's the whole point of government. So again, I think it's really critical that you all show up for your community. You show up for someone that had the respect and deserves respect of this board. And I hope you make that decision. Thank you.
Jean, is it Urser? Okay. Not yet.
I'm very spontaneous here. I made notes on my phone as everybody was talking, and I don't know most of you. I know Tori, I know Ann, I know Jim, the lawyer, and I know Mark. We did moot court together at Humphreys. In any event, I'm rarely passionate, but you guys have aroused my passions. Actually, not you guys. I expect derision from this crowd. I do expect it.
Sir, can you please speak into the microphone?
In any event, I don't know my district, but I do know, and I can assure you that I live in San Joaquin County. So I'm winging it right now, as I said, but I want to preempt something right now. I have a bias. I'm a friend of Tom's. Okay, a fairly recent friend, but I really like the guy. In any event, I don't think that defending yourself, and yeah, this is an opinion, but I don't think defending yourself is retaliating. It's just not the same thing, Ms. Miller. Okay? I mean, I see the body language all the time. Now, fortunately, I don't think I'm being censored at this point, but I don't want my elected officials to be censored. Please. Do not censor my elected officials. And I don't even think Tom is the supervisor of my district. He could be, I don't know, like I told you. This is a rhetorical question, kind of for Mark. Malice, what is it? Is it reckless disregard for the truth? Yes, it is. That's exactly what malice is. Tom has a qualified privilege. As a public official, he has a qualified privilege to say something unless there is malice. There was a movie, Absence of Malice, a long time ago. Same issue. There was no malice. There was no reckless disregard for the truth. Oh, and I can finish this in 29 seconds. I don't need Jim's time. Jim's a good friend. I heard these buzzwords: equity, marginalized, courage, power. These buzzwords that are used all the time. So, you don't get to frame the issues. Okay? I'm talking to the audience right now. I know I'm looking at the board because the microphone's here. But in any event, I'm done. Thank you.
Anyone else? Come forward and state your name, please.
I don't know if this is good height, to be honest. That's good.
Could you state your name, please?
My name is Jada. Blessings to the board. I'm also not sure what district I live in as well, and I think that's a true testament to maybe some of the outreach efforts of the board. I do know Camille, and so obviously I'm in support of her today. I had a moment earlier with Supervisor Patty, and you walked up to me and you looked me in the eyes and you held space with me. So I'm wondering if maybe we could hold space currently right now, because I have just two things to say. The first one is that some folks came forward today in support of you, and those I would consider to be what my community calls your homies. And I'm exceptionally happy that you have a group of folks to support you today, because that's what we're doing for Camille. What I would say is that the thing that came to my mind the most as they were speaking is that the first stage of grief is denial. And I think today, what some folks came forward to speak about is the utmost confusion that somebody who they uphold as this great person could do such things. And I think you have a moment today to really honor your position and to honor yourself as a human being, as somebody who could grow and learn from this experience. And I certainly hope that after hearing our testimonies and after hearing your folks' testimonies, that you realize we're all experiencing humane things, and that this is really just a moment for us as a county to continue to grow and support us people of color, us women, us as intersectional beings. The second thing that I will say is that I recently obtained a position. I'm 26. Camille is also 26. And I recently obtained a position that empowers me to make mistakes. And I will say that today might be an opportunity for us to maybe grow together and continue to learn that mistakes are natural, but to also note that Camille had no room for mistakes in this position, because she knew that at every single meeting, at every single moment in the office, at any point, she could have somebody coming up to her to intimidate her into certain beliefs, into certain practices, and how incredibly removing that is from being a person. So Supervisor Patty, I hope that you take this as an opportunity to go down in history as somebody who's willing to recuse themselves from the conversation, recognize your mistakes, and continue to put forward that the board release the entire report and to censure yourself and to continue to go forward with the grand jury. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay. Before we, and I ask the clerk of the board the two letters or whatever that we have our comments, and then do we have some written comments to read? Before we do that, since we've, I think, exhausted the audience in regards to public comment, Vice Chair Rickman has asked for a favor. So we will take a 5-minute break and then we will return. reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting. So where we left off, I was going to ask Clerk of the Board if you could first read the two comments that were left to some of the audience to read, and then if there's any email comments, written comments after that.
Thank you, Chairman. The first comment was submitted by Bella Miner, who writes, credibility. Hello, my name is Bella Miner, and I live in District 2. Let's talk about credibility. I'm just going to get right to the point. While I am all in favor of everyone's right to express themselves in a political and even partisan matter, let's not make any mistake about what is really going on here. It has been apparent to me from the very beginning that Supervisor Kathy Miller is triggered by certain members of this board. She has often hijacked board meetings and county residents over matters that are inherently personal to her and do not affect the diverse people of our county. We have seen this time and time again. Supervisor Miller and her contentious and draining attacks on everyone. During her tenure as supervisor and throughout her political career, we have seen her vicious attacks on basically anyone that lives and breathes. It's no surprise that her chief of staff would follow in her footsteps and seek to attack the same people Supervisor Miller targets. I'm asking the supervisors, the county attorneys, the Human Resources Department, and everyone to take into account that this is nothing more than political theater being played out right here in our government building, and it's a complete waste of taxpayer dollars. I ask that the board not vote to give credibility to people who seek to continue this negative political campaign for partisan reasons. The county of San Joaquin cannot afford to continue throwing money at this, as well as continue to insert themselves in partisan politics. The second comment was submitted by Alyssa, who writes, employee misinformation. Hello, my name is Alyssa, and I live in District 2. After reading the article in the record, it appears that this entire circus stemmed from the Board of Supervisors rightly pulling employee hiring and salary considerations from the calendar for discussion. Pulling the matter for discussion sparked the employee to spread misinformation online, which resulted in the supervisors being wrongfully targeted by the public with overwhelming negative feedback, which leads us to today, discussing how misinformation online results in an employee being the victim of retaliation. It's clear to me that retaliation would not be on the table had the employee not willfully and intentionally spread conspiracies online. I'd like to ask the board to vote to end this continued waste of taxpayer time. The misinformation effect is defined as the tendency to post-event information to interfere with the memory of the original event. Researchers have shown that the introduction of even relatively subtle information following an event can have a dramatic effect on how people remember. There should rightfully be an investigation as to why this employee was allowed to spread misinformation online. The next comment was submitted by Barbara Berrigan-Perea, who writes, good morning, Board Chair Wynn, Supervisors. I am writing to express my support for Camille Zapata and to urge the board to take the ethics charges against Supervisor Patty seriously and to do right by Ms. Zapata's employment, an exemplary work record. Having been also wrongly accused by Supervisor Patty of organizing against him when my constitutionally protected observations of his conduct were the result of watching his public actions on the dais, it is imperative that this board make it clear to the women of San Joaquin County that discrimination, unprofessional conduct, harassment, character assassination, and misogyny will not be tolerated as part of county operations. In addition, supervisors who have endorsed Supervisor Patty's congressional run must recuse themselves from voting on his conduct. Such a conflict of interest serves no purpose for the public, Ms. Zapata, or the women of San Joaquin County. The Good Old Boys Network needs to end immediately, and the board must professionalize itself. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, I write today to provide the words of encouragement, hoping that this board chooses to look past emotional animus and instead elects to focus on what this board claims to base all of their decisions on, independent factual information. The point of contracting outside counsel when dealing with allegations brought because of the actions of one of its supervisors is not to solely discharge the institution of liability. It also has to be about ensuring impartiality, fairness, and be an unbiased search for the truth. That is what's before you today. A report by an outside source who conducted an investigation into 20 claims brought by one of your employees, 13 of which were substantiated, but only 3 of which will be discussed during this meeting. If ever there was a time for this board to show their constituents that the board deals in facts and not politics, now is the time. Before you are 3 claims of independently substantiated harassment or retaliation committed by a supervisor, who at the time of his actions was the chair of this board. This is a classic case of a massive power imbalance resulting in a powerful man acting how he pleased because he believed he was untouchable. Supervisors, you must vote to censure him. I would now like to speak to Camille. You are honest, courageous, and powerful. You did not deserve to be treated this way. You are more than this report and what this board chooses to do with it. Stay strong. The next comment was submitted by Latoya McNeil, who writes, as a woman of color having faced similar types of harassment and bullying from privileged men in the workplace, I stand tall in support of Camille, for I am Camille. The next comment was submitted by Kimberly Wormsley, who writes, Dear Honorable Chairwoman and Board of Supervisors, local government is the most up-close and personal levels of government and its entirety. Community members and residents are most available, have rapport and relationships with, are noticeably seen with their elected, etc. This is why is it critical and important to ensure that we are transparent and work in partnership within our local government. I have known Camille Zapata for a very long time. Her drive, passion, and commitment to people is very noticeable and apparent on all levels of her work. The relationship she has formulated for the last years are commendable. She has remained open for community dialogue, and she is very noticeably available for citizens within this community. I'm very saddened to read about what is happening this morning, and this particular agenda item, John 13:35, reminds us that, quote, by this everyone will know that you are my disciples, if you love one another, end quote. Please remember to be mindful and intentional in the work and action decided today. Good government only truly prevails when transparency is at the core of the conversation, communication, actions, and decisions. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, I guess the public now knows why Supervisor Patty was so quick to try and exonerate Steve Bestolarides against findings of retaliation from an independent investigation, as he knew he had his own investigation against him. It was in his best interest to start a precedent to not believe independent investigations. Instead of focusing on the findings and the behavior, he puts the focus on perceived flaws in the investigation and blames other parties for not doing something. The focus needs to stay on the inappropriate and unacceptable behavior of Supervisor Patty. That is the issue before the board. Is the board going to demonstrate to their employees that they matter and protect them from inappropriate behavior at work? Or are you going to continue to send the same messages you did with Mr. Bestolarides, that the employees don't matter? That as long as you are a department head or elected official, you can treat people poorly, that you can violate employment laws, and this board will have your back. We all know the outcome. Supervisors Miller and Nguyen will be hypocritical in paying attention to this investigation findings, unlike they did with Mr. Bestolarides. Supervisors Rickman and Villapudua will continue to follow the lead of Patty and protect him. Meanwhile, only the employees suffer and are held accountable for their behavior, and the public continues to suffer as this board continues to incur significant financial liabilities for its inactions and failures to do their job. The next comment was submitted by Kimba Levsey, who writes, please release the full report concerning the harassment of Camille Zapata by Tom Patty, and censure Tom Patty for the harassment of Camille Zapata. 13 of the 20 allegations were sustained. I truly expect better behavior from my elected officials here in SJC. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, I read the article in the Stockton Record this weekend regarding the findings of retaliation against Supervisor Patty. It was interesting to learn that Supervisor Patty doesn't have an issue with releasing the full report because it is only a liability issue for the county when they are sued. It makes you wonder if Supervisor Patty didn't attend the mandatory harassment, discrimination, and retaliation training that he was required to, or if he just wasn't paying attention or was asleep. Because if he had, he would know that he can be held personally liable for his actions in a civil case. It isn't just the county who is at risk. Of course, had he attended or paid attention, he would have known that his actions were violating EEO laws and maybe wouldn't have done them. Of course, this is just wishful thinking because it assumes Supervisor Patty has the ability to act like an adult, the self-awareness to recognize the role his actions and decisions played in a situation, and the willingness to hold himself accountable instead of always trying to be the victim. The next comment was submitted by Nancy Huante Zinzun, who writes, Buenos dias, Board Chair Nguyen and Supervisors. I'm writing to express support and love for Camille Zapata. I'm also writing to urge the board to take the ethics charges against Supervisor Patty seriously by holding him and others accountable. Your next steps on this item will only reflect how serious you are about doing what is right for the future of politics and public policy. It is imperative that the board take a stand against discrimination. Message to Camille: you are strong, smart, brave, experienced, and knowledgeable enough to do the work needed in our communities. Love you. Thank you for your time. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, I write today in support of Camille Zapata. What she has had to go through is unacceptable. These are precisely the practices that leave women and young people of politics out of politics. The additional fact that this report is being hidden from the public is outrageous. Accountability is necessary to uphold public trust. The next comment was submitted by Robert Wilson, who writes, Members of the Board of Supervisors, the recommendations in this complaint are outrageous and patently absurd. Kathy Miller was pushing to give a sweetheart deal for higher pay to Camille Zapata that had not been available to other supervisors' staff when they were hired, for simply questioning this deal and saying it was inappropriate. Tom Petty has had a bogus complaint lodged against him by the highly partisan Camille Zapata, with the support of her boss, Kathy Miller. There is no merit to this fraudulent complaint whatsoever, and it should be thrown in the trash can where it belongs. Robert Wilson, Stockton, California. The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, please consider carefully your actions in reference to the HR issue with Supervisor Patty. If you choose to not uphold your own policies or procedures, you undermine the integrity of democracy. Your response should be swift and strong to combat this type of behavior in the future. The next comment was submitted by an anonymous resident who writes, over the weekend, the Stockton Record published an article online about the situation that I find very disturbing. It seems that there was a new hire for an employee the Board of Supervisors pulled the higher salary for further discussion. Pulling this item to have a further discussion about someone who is new to the workforce is a reasonable and responsible way to handle a situation like this. When someone is new to the workforce, there are no comparable regarding previous experience. This was the right move for the board to make, and I have no problem with the Board of Supervisors pulling salary for further discussion, as it shows that they are being conscientious with our tax dollars. My concern, however, lies in the fact that after that meeting, the new hire took to an online platform and spread misinformation about what happened at the meeting in order to make people believe something happened that didn't happen, in an effort to skew public opinion against those who were duly elected to represent the people. Those actions were wrong, and the new hire should be held account. There is a lesson to be learned here, and that lesson should be about the importance of communicate accurately to the public. The next comment was submitted by an anonymous Stockton resident who writes, I am all in favor of everyone's right to express themselves in a political and even partisan matter. Let's not make any mistake about what is really going on here. Let's be clear. From the very beginning, it has been apparent that Supervisor Miller is often triggered by certain members of the board. Miller often hijacks the narrative of board meetings for reasons that are inherently personal to her and do not affect the diverse people of our county. We have seen this time and time again, Miller's and her continuous and draining attacks on everyone. Her reign as supervisor and throughout her political career, we have seen her lengthy attacks. It's no surprise that her chief of staff would follow in her footsteps and seek to harass and attack the same people Miller targets. I'm asking the supervisors, the county attorneys, and the Human Resources Department to take into account that this is nothing more than political theater being played out right here in our government building. It's officially sustained. This is not a gender or racial bias matter. No further action should be taken by the board. I ask that the board not vote to give credibility to people who seek to continue this negative political campaign for partisan reasons. The county employees cannot afford to continue throwing money at this, as well as continue to insert themselves in partisan politics. No further action is necessary. The next comment was submitted by a concerned Stockton voter who writes, per the Stockton Record reporting about this Matt, the board rightfully pulled the salary of the new hire. The false, misleading information the new hire posted online is nothing short of conspiracy theories. This matter has been found to not be an issue of race. No more action is needed. The fact that the new hire did not know the difference between a board vote and a pulling an item for further discussion justifies the action of pulling the item for discussion. The new hire was clearly over her head, not knowing basic board procedure. Thank you, Supervisor Rickman, Patty, and Villapudua for putting citizens first and for being conscientious with our hard-earned tax dollars. It's clear to us now that the new hire was thinking only of herself and not concerned with respecting our tax dollars. The new hire either purposefully spread misinformation online or she truly didn't know the difference. Both are troubling. The board is not a judge and jury. No further action. The next comment was submitted anonymous and writes, "The issues with Tom Petty have been a constant distraction since he was elected. I almost expected Saul Goodman to speak on his behalf at today's board meeting. At what point is he held accountable for his actions?" And the last comment was submitted by District 2 citizen who writes, "It's dangerous to use the term harassment too loosely. Harassment is criminal and this board is not a criminal authority. The fact, according to the Stockton record, is that after the employee, who is new to the workforce, didn't get what she wanted immediately, she went online, spread misinformation, and then filed harassment claims. The chronological order of facts in this matter is troubling. I am glad the matter of salary and experience was pulled for further discussion. She has no corporate experience. Working on a political campaign is not corporate experience. The actions listed as sustained in part are basically null and speak volumes that the results were largely inconclusive. The board has no right to discipline a duly elected representative. Respect the people who voted for him. This same board voted unanimously for pay equity for our hardworking deputies. It's not reasonable to believe that the majority of the board would throw away their beliefs and actions that support their beliefs because of one person. No further action." And Chair Wynn, that concludes our public comments.
Thank you. Okay, so anyone else who hasn't had a chance to speak? Not seeing anyone. Okay, that closes the public comment. So I'll turn it back to the board. Somebody wants to talk, and I don't know who that is. Oh, okay, Supervisor Villapuja.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Hopkins, I'm just curious, how much have we spent on attorney fees with this investigation?
Today, I can get it to the board.
Okay, so it seems like we have a lot of, everybody disagrees and so forth. So like last year when this started happening, was there ever like an idea to like sit down with Mr. Patty and with Camille in the same room and have a discussion like what's going on? Was there ever like that? Did everybody just run to the attorneys and say, let's file an investigation? Was there ever a time like for them to sit down and talk?
I'll ask County Counsel to help me respond to this. County Counsel, HR, and the CAO's office met with Supervisor Patty. We've also spoken to Ms. Zapata. County Counsel, is there anything you'd like to add?
There was an attempt, I can't put a date on it, or there was at least discussion about getting the chiefs of staff together in a room to be able to see if there were some issues that could be worked out, but that fell through.
It seems to me that this costs taxpayer money. I mean, there's a disagreement, misunderstanding. Mill was hired, and she wanted the highest pay possible, and we didn't think it was a fair thing to do, considering my chief of staff had been here 4 years, and he still wasn't at level 5. And then she went home and she basically wrote these emails on Facebook and basically said, these 3 supervisors, how dare they deny my pay, and they're all going to go down. I didn't get a picture of it, but that email did happen. I read it, that Facebook snap. It just seems like we could have avoided a lot of trouble if we just would have sat down and worked this out when it happened. And unfortunately, now there's no winners. Feels like she's mistreated, and Supervisor Patty does a great job for his district. He's a very hard worker, and probably when he was the chairman, he was extremely busy, and I find it hard to believe he would take this much energy to attack a chief of staff, is what I'm trying to say. There's no winners here, and it's an unfortunate situation, all I'm going to say. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, anyone else? Supervisor Miller?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate Supervisor Villapuja's frustration with everything that's gone on. I think it's shared. But I want to remind all of us that despite all the efforts today to rehash in what was, and in clearly coordinated public comment as well, written, to rehash the hiring of Camille, the board pulled it. I consulted with HR. I brought it back to the board. There was additional lengthy discussion, and this board voted on a unanimous vote, 5-0, to hire Camille based on the staff report that was provided. They hired Camille. And so we're not here today to rehash any of that. And we're not here to rehash any of the actions that followed, except for the 3 charges of retaliation. That's it. So I want to start out by saying that in multiple dictionaries, some of the words, some of the meanings used for retaliation are vengeance, retribution, and revenge. So let that sink in a bit. We had a veteran member of this board in his 2nd term, the chair no less, retaliate against a county employee because they had filed an EEO complaint against him, something she had every right to do, and that action was protected under law. And it was protected regardless of the outcome of her complaint. Didn't matter if it was eventually sustained or not. Her ability to file it, that was legally protected. And when Supervisor Patty was told about the complaint and warned against retaliation, he chose to retaliate. And what did it look like? On May 13th, only 5 days after he found out about her claim, he authored a revision to our Code of Ethics, which at that time was only 100 days old. We had just revised it and approved it. And everybody wants to make it about, oh, well, why shouldn't the chiefs of staff fall under the Code of Ethics? That's not what anybody took exception to. The problem with what was brought to us and is clearly in the board letter, and there's a red line version of the proposed language, what was being proposed was the ability for a simple majority of this board to fire any chief of staff for any supervisor. That's what everybody had a problem with. It was heard by this board only 8 days after he found out about Camille's claim. Then in August, he filed a public records request asking for all emails from both Ms. Zapata and myself. It had over 40 different words, key words, that included other people, but the emails that were pulled and reviewed were only from Ms. Zapata and I. Over 4,000 emails had to be pulled, in many cases redacted, and reviewed by myself, by Ms. Zapata, by a representative from County Counsel's office, and from our ISD department. And nothing came from that public records request. We never heard another word about it. We provided all those emails. We never heard another word about it. Then in September, apparently still unable to control himself, our then chair again engaged in a rant during a public meeting, a board meeting, and it was clearly directed toward Ms. Zapata. This was the language that called her a bold-faced liar, and it referred to lies and slander at least 5 times. What's not in the report is that in February, Supervisor Patty filed a Rule 20 claim against Camille, almost 2 months before she filed one against him. His claim triggered an investigation. Been no talk about, oh gee, what about the cost of that? No, that hasn't been made public because not a single one of his complaints was sustained. Nothing. In fact, the investigator clearly said is there was, in his own words, he had very little evidence. They were based on a hunch and his belief that they fit her mindset. He repeated his allegations, which he made over and over during the year, about a smear campaign, lies and slander, an attempt to bully and intimidate him, along with his version of a lot of the events that later appeared in Ms. Zapata's complaint. All of these allegations by a different outside investigator were found unsubstantiated. There is absolutely no question that the retaliatory actions that are in the report that we're supposed to be focusing on today happened, because they're all on the record. Every single thing that's listed here is on the record. All you have to do is go back and watch the video archives of the meetings, and all you have to do is to read his board letter. It's in the archived agendas and minutes. The board letter and the red line version of the attempt to give a majority of this board the ability to fire Ms. Zapata and any other chief of staff was authored, and it was signed by then Chair Patty. That's in the record. His unsubstantiated Rule 20 complaint is on file with HR, and the investigative report summary has been provided to all of us, and it was entered into the public record today. So all three of the charges today, the retaliatory charges, were verified and sustained by a separate, different, outside, independent investigator, Catherine Boyd and her firm. Because it's a fact of law that Ms. Zapata's filing of the claim was a protected action, whether or not her claim was ultimately sustained, because of that, Supervisor Patty's retaliation was in fact a violation of EEO policy and the county's harassment-free work environment policy. There is no position higher than a member of the Board of Supervisors. There's no one with more power within the county organization. But that comes with a big responsibility on our part. We are elected and given the public's trust, not just to enforce the laws of San Joaquin, but to abide by them ourselves, no matter how angry or outraged we might be. There must be some consequences for these violations because they do constitute an extreme abuse of power. This was the chair of our board doing this. We must send a message that while we have high expectations for our employees, our contract with them means that we will value them, we will protect them, and that this kind of behavior by anyone in a position of power will not be tolerated, including and even if it's one of us. Supervisor Patty has been admonished by the board for past ethical breaches. By supervisors who voted to take no additional action but expressed extreme disappointment and acknowledged that he had behaved badly, but they believed that he would modify his behavior. And sadly, that has not been the case. He has continued to make accusations, already judged unsubstantiated from the dais, and file complaints against a fellow supervisor. And now he's done it against one of our employees. All of those charges have been unsustained. He currently has a fourth claim pending against me, and I have no doubt that that will go nowhere either. Another slap on the hand for him is, quite frankly, it's just insulting. It's insulting to Ms. Zapata, to our county employees, and to the public. And I am urging this board to step up and do the right thing today. I move a resolution by this board censuring Supervisor Patty and his actions in the strongest possible terms and referring the matter to the grand jury. And in addition, I am moving that the board waives privilege on the full report and releases it to the public. I truly believe it is in the public's interest when there have been sustained allegations against an elected official. The public should have the right to see that report.
Before I entertain for a second, I'd like to give Supervisor Patty an opportunity to speak if he wishes to or not.
Well, I would have to state emphatically that I deny the allegations that have been made against me. I wholeheartedly disagree with the findings of the report, and I believe that it's not in my interest, or the interest of the county, to say anything more at this time about this issue. I will further state that it's more than coincidental that Supervisor Miller and others in this room work with Scott Wynn, who's also running a campaign for another candidate against me. I believe this is a politically motivated attack by those that have, and someone in particular, or anyone in particular that has far-left campaign operatives working against me on behalf of a political party. Some people in this room that have objections to my political position have campaigned to defund the police. My political view could not be any more opposite than that. Now, I work all the time with people of different political views, and we get a lot done for the people of this county. But this is different. From the beginning, every bit of this is a deliberate, partisan political attack by a political operative and operation, because not only am I running for Congress against presumably Josh Harder, if the primary works out this way, but they also have undermined and taken efforts and tried to do a recall effort by soliciting union organizations to rally against me. They've gone out and continued to publicly lie and slander, and some people are able to do this with complete immunity, as we've seen with Supervisor Miller in the past, when she blatantly outright lies and makes misleading statements about me to others, and when it comes back to me and is discussed, she doesn't have the courage nor the character to accept responsibility. Now, as many of you have all noticed, I don't sit by idle and take insults to my character, my integrity, and just sit down, bow down, and roll over, as some in this board might like, because they want that power and authority. Instead, people like myself, Supervisor Rickman, and Supervisor Villapudua speak up for ourselves, and we have our own minds. And that frustrates the control interest that some people want to have at the board level. So I'm not going to sit back and just lay down and roll over and let somebody slander my good name, my reputation, as it carries over and newspaper headlines carry on and they get reintroduced again during campaign seasons or when anybody does Google searches. I'm very proud to have a father, to be a father of a 13-year-old little girl. And I appreciate every single element of the actions that have been taken in the past to give women equal rights and opportunities, and nor would I ever consider discriminating based on race, religion, ideology, heritage, or anything else. It's insulting. And Mr. Bivens, I'm very disappointed in you, sir, to make assumptions that you have. We should have had a nice conversation, because I have the character and the integrity to own up to every and any mistake I make. But the assumptions of my guilt that even the investigator came forward with, the assumptions to know what it was in my mind when I said something or any action I take, I'm really, truly bothered by those assumptions and the conclusion that everybody make. And by the way, everybody here on that side of the group, the support network, absolutely wonderful. I'm so glad you're here, and I support 100% your view, your opinion, and the right you have to speak so, especially in this chamber, about a very careful and a very important narrative, false or not. And I would look forward to any opportunity I have to have a one-on-one conversation. I'll buy the coffee, I'll buy the lunch, and have a discussion so you know who I am from my heart. You know who I am as a person, my journey, and how I feel about people that are underprivileged and underserved in our community, and the very difficult challenges that have come through many generations in our society. And the champion I am for efforts to just completely exonerate and make equal so that everybody here in this great country of ours starts not 1 inch behind anyone else on the start line. Not everybody's going to get to the finish line the same. But I support every single individual opportunity for anybody in America to have that same position on the starting line. And I would fight vehemently to defend that person's right. Just like it was alluded to earlier, I was a designated driver, parked in the middle of a block. A Hispanic girl pulls over, and there's a gentleman, wouldn't say gentleman actually, a really bad guy, beating her mercilessly. And I jumped into action, and I deterred that beating that she was getting as she's screaming for help. I got a broken eye socket, a broken nose, and suffered the humiliation of getting knocked down, which had never happened in my entire life. But I would do it all over again for a gal that was, ironically enough, Hispanic, but she was a human being being beaten mercilessly. And I had a duty to do something on her behalf. It wasn't any bias against anybody, and I never would have. I'm not raised that way. So, again, I would welcome any conversation and any opportunity to meet all of you, and I will 100% endorse your support for your friend, as you have spoken out for. But I will deny the allegations as they've been presented and the guilt that's been presumed, because none of it is true. And, Chairman, that's all I have to say at this time.
Just a second, Mr. Bivens. Let me, I've got somebody who wants to speak. Somebody popped up.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everybody. Excuse me. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. This is unfortunate that we're pushing to this position that we are in, and this probably is not going to be the last time. It's unfortunate that we have board members that can't get along, and it's unfortunate that we can't come up here and just do the businesses that we've been, county businesses, and move on without making things personal. But I've been here a little over a year, and it is there are some personalities here. I mean, let's not sugarcoat it. I mean, Supervisor Miller and Supervisor Patty don't like each other. I think everybody realizes that, right? And there's been back and forth. It's not just Supervisor Patty, and it's not just Supervisor Miller. It's been back and forth. Whenever they see something, that uses the term blood in the water, one of them attacks. And it's unfortunate. I know Supervisor Villaputo mentioned it before. But again, here we are. Now, reading this report, I do have some concerns. And one of those concerns is where do we draw the line? And when I mentioned that, where do we draw the line on speech? And correct me if I'm wrong, Counselor, we're referring to what, May and September comments, correct?
Sorry, which?
May and September, the comments that were made, that was in the report.
Yes.
And we are limited to the three things that what's in the report here, the retaliation side. And those of you that know me or seen me in my past know I'm a fierce advocate for free speech and not limiting speech. Of course, we all know speech isn't absolute, but, looking at the facts of this case or this agendized item and where these comments took place. Supervisor Patty comments took place, and again, if I'm wrong on any of these facts, please let me know, in board items, which is permissible by the agenda. And these items are regularly used to respond to criticism from the public, and they've been used by every single board member here, to address concerns, address criticism, and this is where this speech was. And if Supervisor Patty's conduct or remarks were inappropriate during this time, why didn't any board member object to it? We heard it today, a point of order. I mean, the point of order would be a way to address those remarks. However, I didn't see any warnings or point of order presented. And I'm not hearing any claim that speech alone disrupted the board meeting. And if it does arise, or if any kind of conduct here on this board arises to disruption, we have rules in place to restore order and civility here in the public meeting. And we're looking at the Roberts Rules of Order in which we use. Looking at the rules and policies, and Counselor, do we have any rules, policy, or regulations that prohibits a board member, any of us, from criticizing the speech or actions of another third party in open session?
From criticizing the speech or actions of another third party during open session?
Right.
I'm not aware of any rule that prohibits that.
Does the board have any restrictions on raising complaints or charges against employees at open board meetings?
I'm sorry, would you say that part again?
Does the board have restrictions on raising complaints or charges against employees at open board meetings, open session?
I'm not aware that there's a rule against that.
So when we are a meeting like we are here today, is this considered what, a limited public forum?
This is a limited public forum, yes.
So we have opted to use this setting for the public as a place for expressive activity, correct?
Yes, for matters that are appearing on the agenda and within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors.
Within the subject matter jurisdiction, correct. Now, does this expressive activity include board members?
Yes.
Looking at the Brown Act, 54954.3, I know this, let me just read you this portion of it. B, a legislative body of a local agency shall not prohibit public criticism of the policies, procedures, programs, or services of the agency or of the acts or omissions of the legislative body. Even though, does the Brown Act, that relates to what the public rights are. We are governed by what? The Roberts Rules?
The board is governed in its actions by laws that have been adopted within the government code, by the board's rules of procedure, which include adopting Robert's Rules of Procedure.
Okay, and that's what I mentioned before. Debate over public issues or matters of public concerns, which we're here right now, lies at the heart of the First Amendment. First Amendment offers the broadest protection to political speech. Now, central to those ideas is the ability to question and challenge. The message of the speaker could be rude and poor taste and may not be agreeable to folks that hear it. However, political speech is essential for bringing about the change of ideas or concerns. I know in the case of New York Times versus Sullivan, for example, it states in part, "It is a prized American privilege to speak one's mind, although not always with perfect good taste, not in all public institutions, and this opportunity is to be afforded for vigorous advocacy, no less than abstract discussion." Now, most items within the board subject matter jurisdiction could be recast as accusatory, disruptive, an attack, or personal. And, right, and we're here today, therefore not allowed. Then I know I talked to Mr. Miles about that. If that's the case now, are we looking at, subject matter or viewpoint discrimination if, the government holds all the cards? Anyways, in conclusion, what I was trying to say, the First Amendment freedom of speech is fundamental. The right of the folks to engage, criticize, or challenge is the core of our First Amendment values. And just because you come up here on the dais as an elected official, you don't lose that right. To quote George Orwell, if liberty means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they don't want to hear. Now, on the last point, as to the PRA, and Supervisor Miller mentioned as to filing the complaint, of a right, the recasting or filing for a PRA is a lawful activity, period, just like filing a complaint is. The PRA was enacted by the state legislator who found, in enacting this chapter, the legislator, mindful of the right of individuals to privacy, finds and declares that access to information concerning the conduct of the people's business is a fundamental and necessary right of every person in this state. So it is a lawful activity. So with that, Chair, I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
I'm going to open the public hearing for one comment. Mr. Bivens?
This opportunity. Mr. Patty, I want to say, to the board, I want to say that my comments were related to the legal work that you had done, and the finding of fact had nothing to do with anybody's political agenda. It is against the laws of the United States of America to discriminate based on harassment, based on your facts that your attorney conducted and came back with and made a statement of finding, said that you, in fact, violated the federal harassment law and the county's personnel policies. Like I said when I was speaking, this is not personal. This is not about a campaign. And I knew that you wouldn't be able to sit there and take what was being said. So I'm not offended that you called me out. But for the record, I want you to know that I spoke to the board to know that I spoke to the facts that's in your document that said that harassment took place. This is not about First Amendment rights. This is not about freedom of speech. This is not even about attacking the Capitol. This is about the fact that one person of power abused the power against a lesser employee, which is a violation of the federal law. It's a civil rights violation. Thank you.
All right. Close the public hearing. Got Supervisor Miller?
Thank you. Just a couple of things that have come up. In terms of not calling point of order during meetings, if you go back and watch the videos, I did call point of order. I called it over and over. I consulted with county council to find out how could I help enforce some order during the meetings. And at a certain point, I stopped because Supervisor Patty was the individual who was violating the order of the meetings, and he was the chair. He was charged with keeping the order. There was no mechanism during the meetings to cause that language to halt. And in terms of First Amendment, my question really goes to county council on this. You talked about the different laws that we are bound by, but as an employer, are we not also bound by the federal employment laws?
Yes.
Yes, and Ms. Hopkins, at the point in time that Supervisor Patty was notified that in addition to his Rule 20 claims being investigated, Ms. Zapata had filed one against him. Was he not informed about retaliation and that it's a legal term and that we all needed to be very careful whenever that happens?
I'm going to look at the notice that was sent to him really quickly.
Okay.
I don't have my notes in front of me. Yes, it's included in his notice, Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. So he was notified, as was Ms. Zapata. Ms. Zapata didn't make public comments. She did not post on social media about Supervisor Patty's Rule 20 claim. She kept quiet. And in terms of the public records request, nobody is suggesting that that was illegal because supervisors shouldn't be allowed to file Public Records Act requests. The point is, the investigator, who, by the way, is very experienced, interviewed Ms. Zapata 3 times and Supervisor Patty twice, reviewed 18 documents, and watched the videos of 5 of our meetings before putting together this report. So Supervisor Patty had more than one occasion to present his position. This outside investigator, an attorney specializing in employment law, as Mr. Bivens said, found that it wasn't the public records request itself that was the problem. It was the key words that clearly indicated that the target was Ms. Zapata and I, and it included over 40 different keywords to capture just about as many emails as could possibly be captured. That's what made it rise to the level of retaliation. Not that he had no right to file a request, but I would ask you, how many of you have had one filed against you by a colleague, by a fellow board member? Yes. So it's unusual. Every step along the way, Ms. Zapata followed the rules and I followed the rules. When she posted one time her statement, which was clearly a personal statement, she was not a county employee. She published it one version online, and that was it. Once she was hired, there was no more criticism. And I'm not going to go into all of the other issues that were later investigated because those aren't before us today. But in terms of the retaliation, She was protected by federal employment laws to be free from retaliation, and an outside attorney, a specialist in that employment law, determined that in 3 separate occasions she was retaliated against by Supervisor Patty. That's just what the facts are in the report. And I believe, and I made the motion, but I believe this board has to take some action. This isn't something that can, one more time, we all say, oh, well, it'll get better. It's not going to get better.
Okay, so I think I've heard from all my fellow supervisors and certainly the public comments, which I appreciate all of them. I would just share a couple of things. First and foremost, I really am tired of Supervisor Patty bringing up my son, who is a campaign consultant, because to be honest with you, he has his own business and world, and so do I, and we don't feed off each other or help each other or do anything else. And I could share some information in regards to your contact with him and your contact with others about him, but I won't do that, because one of the things that I think is important with this Board of Supervisors, and I'm in my 20th year in public service, actually 23, including the Planning Commission. The one thing that I've seen most important in regards to governing, which we are elected to do, is that we work collectively and collegially in regards to making sure that we get the job done, no matter what it happens to be. And so when we talk about legalities, it isn't about legalities, it's about the cohesiveness of this body in regards to working collectively to ensure that the constituents that we serve get the best possible service available. And this issue in regards to free speech and First Amendment, things like that, and comments in the past in regards to, well, was it illegal? No. That's irrelevant. I mean, we can all, as Mr. Bevins talks about, we can all follow the Constitution. I think we're all familiar with it. Certainly this group is. But I think more importantly, I think the public expects us to do our job in a civil and courteous way, to actually work for solutions cooperatively to make sure that we reach a particular conclusion. I don't mind if I'm outvoted 4-1. I've been outvoted 11-1. But I do believe that we have the opportunity to represent those who elected us. And therefore, once the vote's taken, we can move on. The problem I have with all this legal talk and all these court cases, et cetera, is that as a body, and when we talk about, especially because, it's almost every time you think of something, Supervisor Patty comes up as an example. But the fact is one time he wanted to do away with the Code of Ethics because he and some others argued that, well, there's plenty of other methods, whether it be the fair political practices, whether it be, other avenues of correction, that we can go ahead and let that run its course. Well, when's the last time there was ever an investigation of the Board of Supervisors by the fair political practices or Attorney General, anybody else? And so the Code of Ethics, as the code of conduct, in the military and law enforcement and all these other things, are really kind of the guardrails, so to speak, to keep us all in line, to make sure that we do what's best for the people that we represent. And that includes in a civil and courteous way. And so when we find that one of us has been, lack of a better term, misbehaving, or at least out of line, the Code of Ethics is intended to at least remind that individual that there are standards by which we hold each other accountable. And for that purpose, Code of Ethics can be very, very enlightening. It can be very making us accountable. But it is there not just as a document that we put on a shelf, as a document that we should look at and try to follow within those guidelines as much as possible. I think the concern that I have, and what I certainly appreciate Vice Chair Rickman's Juris Doctorate in regards to his legal education. But the concern I have in regards to taking a fine line and saying, well, if it's not illegal, it's okay. If that were the case, to be honest, and he brings up this point of order because of all these comments were made, well, the fact of the matter is what purpose would it serve if I, as Supervisor Patty was chair, if I, disagreed with him as often as I thought I should? Because frankly, we would spend probably more time in our meetings than we currently have just arguing with each other, and that doesn't serve the public very well. The other part of it is, in regards to this particular complaint, is that, this was something that really started really simply. Supervisor Miller met with HR. They discussed the hiring of Ms. Zapata. They went through all of the discussions in regards to justification on why she would be entitled to the top step. And that was agreed upon, and we came before the board for that final decision. And for those who aren't familiar with the Board of Supervisors, our chief of staff are incredibly important and actually almost the foundation of our offices, because they deal with things on a daily basis that we don't necessarily come in contact with. And so it is important that they do represent us, that they take care of business, that they're organized in all the things, that they do a myriad of things. And so it is key for us, each individual, that we hire somebody that we feel comfortable with, that will go to meetings when we can't attend, to represent us in our views consistently with what we would say if we were in the same position. So probably with the exception of going back to not just my predecessor, but the predecessor before me, who denied the approval of a chief of staff to a particular supervisor back then, I don't think there's ever been a question in regards to the board accepting. And I know they've gone between the supervisor choosing and then the board had to approve and back and forth. But I don't think anybody's questioned the ability of each supervisor to select the person they think is the best fit for their office, period. We have discussed, which we were supposed to have at 1:30, which we're not having right now, in regards to the appointment of individuals to certain positions like the Housing Authority, the Port Commission, the Planning Commission, et cetera, in regards to the importance of their roles and having the board at least consider their appointment after, at least for a couple of those, a in-person interview. And I think that's worked very well, especially the last one we did, the Port Commission. I think the board did an outstanding job in selection. So these are things that evolve, and I think we all want to do our job. But again, I would offer this, that, in the beginning with what I said in regards to, this was a simple decision, either. And I understand, the argument, well, we got to protect taxpayer dollars. The amount of money between, the third step or the second step and the fifth step is almost minuscule, because I don't know what the figure is, Ms. Hopkins, but I think when we ultimately resolve this issue with all the chiefs of staff, I think we spent a heck of a lot more money in bringing them up to top step based upon their original appointment to that office than we did over one individual and a two-step increase. So when you talk about taxpayer savings, we didn't save any taxpayer money. We spent a lot more on this whole issue. The second part in regards to that particular decision is that probably if a Supervisor Patty felt that his chief of staff was somehow under a previous administration before Ms. Hopkins took over the directorship, if that was unfair, inappropriate, whatever, he certainly, and he did express some concern, he could have gone to HR afterwards and talked about, the inequity, and certainly come back. I don't know if you have that authority or not, but certainly come back to the board and say, hey, my chief of staff got hired a lower step, and we think he should get the top step, and we should get him reimbursed, et cetera. It would have been so simple to do that, period. But what do we do? I mean, we all are attacked. That's part of the job. And I don't say I agree or disagree with Ms. Zapata, but she has, and she was employed, she has a right to express her opinion like we all do, and as Vice Chair Rigman talks about. But on the other hand, unfortunately, that particular event then just, expanded almost on a monthly basis. And to Vice Chair Rickman's comment, I'll be honest with you, there were times where I sat in this board chamber and listened to some comments, and I'm thinking, that's not what we're all about. In fact, I've learned, it's interesting because sometimes you think you work in or live in a vacuum. And sometimes I've met with individuals over the past few months, and my comment is, well, we've been kind of busy. There's some things, going on with the Board of Supervisors. And they say, oh, yeah, I've been watching. And people are looking, and I'll be honest with you, they think we're dysfunctional. They think we're a circus. They think we're a joke. People are watching us right now, eating their popcorn, just enjoying themselves because, this is great theater, and that's wrong. It shouldn't be that way. I understand, and it's been mentioned, in regards, certainly Supervisor Miller and myself, I catered her once. If they knew Supervisor and myself, and we serve on other boards other than the Board of Supervisors, we obviously don't always agree. And I would say that with the greatest amount of respect. And I think I've tried to be my own person. I think hopefully all the rest of you are. But I think it's important that we, for whatever reason, and I really agree with Supervisor Villaputra, I wish there had been an opportunity, but to be honest with you, I don't think that opportunity would ever materialize because there are certain individuals who just think everybody else is wrong and they're always right. And with that particular attitude, it's hard to resolve. We've heard here today, everybody, including my son, has been attacked. My son hadn't even known anybody that in regards to running the race when this all started. And again, I could talk about Supervisor Patty's discussions, et cetera, which I think he would be, I don't want to say embarrassed, but certainly he wouldn't want necessarily people to know. But that's not my style. I don't criticize. I will disagree, but I think that we've expended a lot of time and effort. And as Supervisor Miller talks about, I do refer to her because, she makes often good comments, and so do the rest of the board. But it wasn't just this particular investigation that we spent money on. There have been other investigations, and there's more coming. And unfortunately, oftentimes there is a particular center of the universe, so to speak, in regards to how these things happen. So again, I would say, in regards to what Supervisor Miller has offered, I wish, to be honest with you, I wish you could all see this investigation, which I've read from cover to cover. And if you saw the information in here, and I would believe, I think somewhere along the way somebody said that Supervisor Patty had indicated that he wouldn't mind this being released. I would say, if I, and be honest with you, I've been investigated myself over the years. And the fact is that I would kind of not only approve, but I guess I would want the investigation because it would show the true facts as opposed to a lot of innuendos and misinformation, which we've all been talking about. So again, I would offer that, again, I want to thank all those, not just those who were here, but those who were here previously for their input, because I think that's important. The public is the people we serve. The second part of it is I would ask my fellow supervisors that we take this particular episode and we rethink our behavior in regards to how we govern. And by virtue of that maybe this is a new beginning. I would hate to think that, unfortunately, as people have argued, this board's divided and everybody knows which directions to go. I would just say this, I vote for what's right. I don't vote necessarily by what my peers do. And that shows on the 4-to-1 vote periodically. So again, I see that. So having said all that, I would go ahead and second Supervisor Miller's motion. And with that, I would ask the clerk of the board if we can vote. And from that standpoint, we can move forward. So I asked for clarification from County Council. Supervisor Patty has abstained. Is that there was a concern in regards to his vote on this particular issue that it may, if challenged, nullify the decision? Is that correct?
That's correct.
So does an abstention, is it equivalent to a recusal?
In this instance, I believe that it was Supervisor Patty's intent to recuse himself.
That's my understanding of what abstain is. It means I'm not voting. I'm not taking a position.
In some instances, an abstention can be counted with the prevailing side. So if you're going to recuse yourself, I would recommend that you actually recuse yourself.
Okay, well then I would retract my vote, and maybe our clerk wants to do a verbal, and I can publicly state that I'm not voting on this. I'm recusing myself.
I think the clerk's already changed it.
Yeah, so I can amend it on the record from an abstention to a recusal.
Okay, I would thank you, and I would leave it up to the rest of the board in regards to any other action you would like to take. Supervisor Villaputa.
Lou, I'd like to make a motion to accept the report and no action taken, please.
Make a second to accept.
Okay.
Through the chair, County Council, is that something that I do or do not participate in again? Do I abstain?
You would still have a conflict of interest in that.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have the option to recuse yourself, or is it just abstain as your only option?
I've got abstain.
Okay, if you could go ahead and click abstain, and then I can change it to a recusal.
Let the record note I'm being asked to click abstain, and I'm going to
Unfortunately,
publicly
it'll-
declare recusal. Thank you.
Okay, so again, so you changed that clerk of the board to recusal. Thank you. Okay. All right. Any other thoughts?
So I guess I would make a separate motion simply to release the privilege on the full report by the board and release it to the public. In advance of this, I did confer with County Council and asked if he, in his legal opinion, releasing the full investigation increased any liability to the county. And I guess I would ask him, he said there's already some liability, that releasing the report would not necessarily increase it, but I would ask if he had anything to add to that.
I agree that the actual releasing of the report does not create liability. I think if liability exists, it already exists. It's unprecedented, waiving the privilege on a report such as this. Typically, the report would come out, if there was litigation that pursued, then the report would come out at that time. It's not something that I would recommend waiving the privilege just because it's unprecedented.
Okay.
Anyone else? Then motion dies. Okay, moving on to the next item. By the way, thank you all for participating. And this is the regards to authorization to rehire retired annuitant Family Justice Center Program Manager Suzanne Schultz. Mr. Evans? On the last one, there was no vote because there was no second. On the other, all the rest of them was 2-2. So the answer to your question probably overall is nothing happened. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board, CAO, County Council, and Madam Clerk. We're here today to ask for the authorization of the rehiring of retired Suzanne Schultz, former Family Justice Program Manager. Is there any questions I can answer for you? As a retired Inuit, excuse me. Okay.
None.
Chairman?
Can see.
I'm going to run for the door then.
Supervisor Patty.
Excuse me, Chair. Yeah, thank you, Chairman. What took you so long to get Ms. Schultz out of retirement?
Well, you know, she hasn't. She's been down at the Senate with me testifying on getting human trafficking made into a strike offense. So she hasn't. She's actually been in the office quite a bit unpaid as a volunteer. So we'd like to keep her going and keep her wealth of knowledge and her incredible work ethic and commitment and passion to victims and survivors. So that's why we asked for that today.
Fantastic. Do we need a motion to carry this?
Yes, you need a motion.
I'd make a motion then to approve.
Second. Even know what retirement is yet. She hasn't even tried it.
I know. Let her. Don't let her.
Adopted 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
So in regards to our agenda, clerk of the board, I would ask, in regards to the Housing Authority, do we have all the candidates here?
Yes, we do.
Okay. All right. Let's take a quick 5-minute break and then we'll resume.
It was 5 more minutes.
Good. So, Mr. Wolverding, you're on.
Thank you, Chair Wynn. We're now going to hold the public interviews for 3 candidates for 2 positions for the Housing Authority Board. So we'll be interviewing 3 folks for 2 commissioner positions. What we'll be doing today is I'm going to ask a series of 4 specific questions and call on each applicant in a predetermined random order previously selected by the clerk of the board. And we're going to start off by an opening statement from each one of the candidates. We'll do the 4 questions that I just mentioned, and then we'll wrap up with a closing statement from each one of you, again, in the random order. So if we're all ready, we'll get started now. The opening statement and first candidate, Ryan Gresham.
Hi, I'm Ryan. I've had the pleasure of serving on the Housing Authority Board for the last 4 years. The last 2 years, I've served as the chair of the board. During that time, we have made a significant and determined efforts to increase the number of units of public housing and affordable housing in the county. That's been the overarching mission and goal of the authority. As we all know, there's an affordability crisis going on in California and in the nation. We've seen that year over year, that there are rents going up and the number of multifamily units being built has not been sufficient to keep up with population growth. Over the last 4 years, we have seen 347 completed units brought online, with the last tranche for this year, which will be Victory Gardens, which is a little bit ahead of schedule and hopefully will be done, I think, in November. So that's kind of the main focus has been on development. A little bit about myself. I'm a realtor. I am from Stockton, born in St. Joseph's. I live in Murata, just outside of the city of Stockton, so I'm in Supervisor Wynn's district. I went to Benjamin Holt College Preparatory Academy, went to Delta College, then got my real estate license. I've been in real estate for, this will be my 7th year. Last year I got my broker's license, and this year I opened my own little business. I have 1 agent under me, and I'm getting another one this week. I do residential real estate primarily, and I think that's mainly about me. I serve on the Waterloo Murata Fire Protection District and on the Murata Area Association as the vice president. So I'm very involved in the community. And I served 2 years on the civil grand jury a couple of years ago before I served on the Housing Authority. Thank you.
Next candidate, Willie Marquez.
Good evening, board. My name is Willie Joe Astronomo Marquez, born and raised Stockton, California. I grew up and I was raised in Miguel Villapadua's district. Graduated from Kinley Elementary, Taylor Elementary, Marshall Middle School, and Edison High School. I currently live in Kathy Miller's district, where I've been a resident for the past 3-4 years now. Very passionate about being on the Housing Authority Commission. I am an individual that's looking to be involved in my community. I'm not tied to any organizations, but to be completely transparent with you, I am a real estate investor. I've been investing in real estate for the past 5 years, and I will say it's been great for myself and for future generational wealth, especially as somebody who comes from a working class family, Filipino American, and from people, especially from Edison High School, who didn't grow up with much. Real estate has been an opportunity for us for upward mobility, and it's been a really great opportunity for me. And that's what drives me to be a part of this Housing Authority Commission. More specifically, there are investors like me who are interested in getting generational wealth, but we also want to do a lot of good in investing in the community, providing partnerships with nonprofit organizations who are doing great work. And over the past 2-3 years, I've been working independently by myself, talking to organizations like Sacramento Self-Help Housing, Visionaries, Home Builders, as well as Aspiranet to provide housing, and have been mobilizing a group of over 200 investors to allocate their personal private funds to help organizations like these find housing for people who have needs. that's allowed them more mobility and flexibility than going through federal, state regulations and going to people who have high net wealth, high net worth, and are willing to invest in the community, get some type of financial return, but also provide the housing that's needed in the community. So thank you for your time. I would look forward to answering the questions.
And the final candidate opening statement, John Mendelson.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. It's a pleasure to be in front of you all again. My name is John Mendelson. I've had the pleasure of being on the Housing Authority Board of Commissioners since 2016. Most recently here in front of you answering your questions in 2018. I'm happy to have that opportunity again. I think you all know that I have a deep passion and commitment for affordable housing in this community and the dignity that affordable housing brings to individuals and the stability it brings to our community. I've been working on issues regarding homelessness and affordable housing for the better part of the past decade, and I bring that perspective and that passion and dedication to my role as a commissioner on the Housing Authority. I'm really proud of the work that the Housing Authority has done since I've been on the Board of Commissioners. Although I have to say that most of that credit really goes to the staff who do the day-to-day work at the Housing Authority. I think that the commissioners who are currently there are a good team. I think we work well together and set good policy, but it is the staff that does the day-to-day work that really is the biggest driver of affordable housing development in this community, and I'm proud to be a part of that and proud to hopefully continue being a part of that. Now, the Housing Authority is responsible for pumping more than $55 million annually into this community, and that kind of support really speaks volumes to the real jewel that the Housing Authority has become, and it being a real driver for change. I'm personally born and raised in Stockton. I'm committed to this community, and I'm happy to serve in whatever capacity I can, hopefully again as a member of the Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. So thank you for the time and look forward to answering more of your questions.
Okay, the first candidate for our first question is Willie Marquez. And as I mentioned, we're going to be putting the questions up on the screen, so they'll be there for your review. First question, what is your vision for a housing authority in the community? What are your ideas related to affordable housing?
Great. My vision for the Housing Authority is to be the liaison between community members who need housing, as well as organizations and individuals who have an interest in investing in the community. So the Housing Authority, as in my perspective, is a medium for people to voice their needs, as well as what they need economically, financially, mentally, socially, so that the Housing Authority can facilitate those needs and provide a sustainable, financially sustainable program to meet those needs. My ideas related to affordable housing, a lot of it does, given the market situation of the real estate market, I do believe that there is a lot of incentives that we as a Housing Authority will need to provide for home builders, for current private investors, for corporate investors, that will need to provide a financial incentive to give a priority to people in need, people in these situations who are in need of housing, versus people who can pay top dollar, have the means of affording above market rent. So my idea for a Housing Authority overall is to provide those financial incentives to allow investors, corporate organizations, as well as individuals to meet the needs of the community by supporting that financially, and as the Housing Authority being the liaison behind that. So in my view, I believe creating a means for individuals to talk to the Housing Authority and tell them what we need, and for us to facilitate those needs to those organizations who can provide that housing.
And next candidate, John Mendelson.
Thank you. So my vision for the Housing Authority is an organization that aggressively develops more affordable units for this community. And we develop units that provide housing at a cost point that people can afford who otherwise wouldn't be able to afford housing. We all know that we have a need for affordable housing at all income levels, from people who are extremely low income, like households that are homeless, to workforce housing for people who are working. The vast majority of the people supported by Housing Authority housing are working and employed. And so my vision is one that aggressively positions the unique resources that are available to the Housing Authority of the County of San Joaquin to build more units. That is the only way that this county is going to adequately address some of its housing issues, is if we can smartly and aggressively develop more units of affordable housing, while also making sure that we continue to provide rental support and other types of support to the individuals who are receiving our vouchers and living in our housing.
Thank you. And final candidate, Ryan Gresham.
I see the vision for the Housing Authority. It has two main roles, and that is to maintain and continue the public housing portfolio and the housing choice voucher portfolio, which is the rental assistance that's given out to private landlords. And the second part of that, and the part that I would argue I'm most excited about, is the development side and making sure that we are bringing all the different revenue streams in the state, the federal government, and bringing all these revenue streams for different programs, make sure that our county is getting our fair share of the money. We've been working to collaborative work with the county and behavioral health, and bringing some state money to help bring more units on board for behavioral health clients. We saw the veterans. We got veteran money to help match with local funds to make the project come to fruition. And I think it's important that we are making sure that we're going out and we're making sure we're getting those dollars and matching them and multiplying them and being able to bring the most number of units we can online possible here to help the people that need it most in our county. And that's kind of the two things that I think the Housing Authority is doing. And, you know, just making sure that we're up to date on the new programs, and we're going to different conferences and we're learning to make sure we know what new programs are coming out, what things we need to be looking out for, to make sure that we don't miss out and lose out on any opportunities to bring those dollars that are going to get spent. Why don't they just spend them here? Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to the next question, and the first candidate for this question will be John Mendelson. And the question is, as affordable housing and homelessness are in crisis in California, what are your thoughts on producing more affordable housing? Do you have insight as to the type of housing needed and populations to be served?
Thank you. I'd like to answer the second part of that question first, in that I do have extensive experience in providing housing opportunities to those who are literally homeless, chronically homeless, those with disabilities, as part of my role with Central Valley Low-Income Housing Corporation, which provides rent support and develops housing for those populations specifically. Have a lot of track record in serving and providing housing to those special needs populations and people with significant barriers to housing. In terms of thoughts on producing more affordable housing, I think that over the past 6 years, we've really done a lot of that at the Housing Authority. Current staff and leadership there have done a very good job of leveraging different types of resources to try to produce as many different units for those types of individuals as possible. No Place Like Home, Project Home Key, low-income housing tax credits, the veterans funding that's going to the new Victory Gardens development out by the hospital. All of these are partnerships, collaborations to bring these dollars and resources effectively to this community, rather than them always going to communities over the hill or down south. I think that the Housing Authority has done a very good job of developing some of those new projects that serve the homeless, and I know that they're committed to doing that in the future. I know right now we're pursuing another project, Home Key Development, which would be units of permanent housing for transition age youth and chronically homeless individuals. And I'm proud of the work that the Housing Authority is doing in this space, and I believe that it will continue to do so.
Next candidate, Ryan Gresham.
So the last 4 years, I've gotten to get a little bit experience with just how severe the homelessness crisis is. I mean, you drive through Stockton and you can see it. You drive down the freeways, you can see it. And there is a chronic need and a need that's been going on for years for more housing. And the Housing Authority over the last 4 years and 6 years has been focused diligently on development, on bringing additional capacity to the county. That's not going to get us out of this crisis at all, but if we all row in the same direction, the hope is that we're going to make a dent in this problem and try to alleviate homelessness crisis. Project Home Key is a good example that we're working to try and leverage some state money that's going to get spent and bring it here and get a permanent spot for homeless or transitional age youth. The Victory Gardens project, that is homeless veterans. That is, going out and getting resources that were going to be spent somewhere in the state, but, we were able to put together the different partners, the county, and, make it happen. And that's the important thing is we need to go out and do as much as we can to develop and also focus on trying to reduce the cost. That is a main concern that, these things cost a lot of money. And, what can we do to help try to reduce that per unit cost and that cost that we pay, and seeing what we can do to stretch our dollars even further. That's kind of what I think we need to do. Thank you.
And final candidate for this question, Willie Marquez.
To be completely transparent, I don't have insight as to the type of housing we need. I think if I were chosen to be a commissioner, that would be my first step, is to get acclimated to the data. Let's see, based on census data, let's see, based on reports that the Housing Authority team has, who needs housing, what do they look like, where do they live, what do they currently live, what are their current living conditions. I think for me, I'm all about data. I've spent 10 years in the corporate world, in sales and marketing, and have dug into deep building and understanding who my customer is, and in this case, understanding who these people who need housing are. So I would love to take the opportunity to understand who are these people, what is the lived experience they've had, what organizations have they worked with, and overall, while producing more affordable housing could be a solution to the supply and demand that we have here about homelessness, I do think it's a more wider, bigger issue. Not only is it just the supply of homes, but it's also are people who have lived in other affordable housing programs having a great experience? Are we allocating our funds as efficiently as possible so that those organizations that actually do really good are getting a larger portion of the money? I think overall, I don't think building more affordable housing by itself is the solution. I think it's an overall revamp, making sure that we're looking at the metrics and understanding what's the return on investment that we're getting on working with a certain provider or working with a certain builder, so that we can make sure that we identify overperformance and underperformance. I'd love to take that more specific strategy of making sure that we are rewarding in a meritocracy way, rather than giving funds to the first organization that reaches out to us. And with that being said, I do think it is a more holistic approach that we need to take, rather than just building more affordable housing. We can work with people with existing housing. We can try to change the way that commercial building is currently used and try to build housing at that. So I do think it is a more holistic approach than just building more affordable housing. And like I mentioned, I don't have the insight, but would love to look at the data and see what that tells me. Thank you.
Alrighty, moving on to the next question. The first candidate for this question is Ryan Gresham. And the question is, as the Housing Authority is transitioned to an active, affordable developer, what additional roles do you feel are relevant for the Housing Authority in San Joaquin County? Are there other roles that you think the Housing Authority is well positioned to perform, such as self-sufficiency, resident economic development, etc.?
That's a great question. I see the Housing Authority as a coordinator trying to provide, vouchers to individual programs or buildings, seeing if there is a special population that, we have vouchers and we want to try to see that special population, their need met. That is a situation where the Housing Authority could be a partner. Our main role is providing public housing and running the housing choice voucher, and also developing. That's the main role of the Housing Authority. That's what we're supposed to be doing. And we're doing everything we can to try to bring as much development and as much different ways and thinkings to try and stretch the dollars. We worked with the county to convert our old office building, and behavioral health is using that. And we also worked with the county to acquire the parcel right next to it, and we're going to be hopefully getting that going pretty quick here. So we're definitely getting more creative in terms of reaching out to different partners and figuring out how we can, leverage the local resources that we have and figure out what other pots of money are out there that we can get to, get critical mass and get more development here. The continuum of care has been the main kind of, coordinator for kind of the homelessness and that type of, environment. And the Housing Authority isn't, we're not like a provider like behavioral health and stuff like that. So we're really trying to provide, housing and trying to come up with ways to increase the housing stock in the county. And that's kind of the number one goal, is more places, more beds, make more homes.
Next candidate for this question, Willie Marquez.
Again, to be completely 100% honest and transparent, I'd love to question the idea of the Housing Authority being an active, affordable developer. Is that what we know as true? Is that what we want to be true? I feel that coming into the position, I'd love to question that transition, because I do believe that the Housing Authority is more than just providing and developing more homes. I do believe that it's not just providing houses, but creating homes, a home environment for people to live in. And so with that, the other role that I think the Housing Authority should be is not just a means of trying to procure for more funds to build more units, but the Housing Authority should be representatives who live in our community and should be present in community organizations. For example, being actively involved in the Chamber of Commerce, Visit Stockton, actively involved in local Rotary clubs. I do believe that the Housing Authority should not be its own individual body where you go to solicit funds and try to get projects approved, but it should be representatives who are talking to people with the lived experience of not having enough housing and being able to talk to individuals and people who live on the streets and tell them what we are doing as a housing authority to improve their living situation. So overall, I do think that while maybe it is historical that the Housing Authority has become an active and affordable developer, I'd want to question if that's the best use of our resources, if we could better use our resources to be a liaison between the community and developers rather than being an active developer ourselves. Maybe I may be wrong and we look at the data and we see that being an active developer is accurate, but I wouldn't want to come into that with any assumptions. But overall, I do think that the Housing Authority should not be its own individual body, individualized and separated from the rest of the community. We should be individuals who are active in the community and bring our insights back to the Housing Authority.
And final candidate for this question, John Mendelson.
So first of all, I just want to say I hope that everybody appreciates what a huge and monumental lift it has been on behalf of staff and the leadership at the Housing Authority to become this active and aggressive developer of affordable housing, which our community desperately needed and will continue to need in the future. That said, I think the Housing Authority is already actively positioning itself in some of these other roles that can be a force multiplier for our housing, not just for us as a community, but for the individuals who are living in our projects, who are living in the housing that we support. For example, we're bringing a charter school to Sierra Vista's development. That's something that's happening right now and is going to dramatically impact and improve the lives of the families in that development and in that whole South Stockton community. We also have a self-sufficiency and economic development program at the Conway Homes project that has people who are working and saving money toward home ownership. I think that encouraging home ownership is one of the big next things that the Housing Authority has looked at tackling and should tackle in the future, because then you're not only helping people out with vouchers or ongoing rent support, you're helping them build the type of generational wealth that breaks cycles of poverty to begin with. And I think that kind of diversity of thought and that kind of positioning, in addition to our core functions, developing and building more units and supporting people with our Section 8 vouchers, I think that is really going to enhance the Housing Authority going forward and what we offer to the people and residents of this community.
Okay, moving on to the next question. The first candidate for this question will be Willie Marquez. And the question is, please share a little about your background that you believe is an asset in the position of a Housing Authority Commissioner.
Absolutely. Like I mentioned before, born and raised South Stockton. I've been surrounded by people who have never made it to the age that I'm at. A lot of people, especially from the Southside Stockton area, Marshall Middle School, Edison High School, who dropped out, decided to have their family and prioritize that. In addition to that, I'm a son of two Filipino immigrants who came to America with nothing. And I believe that lived experience of being both from Southside Stockton, being an immigrant, being the first in my family to go to college, gives me a lot of wealth of insight about the people who are having those lived experiences of having a hard time with homelessness. In addition to that, like I mentioned, I've spent the past 10 years in the corporate world. More specifically, I've worked in sales and marketing for e-commerce companies. And with that, I think what that has helped me do is really learn how to build community with different organizations, different departments. Like I mentioned before, as an individual, myself, not tied to any organization, making the effort to reach out to organizations like Sacramento Self-Help Housing, AspiraNet, Redwood Valley Homes. With that, I've been able to build partnerships and build communities so that they can see me as a resource and somebody who's outspoken and a critical thinker. In addition to that, I spend hours on days looking at spreadsheets. I'm really good as it comes to data and analysis and being able to dissect what the return on investment is, not only for a real estate investment, but also from a sales and marketing perspective. I've managed budgets of up to $300 million for companies that have sold online and across the globe, and that's helped me understand what it takes to build partnerships with different departments who may not agree with each other but need to work together to build a better opportunity. I believe that my analytical skills, my critical thinking skills, having graduated from UC Berkeley with a degree in sociology, graduated from USC with my master's in public administration, and graduated from UCLA with my master's in business administration, has taught me a lot about what data analysis I need to take, what critical questions I need to ask, and be able to take. And my involvement with the community for the past 5 years has really allowed me to understand what those theoretical practices make an impact in real people's lives. So I'm a member of the Rotary Club here in Stockton, also a member of the Chamber of Commerce as somebody who started their own business with real estate and started their own business with e-commerce consulting and sales and marketing consulting. I think overall, combined has allowed me to have a diverse perspective, be a representative for different voices, bring that critical thinking and data analysis approach so that we are rewarding those who are overperforming and taking a look at programs and individuals that are underperforming. Thank you.
Candidate John Mendelson.
Thank you. So I think that a lot of the personal experience that I have in terms of being a developer of housing and a supporter of housing for homeless populations in this county gives me a firm background of understanding some of the challenges that we face when it comes to building more affordable units in the county. And personally, that's a real passion of mine, something that, again, I've done for a number of years, and I've seen a member of my family do for decades here. I feel very, very strongly that everybody has a right to safe, decent, affordable housing. I think in a country as great as ours, that it's something we can provide for our citizens, for our neighbors, for our community members, and give people true opportunity and the stability and dignity that comes with housing. From my experience working at Central Valley Housing, I have a pretty good understanding of how housing and urban development and those other sources of funding work. so I'm comfortable and familiar with the rules that the Housing Authority needs to play by. In my previous life, before I worked in nonprofits, I was a journalist, and I was tasked with watchdogging public organizations, and so I'm also very comfortable and confident by providing that ongoing watchdog function of taxpayer dollars. I think it's important that we make sure that we're all accountable to ourselves and to our neighbors who are funding this work. And I really love the work that the Housing Authority does. I love that the work that I do personally and professionally, and I'm ready and willing to keep at it for as long as it takes in this community to make sure that more people have the opportunity for safe, affordable housing and for real dignified living situation. So, thank you.
And last candidate for this question is Ryan Gresham.
Well, I'm from Stockton, and that gives me a perspective in terms of what is going on in Stockton, the trajectory of it since I've lived here my whole life. And some of the experience that I've gathered over the last 7 years being a realtor is that I've seen, one of the first homes that I helped someone buy, 3-bedroom, 2-bath home in Stockton, was $210,000. Now it's probably $400,000. And you've seen that, crazy growth in prices, which is great for the homeowners. We all love the price increases, but it is definitely hurting people that, I have buyers looking for homes right now, and it's very, very tough to find homes in areas they want to live in. And so that gives me a perspective in terms of people, looking to just have a house, and the difficulty right now and the amount of money you have to allocate your monthly budget just to your housing budget has been going up and up and up as the rents have gone up. And, some of my service previously, serving on the grand jury for a couple of years, that gave me a great experience learning all the different small organizations in the county that have such an impactful impact on your life. People don't really think about how important your county government is. All the different things that you utilize, the roads, the streets, your water, sewer, all that stuff is related to the county, and you really need to have an understanding of what's going on there to really appreciate all the hard work that's being done to make sure that all those services are provided. So that allows me to really make sure that I am conscientious of the money that's being spent by the Housing Authority and making sure that we're doing our job, which is to provide more housing effectively and efficiently, and make sure we're doing as much as we can to improve the lives of the citizens in the county. And that's what the Housing Authority has been doing, and I think that I'm well educated in that regard.
Okay, gentlemen, that concludes our standard structured questions. I'm going to ask each of you to wrap it up with a closing statement, and that'll be your opportunity to provide any information to the board that'll be helpful for them in making their selection and adding anything that maybe wasn't covered in the questions that we've already asked. And so with that, I'd like to start with John Mendelson.
Honestly, I don't know if there's anything I haven't said already. I'd just like to again reiterate that I'm passionate about the mission of the Housing Authority. I'm passionate about the work that it has done, the change that it's already made in this community, the change that it's positioned to affect in the future. And I believe that if I'm allowed to continue as a commissioner of the Housing Authority, that I'll be effective in guiding it in that mission, setting policy that allows us to develop more affordable housing for this community, and making sure that we provide the most opportunity that's possible in the most effective way. Thank you again for the opportunity to already serve as a member of the commission, and I hope I get that opportunity for another 4 years. Thank you.
Next candidate, Ryan Gresham.
I wanted to thank you all for the opportunity to come before you and interview for this position. It was a recommendation that the grand jury made a number of years ago that the Board of Supervisors decided to enact, and this is the second time I've come to regret that. But, it's been a pleasure being able to be of service in the community, and I've really enjoyed getting to learn more about what the Housing Authority does and getting a greater understanding of just how impactful, having a home is. When you grow up and you always have a roof over your head and you never really have to think about that, you don't really understand just how significant and how life-changing it is that we're providing people the opportunity to change their lives and have stability, and that's something that a lot of us take for granted. Again, I thank you for the opportunity, and I hope that you will allow me to continue to be of service, and I appreciate being able to come out here, and hope you have a great rest of your day.
And our final candidate for this segment, Willie Marquez.
Thank you for this opportunity. To close, I look like most of the people in this community. I look like most of the people affected by homelessness. I come from similar backgrounds as those people who are affected. Not to say that that makes me more deserving than the next person, but people can relate to me and I can relate to people who are facing homelessness. I feel that my background as somebody who's coming as a person of color, coming as a first-generation college student, coming as somebody from Southside Stockton, I've faced those obstacles, and now that I'm in a position where I can help uplift my community, I want to be able to do that. In addition, I do bring a sense of rigor and a sense of financial sustainability to the Housing Authority if selected. I'm looking to take a look at the numbers, make sure that we are doing the best we can with taxpayer dollars to make sure we're getting the highest return on investment and that we are helping the most people and in the best way possible with an efficient spend of our taxpayer dollars. That's what I feel I can bring to the Housing Authority with my 10 years of corporate experience in sales and marketing, and being able to fiscally responsibly oversee the P&L of a business of $250 million. Overall, I thank you for your time. Like I said, I shouldn't be here. I'm a statistic that shouldn't be here in front of you, that hasn't gotten the opportunities to get higher education, to own a home, but I'm hoping to be a voice for those who don't have a voice and be able to articulate that in a way that is fiscally responsible and sustainable for years to come. Thank you.
And thank you, gentlemen. That concludes my questions. And with that, I'd like to turn it back over to our board for any additional questions that they may have on deliberation and then selection of the two commissioners. Chairman Nguyen.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Patty?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. A couple questions for Mr. Mendelson.
I'd be happy, Supervisor.
Thank you. I'm outside of my universe. I'm just going to share with you things that I've heard people say that there's a conflict of interest. If you're on the Housing Authority, if you're on continuum of care, and you have an active role, I believe, as I'm told, with the Central Valley low-income housing. So how would you negate the concerns and I'm not saying there's a chorus, but there are some that say there's a conflict of interest, that you're too embedded in this and you or your family profit through this position?
So I'm actually very happy that you brought that up, and I'm happy to answer. So it is true. I'm executive director of Central Valley Low Income Housing Corporation. I sit on the Board of Commissioners of the Housing Authority, and I am on the board of the Continuum of Care. I'm really proud of my record at the Housing Authority at the Board of Commissioner level, that anytime a potential conflict has arisen, I've not only recused myself from voting, I've made sure that I wasn't even in the room or attached to any of those discussions. I haven't even discussed it with one or two other commissioner members if there's been a potential development in front of the board, because I truly believe in policing myself and strong ethical guidelines to govern all of us as supervisors, as people who are on commissions, positions of public trust. I can also say that in the one deal so far that Central Valley Housing and the Housing Authority have been a part of, which is the development of, I think, 14 units of permanent supportive housing for the chronically homeless. There's been no material benefit to the organization, nor to myself, nor to my family because of that deal. I mean it when I say that. There's no money in it. There's no money exchanged at all. But I do understand that when you're in positions of public trust, when you're in positions where you're looking over taxpayer dollars and resources, there's a need to be very, very cognizant of real and apparent conflict of interest, and I take that very seriously. And I think that my record at the Housing Authority backs that up. I would hope that the council at the Housing Authority could answer any other questions about my fastidiousness in regards to recusal and making sure I'm not presenting a conflict of interest to myself or the board. And again, that's not just because of a desire to try to be an ethical person. It's also a desire to try to do things the right way. I really believe that the nonprofit I'm entrusted with has a role in developing affordable housing, providing rent support for homeless households, making this community better. I believe the Housing Authority does it as well. And I believe there's a real nexus and a benefit for me being able to share that perspective and that experience as a member of the Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. In regards to participation with the continuum of care, likewise, if there, and it's there in our charter, if there are any, ever any funding decisions or any other item that is related to the disbursement of grants, just like all of the other members of the Continuum of Care Board, and at one point of time, basically any of them is going to have a conflict of interest because we're all providing housing and services to homeless households. We recuse ourselves from those conversations and those votes. And so, again, I'm really pleased that you would bring that up because it's something that you know, is a matter of concern to the public, to you who are in charge of placing ethical commissioners on the Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. So I'm happy to have an opportunity to answer that. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Marquez, question for you. As an investor, developer, et cetera, what do you see as probably, if you were governor for the day, what could you change in regards to lowering the cost of production of homes? When I ask that question, I'm talking about, is it land use planning? Is it materials? Is it regulations? Is it financing? What would you say would probably be your priority in regards to trying to reduce the cost of affordable housing?
Yeah, absolutely. So as somebody who comes from an investment background, I would say it's not just one single variable. There's a confluence of a lot of different variables. So more specifically, we have a lot of home flippers here in our Stockton area, for example, and a lot of it really just comes down to the math of it. What's the cost basis? What's the price I can sell it for? What's my cost of materials? And what am I eventually going to be taxed on with that profit that I make? And so I think it's that in that example, it's a benefit to the investor if it makes sense, but it's also a benefit to those who are looking for a home that they don't have to put work into it. For the affordable housing example that you provided, I do believe that incentives to defray the costs of materials to potentially provide a step-up basis for those who do acquire homes that will be used for affordable housing could be an option. I do believe, but there is still, I think there is still overall a stigma associated with potentially people who are selling affordable housing versus renting affordable housing. So it's important that we make that distinction. In terms of selling affordable housing, it really is does it make sense financially for an investor to buy a property that needs to be, to buy a property now based on market rates and potentially sell it to somebody who is going to purchase that home. So it really involves taking a look at what's the tax capital gains that we're potentially taxing that person who's going to be providing that home. But from a rental perspective, it really does come down to the cash flow analysis of understanding how much am I going to be taxed, what is my interest rate. So going back to your question, if I was governor of the day, I would take an approach to look at the capital gains tax that investors are being taxed to potentially provide the home to somebody who needs affordable housing is one solution. Another solution would be to take a look at putting a match for the reduction of the cost of materials, like you were mentioning, with the cost of lumber skyrocketing, with the cost of finishes skyrocketing, if there could be a match for how much an investor puts up of their own money versus how much the government puts up to subsidize that, with the intention of that home eventually going to be towards a nonprofit organization or the housing authority. I do believe as long as we help investors make that make sense financially, we could increase the number of affordable housing units.
And just a quick question in regards to developments, for example, if you're talking about housing authority and, building, whether it be apartments or single-family dwellings, et cetera. What's your thought in regards to amortization of the fees involved in building a home within the county?
Yeah, absolutely. So I do believe that right now, in terms of organizations that can build homes for affordable housing, it really is a lot of organizations who are cash flow positive and have enough to float the money for the duration of the build of the home. So if we were to amortize their costs so that spread it out over 10 years, 15 years, we would see a rapid increase in organizations being able to produce housing, but we'd also see a lot of individuals providing supply of those housing. So for example, your local neighbor down the street who kind of does building pickup truck out of his pickup truck, you could see a lot more supply of those people who are no longer have the upfront cash like a regular corporation has, but an individual who maybe has reserves of 200,000 of 300,000. That could be an increase in supply, specifically not just, which would help complement the corporate builders, those nonprofit organizations that build houses. So I do believe that there is a lot of interest from the investor community, from small LLCs of maybe a one-member LLC or maybe a small company of 10 or less who can build these affordable housing units. But if we were to amortize, if we were to give them some kind of tax credit, if we were to adjust their cost basis, then in those situations it would incentivize them to build more units. And we wouldn't have to rely solely on large corporate organizations, but we can also rely on smaller mom and pop businesses who can also build those houses for us.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Gresham, quick question. So a housing authority, obviously you deal with a variety of structures. So just a personal preference, what do you prefer? You multifamily dwellings or single family dwellings?
Well, I think that everyone has a preference of, the American dream is having a house, the picket fence, that's the American dream. I think that from a real estate perspective, as a realtor, everyone loves a home, everyone wants their own home. That's the desire here in the county. It's different in the Bay Area. You just can't, homes are crazy expensive. I think that it's a reality that most people are going to have to become more accepting of the fact that they're not going to be able to afford a home. Probably one of the most expensive things in California is the land. And that's the only way you can make these deals pencil out is to increase density. You're seeing, the governor, they made it you can build up to 4 units on a lot. They're forcing that through. So increasing density is going to be a requirement. It's not necessarily my preferred thing, but the reality is that's the thing you need to do to get the most bang for your buck, to make these projects pencil out, and also to help the greatest number of people. So, it's a matter of what's almost required.
Okay, well, thank you. And one comment for Mr. Mendelson in regards to the question Supervisor Patty raised. You can. I understand his concern, but I would also offer, in interviews, I've asked the question, based upon your relationships, how does that benefit you in your position? I think you answered that question in regards to knowing not only from your executive director, but all these other relationships that you have some insights that others wouldn't have normally. So I understand his concern, but I would also say I think it could be an asset as opposed to a liability. So anyway, just add that. And I didn't recognize you with your new dress, so to speak.
I keep waiting for the pandemic to be over, and it's still here. So.
Well, you're going to probably die by the time the pandemic's over. So, and probably not a COVID.
Also, my son has never seen me without it, so I can't blow his mind. Just
there you go. Thank you all. Appreciate it. All right. So, any other questions? If not, I think we have a score sheet. Oh, you don't have a score sheet, I'm sorry.
Should each board member was given a score sheet with the questions? Oh.
I know. I've got one. That's okay. I can have two. Okay, so essentially, I think we're probably going, God bless you, we're probably going along with the scoring, right? So in your particular district, just rank the candidates based upon, and then I think the clerk of the board will tally them.
And
Chairman, please repeat how we're scoring.
Okay, in your particular district, District 3, you would list of those three candidates in the boxes. You would list 1 as your first choice, 2 as your second choice, and 3 as your third choice. And then the clerk of the board will tally the score, and as in golf, the lowest 2 scores are appointed.
Thank you.
Just a closing comment. I want to thank all three of you. I think the one thing that we just had the interviews for Port Commissioner, and I think we received some excellent candidates. And I have to be honest, that hasn't always been the case. So I want to congratulate all three of you. No matter what the outcome, you did a great job and appreciate it. So from that standpoint, and I would offer, for those or any. We have 66 different boards, committees, and commissions. There's a lot of opportunities, and we're always looking for good people, and all three of you, I think, could probably handle a lot of committees and boards that we sit on. So, again, thank you for applying, and thank you for just a great presentation from each one of you.
Chairman, when I do have the results.
Okay.
So the top 2 vote getters are John Mendelson and Ryan Grisham. I would ask if those are the 2 to be appointed, that John Mendelson be considered for the position number 3603 and Ryan Grisham for position number 3601, as they're the incumbents of those 2 positions.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you all. Appreciate it. A lot for your certainly your participation. So with that, I assume we need a motion and a second, correct? So I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Clerk of the board. And it's adopted 5-0. Thank you. And thank you again, all of you. So we've obviously done the last session, and considering the time, and since Supervisor Patty must leave shortly, unless anybody has a compelling reason to have any reports, we can go to closed session. So anybody?
I just have one quick one, Chair.
Go ahead.
I won't go over what I've done, but it's how long are we going to keep these plexiglasses up? Can you hear me now? There you go. I was just asking, how long are we going to keep the plexiglass? I mean, I don't know if that's the will of the board. I mean, I'm just wondering. That's it.
Well, I'm glad that you brought that up, Supervisor Rickman. I think as AB 361 expires as of April 14th, that we could consider taking them down. I was going to reach out to each board member and ask if they would be comfortable with that. if there is any one board member that is not comfortable with them coming down, I would leave them up, but yeah.
Okay, so you're going to go ahead and talk to each one of us? Unless there's somebody who opposes taking them down? Anybody?
Patty says he
Taking them down?
I'd say we leave this one here. It keeps us from throwing anything at each other.
Would you like us to spray paint it too?
Sorry, sir?
Would you like to spray paint it too?
With a window tint?
Chairman, I do have a couple of comments real quick as I'm going to leave the building at around 5 o'clock if we're doing board comments.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Supervisor Miller had brought up a point during our three-hour plus discussion, and I would reiterate and once again invite, if there's any way, I had asked our CAO about a year ago, see if we could set up a point and time where we can all go out to lunch, have some team building conversation, and try to resolve some efforts, and for a variety of reasons, not blaming our CAO, but that never came to fruition. I have on more than one occasion reached out to try to resolve issues from differences in offices, and each time that offer was refuted. So I would again extend an offer. I know the Supervisor Miller has a 32-page complaint against me for more ethic violations, which are going to spend another $100,000 or more doing that, and it's pointless. It really is pointless. It's a waste of money. I believe in everybody's rights, and I'm not negating somebody's feelings, and if they want to go through this cause, that's fine. But I would again offer that as Supervisor Miller, we had a first year that was decent before you guys started coming up with charges and allegations and very divisive. We can stop that. We could go forward and work to the benefit of the county instead of having the acrimony that we have, but it has to be mutual. There can't be this attack Tom Patty attitude coming from you or your staff. And if apologies need to come from me or from my staff or from you or your staff, let's do it. Let's resolve. Let's settle. Let's move forward so we don't have a waste of this energy, a waste of this time, a waste of the government, our taxpayers' dollars, and it's unnecessary is exactly what it is. It's unnecessary. So I would again offer, I'm not saying who's more right or who's more wrong. I'm not saying who's been a better actor or a worse actor. I can take equal blame or blame equal blame. We can point fingers in either direction. That's not what's important. What's important is moving forward in a constructive manner, and in the final 8 months that we have the privilege of serving the public here in San Joaquin County. Thank you, Chair.
I would just offer this, Supervisor Patty. If you would have just made the comment that maybe we could get together and resolve some of our differences, that would have been fine. But I don't think you understand that you go way beyond that. And although you think you're just being more clarifying in your comments, you just raise these issues all over again. You know, each individual supervisor has to be accountable to themselves first before the rest of the body. So I'll talk to the CEO and see what his thoughts are. But again, your backhanded comments are not getting us anywhere in regards to being, more cohesive in our discussions.
Actually, Chairman, I respectfully disagree. I just said I'm not blaming who's more right, who's more wrong, who's more fault. I'll owe an apology. Somebody wants to give her apologies. I specifically laid or accepted blame equally anywhere. It's not to blame anybody. It's that let's go forward together. But if you want to single me out as doing something wrong, so be it. I'm more wrong than you. You're the righteous one. I apologize, the almighty chairman.
Well, we could debate this all day, but I guess my point is I don't remember you ever acknowledging your wrongdoing. So with that, yes, Supervisor Miller.
Quick comment. Thank you. I just wanted to bring to the board's attention that congratulations are due to the Stockton Shelter for the Homeless. Next month, they're going to have a groundbreaking on their navigation center and men's expansion. The project included major funding from the city of Stockton, but also funding from both the county and the continuum of care, and our behavioral health services are going to provide a lot of the services. It's a $5 million, 3-story, 11,000 square foot structure, and it's going to be built with repurposed shipping containers, which is really cool. And it's going to add 180 new shelter beds. It'll include men and women's dorms, a men's only navigation dorm, couples and isolation rooms, family rooms, restrooms and showers, laundry, office space, and drop-in navigation services. It's all the things that the members of this board have been saying for the last several years that we desperately need in San Joaquin County, and they're breaking ground next month. Jolynn McMillan, the director, made the statement that potentially they have 40 different partners who are going to bring in wraparound services to the folks who are utilizing the shelter. And the project management firm said, quote, "We are providing a third more beds at half the cost of other Northern California city-run developments." I think this is a perfect example of collaboration and the power of private-public partnerships. So I just want to say congratulations, and I hope that we will all be invited to that groundbreaking. Supervisor Yaputo, I know you will because it's in your district. So congratulations.
And what was the total cost again?
$5 million.
Oh,
Yeah.
great, fantastic. Okay, now I'll turn it over to County Council.
The board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda. There may be an announcement coming out of closed session.
So I can't adjourn, is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. County Council, report out on our closed session.
In the matter of San Joaquin General Hospital versus Anthem Insurance Companies, et cetera, et al., the Board of Supervisors has accepted the offer of $2 million to resolve the matter in its entirety.
Okay, thank you. And then we're adjourned. Thank you very much.
you